前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to a wonderful night of the DPC. It's going to be an exciting one. We've got some Division 2 to start things off. My name is Cryptic, joined by a beautiful casting duo of Drag and Drop and Lizard. How you guys doing tonight? It's good to see you. I'll start with you, Drag and Drop.
All right, yeah, thank you. I'm absolutely amazing, especially since you just picked me above Lizard, which makes my ego all warm and fuzzy, so thank you very much indeed.
Oh. I'm glad you made him feel all warm and fuzzy. I'm doing fine. I literally woke up like 20 minutes ago. What about you, Ricky? I believe you've been trading some spices.
Just getting involved in the spice trades lately, you know, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah,
I may have lost track of time playing Spice Wars, you know, earlier, which fun game. Yeah, I actually really enjoy it. Shout out to the makers of Northgard. That was a great one. But that's not what we're here about. We're here to talk about some great Dota 2 action here in the DPC. We are starting things off with Shenzhen versus... Hold on, wait. Do I have it wrong? No.
Saiyan versus LBZS.
Versus LBZS. Yeah. I literally verified this like just before coming on here and I was wrong again. But yeah, Saiyan versus LBZS.
You literally asked this like 5 seconds ago, but
I know. But then I looked at one of my left screen and saw a logo, and I thought it was the wrong logo. You know, it just happens sometimes. But these teams have struggled, or at least LBZS started off kind of rough here in the season. I don't know. Do we still think they're kind of lacking from some of the same like attributes we saw in Division 1, or do you think that they are on their way to improving going forward? Because they did finally get their first win, but it was a rocky start.
You're talking about the Sun or about the anime boys?
Let's talk about LBZS, because they, you know, obviously they dropped down from Division 1, suffering from what looked like some of the same things they struggled with last season.
Yeah, pretty much. Like unable to finish off any of the games when they're in the lead position. That's pretty much something that still aches them. They're unable to find that right approach to surrounding the enemy base, staying on the triangle, creep skipping, and then just slowly taking it to the high ground push. Instead, they always pretty much, whenever LBZS is in the lead, they let you have that one extra shot, right? Like one or two even. They allow you to go get back into the game. Some of those things just are difficult really to improve on. That's also a problem, right? Like there are teams that always have the same issue, and one that's more notable perhaps is Liquid, right? Like right now they're good, but when they were Alliance, like for the whole duration that they were in Alliance, they couldn't finish games, and that was a long duration. That was like two years, I believe, or something. So maybe it will take a bit longer for LBZS, but time's a ticking. They need to get back in that Division 1.
Yeah, it's interesting how some of these teams just have this one habit that they can't shake that really hurts them. You know, I'm also thinking of like a previous team, Liquid and Nigma. Like for quite a while, it felt like they were just losing laning stage every single time, and then if they would win games, they would come back spectacularly. But it was always just from a bad position. And more often than not, they would just straight up lose because a good team just does not give you many of these opportunities to come back. And so you're just kind of giving matters out of your own hands. You know, the LBZS, again, as you were talking about, having the opposite problem, not being able to close out games from a position of strength is a big problem if you are up against a good team that can take advantage of situations that you give them and of ways to come back into the game. So there's plenty of those here.
But
this
hey,
bracket, for
they
sure.
at least they do get into these leading positions, right? And that's
That's like a
that's
solid
a big
foundation at
deal.
the very least. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's something that needs to be said as well. They can take control of the games. They've taken control off of teams from Division 1 many times, not from Division 2 even. So I still have high hopes for them. I just hope that at the same time, I hope that dropping down to Division 2 didn't hurt them way too much, like emotionally, right? I hope there isn't that emotional damage for our boys, because they're always fun to watch. I don't know. It's LBZS. It's this sun. Look at that logo. We need to get Nomad these hoodies, by the way.
I know. I was wondering the same thing. I was like, how long before Nomad orders himself one of these LBZS like zip ups? Because I imagine that's right on his list of things to do. But yeah, I really want to see LBZS like break through like kind of whatever it is that's been holding them back and play to kind of the potential, because like you said, they have a really good foundation of being able to have a good start in a lot of games, actually gain a lead against a lot of really top tier teams, but then sometimes unable to just come through with a victory. But Team Saiyan, we haven't really talked a whole lot about these guys. This is a lot of players that we're probably familiar with. So a little bit of a mesh-up of a couple different teams that came together for this season. For those of you who don't remember, Sparking Arrow was definitely involved with some of these players in the past. But as you can probably see, like, I think this game's going to be pretty evenly matched. Like, I don't know if like LBZ actually has like a substantial advantage over them. Going into this series. Like, what do you think, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, it stands to reason just looking at the results. I mean, LBZS, even though they've had these issues, they're still a strong enough team just based on their pure skill. If they can just call on it, if they can actually apply it, that they are forced to be reckoned with. They did come down from the upper division, and they did previously make their way there with some good results in previous seasons. Team Cyan a little bit less tested in this configuration, and they've shown they've gotten their asses handed to them here. But of course, Invictus Gaming, 2 very quick games, but also against Magma. I believe that second one was not even close, and they ended up drafting a really weird lineup task like in Slug that just did little to nothing. So yeah, I can see the power levels pretty even.
Really?
And I can see.
Do you both believe that it's very even? Because I'm kind of favoring LBZS here a little bit.
I favor them a little bit.
A little bit, but not
do.
much, right? Like 60-40 at most.
Look at the viewer support rating. That tells you everything. 69% for LBZS.
Nice.
30% for Team Saiyan. That's not a little bit. That's huge.
It's because their logo is much friendlier, I think.
Yeah, but aren't there like a lot of weebs in the Dota community? You know, wouldn't they like Saiyan more?
True.
I don't know.
Do we have any weebs here, by the way? Ricky? No.
I mean, to an extent, sure. Not like Neff or anything like that.
Yeah.
That guy's got a whole.
Yeah,
thing
it's his
going on.
life, right? It's different. And
This is a cool graphic.
Yeah, is this new? This is new, right?
Yeah, it's like
very nice.
like shared hero picks almost, and like hero comparisons. I think just based on this, what we already would have expected is Dawnbreaker to be a top tier pick, and I think over the last couple days of the DPC, this hero has just been everywhere. So this hero is going to be highly contested if it's not already banned. But what do you guys think?
I can see this Puck and Tiny as well being picked up. They've also been contested by both of these teams, so that's nice. Phoenix and Mars as well, an old school combo. Is there anything Dragon Drop that you like? Maybe the Striant?
I always like to train. It's not every team that picks it up, and in this case, only Cyan apparently getting it a couple of times. And it kind of changes the game, right? It gives you the ability to extend the laning phase somewhat, extend the mid game, buy yourself some extra time, and just shift the priorities from your team. You can't just chip away at towers whenever you get the chance. You have to actually group up and commit, which makes the enemy team play a little bit more predictably, which you can try and take advantage of. So, no, I always like seeing it train for that reason.
Yeah, now that Nature's Prophet is popular, these two heroes, I feel it's what happened? Why are trees so popular right now? What's happening? Did Ice Frog find some? I can imagine Ice Frog right now wearing some Rasta, hat, chilling in his. Yeah. You see, even tangos. Even tangos are stronger this game, and branches. It's all about that green, man. That's it.
Yeah, it was like
lead the mango tree back, right?
All strong.
Yeah. But how do you guys feel about the meta with Nature Prophet and Treant, in all honesty? Because these two heroes are constantly picked. Like, you just have Treant on one side, Nature Prophet on the other. But we're going to see neither because Treant has been banned out. I think interesting to me that both Marcy and Tree went through, by the way. It's two heroes that are like almost certainly banned in most games that I'm watching.
Yeah. Marcy's the interesting one, right?
Marcy is probably one of the strongest heroes that we've been seeing. I can pull the stats up in just a second, but she is the top 5 most contested hero in the DPC for all regions.
Yeah.
Puck being number 1, of course.
Stats don't lie. Do you have a stats on Marcy plus Visage? Because that stat is scary. I think it's like 100% win rate from all the games that I've seen.
Okay.
Probably not 100%, but trust me, bro. Anyway, Team Saiyan, I do believe that I have seen them play Visage. I wouldn't mind that, but they already did pick up this Razor, and I'm not sure just why pick Razor so early on. I understand Marcy, okay, but why first phase Razor is beyond me. At the same time, LBZS, they open up with an Enigma. It's something that was really popular just like a couple of weeks back at the Stockholm Major, but it isn't anymore. It did fall off quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, picking Razor early might just be because they would expect LBZS to ban it otherwise. It's also one of these more highly contested heroes. It's just one of those that you can kind of flex. You can put them in safe lane, off lane, mid, and you're always going to have a decent enough time with it. Right? You can always scale into the later parts of the game. You're counter to certain other popular carry heroes like Medusa. You just run at her and drain her damage even more. So it's, if you want to play it, you probably need to pick it up early.
There's your Nature's Prophet, Ben. Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed specifically with Team Saiyan is they actually have played a lot of Treant Protector specifically. It was one of the heroes that they played when they did manage to take their series 2-1 over Shenzhen. So I think LBZS might just be like doing that as a kind of comfort ban, but I did find the stats here on Marcy. Currently 187 games contested in the DPC, the 4th most of any hero, picked in 69 games with a 52% win rate. And mind you that when this hero first was being played, the win rate was in the low 40s. So this is like a massive climb in win rate increase over the last week, just because people are starting to really figure out how to make this hero work. So it's doing very well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest issue for her, right? Like, everyone knew that she was broken, but no one could really figure out how to play with her.
Yeah.
And now when they have figured it out, the hero is looking much stronger. It's about a lot of little things that needed to be adjusted. You need to, like, it's like this Pudge carry right now that's very popular. Like, yeah, Pudge carry looks solid, Aghanim is strong, but what do you pick with it? What do you ban against it? Like, you need some data to understand it. And then when you get that data, it works better. For Marcy, perhaps it's not the same. It's not about banning her counters because she's a 4. It's like she's a 4 90% of the time. It's more about just figuring out what heroes are good with her. Like, what does she do exactly in teams? She's strong, okay, but what does she bring? Is it pick off? Is it team fight? Is it laning presence? Right now, I think everyone has figured out it's only pick off and only laning presence. Everything else she's bad at. So you need to pick heroes that are good at that to couple her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Marcy lanes where she just sets up kill after kill after kill, and the enemy team just doesn't know how to handle that. So, but of course, as long the longer the patch goes on, the longer that hero is being played, the more teams will try and figure out counters to that, either by just playing more defensively, by trying out some different supports or different heroes. Like LBZS picking up the Alchemist here.
Do you guys think it's a support or a core?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah,
Because we've seen the
we did
5
support
position,
Arca today,
right?
yeah.
But it's most likely, I think, with this draft going to be a core. It's a little bit hard to say. I think we're going to be looking at like a 4 position tiny with an offlane DP. Maybe mid tiny offlane DP, because we've been seeing a lot of Death Prophet. You could even run the Death Prophet 5 with an Alchemist safe lane. Like, the thing is, LBZS draft right now is pretty flexible. And they respond with Terrorblade, which I actually don't know if I like Terrorblade into what is, if this ends up being a core Alchemist. Lizard, you may know better than I do. The tempo that this Alch is going to create, is that too much for the Terrorblade to deal with?
It could be, but I'll give you a counter question. How do you lane this Alchemist into a Razor Marcy? Like, I'm not.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say that that I can see that going well for them if they do it. And if you do lane Alchemist on the safe lane, even your supports are kind of meh, right? Like that Prophet 5, okay, that's decent. But then you have a DP5, and DP core could be really good this game. You're playing into a Razor, you're playing into a TB. Like DP core is pretty solid with items. So I don't know. Their draft is all over the place for me.
I think if they want to run Alchemist core, they'd have to try and run it away from the Razor, or at least from the Razor plus Marcy. You're absolutely right on that. So if they do that, I'd rather see him in mid and just get some solo levels there and shift into the jungle early.
Yeah,
give some space for one of the 4 position to get some extra levels or something like that, and then you can have the option of having like Enigma Tiny off lane, Death Prophet +1 in the safe lane. Maybe another hero, some more low cooldown stuns or some actual burst damage early on. Like that, I think there's a bit of a weakness there where they can't really fight without their ultimates, I feel like.
Who can't? LBZS or?
Yeah. Like, what do they do if Death Prof doesn't have ultimate going at the moment, or Alchemist doesn't have Chemical Rage?
Yeah, that's fair. Like they have toss, but no real like damage with it. That's going to come. So that basically makes me think that they should pick either some Lina or an Ember mid. Like these 2 heroes come to my mind. Zeus would have been all right as well, but it's banned out.
And I think to punish the Razor Marcy running at you and Monkey King,
Mid Death Prophet, potentially.
Probably,
and I think what we're seeing is an offlane Alch. Well, or 5 Alch? Dude, I don't know, man. I really don't know here.
I think this is a 5 Enigma with the Monkey King safe lane.
5 Enigma? Okay.
Wait, what's the Alchemist then doing? I'm still starting up. I'm still booting my brain, you know. But I didn't need this draft LBZS. God damn you!
It's like trying to figure out where this Alch could possibly go. It's so weird, especially with the Enigma Death Prophet, like heroes that are also like sometimes flex to support. You really, I mean, let's be real. Every single hero on LBZS's draft right now is a literal flex pick between core and support. All 5 of them. So I really don't know where they're going to go until they lock them in.
It's PP. Of course, PP is going to pick DP. He's always on DP. It's like, I was correct at least about the Monkey. He's safe lane. We have PP mid, Cell at position 4 Tiny, offlane Enigma, and and a position 5 Alchemist. So I was actually on the right track. I wasn't too far away from it.
Yep.
I wasn't too far away from it. It's just that this Enigma, in my mind, for some reason, was etched into that support position. Right? Like I could not move Enigma from the support in my head. It hasn't been played on 3 too much. But
Yeah.
it does make sense because they did ban out like a Rubik even, right? So they want this Enigma to have a good game.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen this kind of strategy before from someone. Like we did see the 5-position Alk yesterday, I believe. Let me double check. That was Shenzhen. Yeah, Shenzhen running that. I've also seen a 3 Enigma the other day. None of that, well, from Team Cyan, I believe even. Was it LBZS too? Might have been, yeah, a couple of days ago against YBB. Either way, none of that was super successful. Like I'm not convinced about the 5 Alk yet.
It looked all right in some games that I watched.
Yeah.
It actually looked pretty
good.
solid, but
I think the reason it looked good though is because they played it kind of like the Treant Protector, right? Your core leaves the lane and he just sits in the safe lane, dropping acid spray for eternity, and eventually just funnels 4,200 gold into your core. And if you have a good Ags builder, it just
what did
makes
they
you that much
have?
stronger.
Ricky, I think we watched that game together. What did they have on the core?
It was Pango. They rushed an Ag Interceptor onto the Pango, and he had like 20,000 net worth at 25 minutes. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it can be done. It's been done. Well, whether or not it's going to work this game for LBZS, we're going to find out. It's going to be taking up Team Saiyan with pretty good draft of their own. So really quick before we jump into the game, Lizard, Dragon Drop, quick predictions. Which team's going to take this one based on the draft? We'll start Dragon Drop. What do you got?
Again, Dragon Drop?
Yeah.
I'm saving best for last this time, Lizard. Come on.
all right. We might have to cast this one together if Lizard is rage quitting right now. So no, I think Team Saiyan's got the more standard sort of draft. I'm not convinced about the 5 Alk yet. If LBZS can do it for me, then sure. But yeah, I'm going with Saiyan on this one.
All right, and best for last, Lizard.
What did he say? Saying, I'm going LBZ. Yes, I don't care.
All right. It's going to be a fun one. I'm excited. I hope you are as well, as we got a fantastic series lineup. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, it is going to be LBZS versus Team Saiyan. And to take you through the action, it's going to be Dragon Drop and Lizard.
Yep, here we are. Already a bit of engagement up near the top. Bit of a stun fall up there from the detachment as they do secure the extra rune, but jump away.
What are the odds?
Yeah.
Some spices are being traded right now. What do you think, Dragon Drop?
Very spicy indeed. We should not let Ricky lift this one down for a little while.
Okay, so
yeah,
how are the lanes starting? It looks so much more simple to play the game if you're Saiyan. Like their draft looks, it looks like a cookie cutter draft.
It does, right? Like in mids, you've got the Queen of Pain, very strong laner. Like PP does have some extra heals with the Spirit Siphon, not leveled up just yet, and it takes a couple of levels to really be effective. And until then, like the Shadow Strike spam, or even with that, you can always blink away from some of these Spirit Siphons. So Queen of Pain, she's just getting off to a good start here, right?
Yeah, she's one of the better laners versus DP. You have Queen of Pain, you have Lina, and these two can bring the hurt to the DP, right? Usually DP doesn't really lose the lane, but it is DP played by PP, and PP DP is pretty damn legit, so I'm sure he'll find a way to do well in this lane.
Well, it's kind of doing well in the CS department so far. Just singing a tower, not the easiest for zone, I suppose.
Do you know what PP's favorite item is when he's playing DP? It's BKB.
No. BKB? Okay. Yeah. I was gonna think it was something with a P in it, you know?
But BKB is alright as well.
BKB is fine, yeah. That makes a lot of sense, certainly in this game. We'll see what happens.
PTD, maybe. That's what you could have said.
Let's take a look at this top lane, though. Oh, when how? Actually, TP mid. That was interesting.
And just securing the bounty runes. You know, the last time we saw this alchemist support, they crushed the lane. I don't see them crushing the lane versus Razor and Marcy. Yep. Like this is a different story completely here. Kagome, good luck. But
yeah,
stun is being channeled on top. That might be also interesting, but
Slightly mistimed. Like if you time that right, or get away from the attachment fast enough, he might just end up stunning himself. So you get a free follow-up. Yeah, I can't see this Alchemist doing much against the Marcy. If he overextends, he can just toss even further in. Razor just running at him.
but that's also the thing. It might be just that none of us are expecting ratings from him. It's like.
Yeah.
It's like you see this stock market and crypto. Whenever everyone is expecting it to drop, it goes up, right? When everyone is expecting you have to have that next level thinking. Maybe that's what Alchemist is about. They have this next level thinking. I hope they
It's
don't.
all about those stonks. You're absolutely right. It's making a play on Kagome, doing a bit of damage here, tossing right back into the acid spray. Not that it does much for them, but Son Goku also kind of low. Does have some extra mana here with another mango being fed over. Plasma field setting up. Attachment will be the first blood.
Never mind. We're entering a recession.
And another jump forward. Kagome. No more mana here for another dispose, so he'll get to live. If not, no. That with a couple extra right clicks from Razor might just have been enough.
Yeah. Believe the bears. Believe the FUD. It's gonna become even worse, Kagome.
Kind of stunned when how taking a bit of damage from Kagome, almost falling to the plasma field. There should be some regen coming in here to salve for the Razor.
Look, you're playing versus Team Saiyan, and their player nicknamed Son Goku is having the best time of his life. It's
just a given, right?
But
it's gonna
to be honest,
Super Saiyan or whatever, whatever it's called. I don't know.
Look at the CS. Monkey's doing all right.
Yep. Let's heal himself up as well. See how this one goes. Again, this Alchemist not the best lane, but it is what you were talking about earlier. Just he's going to be parked in the lane, getting some safe farm, getting maybe some jungle camps stacked to him, and then it'll also mean that the course before you have to take some more aggressive farms, so some potential opportunities for Saiyan to punish that.
I don't know, man. I don't see them giving a lane to an Alchemist and having a good time. Like this is going to be happening across the map. You don't have any playmakers on your side. Your Enigma and DP aren't necessarily heroes. Like you said it yourself, these heroes are kind of ultimate oriented, and then you get a Tiny that also needs some space to get his Blink Dagger. If you, I don't think you can ever justify to give Alchemist a lane in this match.
Yeah, but if you don't do that, what does that hero do, right? Is there setting up on the Razor with follow from Kagome? They do run him down.
This is an issue.
2 against 1. That's good enough.
Well, you showed yourself with Marcy, and you showed yourself on the bottom lane, and this actually changes my like this one kill changes a lot. Let's see, mid lane Marcy.
PP got the Invisoon. Marcy finds the jump away into the Alchemist. They'll make a rotation. Nice heal coming in from LWW, so that'll delay this somewhat here and setting up for Zone to get a good ultimate in. PP's still alive though, as runs down the Winter Wyvern under the tower. A lot of blood being spilled, with health points being left, but only 2 casualties, 1 on each side.
I feel like Saiyan did way too much. Some teams struggle with doing too much, and I think this is the situation. MS.
A whole lot he can do.
You see this, like everything is falling apart from them in the laning stage. They just needed to continue 2-1-2, and that's it. Like, don't move from the lanes, maybe move for the runes, and that's it. You don't have to abandon the Razor, just continue pressuring top. You don't have to help out bottom with some Wyvern Enigma, you know, just let the TB farm. When he's pressured, move into the jungle with illusions. That's all you had to do. But when lanes go badly, it's usually on the losing team to make some chaos, you know, like rotate 2, 3, 4 heroes mid lane 7 minutes in. Do something crazy like that. But I'm not sure why they felt pressured to make that kind of a move, but
Yeah.
because of it,
Could have owned a lot harder up top, and they're gonna try again. One how with a prospect goes on Goku with that ultimate going. They're just gonna run through the Alchemist, but the counter is there. Salad finds the combo, just dies. MS gets a double kick, taken away.
he almost even saved the Razor and the Marcy there, right?
Yeah.
With the toss, but yeah, nice rotation from TB, I have to say. This is something that reminds me of No Tails TB. It's not something I've seen in a really long time. Just get that meta level 6, 3 raid bands, pop that stuff and go push. It's very active.
It's a pretty good way to recover immediately, right? He was... How much gold did he get right there? 350 or something? 350?
Yeah, I don't think it's like it's good for your team. I don't think it's good for you. You'd still be better off just farming. But
I mean, if it's good for your team, it's also good for you, right?
I mean, you know, do you want to carry the game or do you want to help your team? There's also.
All right, carries. If carries help the team, then they're bad. That's what you're saying. All right, that's down bottom.
Yeah.
Wyvern gets caught up. But yeah.
That position.
I
just
guess
has
he
to be-
transitions straight into the triangle, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. And he wants to be there anyway. I guess TBs usually want to be in their jungle a little bit first, and then you slowly transition into the triangle and top lane. But yeah, this also works. I'm surprised Kagome is just chilling on top. Like, this lane is done for him, but he wants to continue defending a little bit. Let's see if he's gonna get punished or not. Marcy is still around. They can dive him.
Yep. If they can get in range for the rebound jump.
You know, I feel like maybe Razor needed to eat 1-3 or Marcy had to, and then you'd be able to actually approach him, but now you can't, right?
Marcy, there's reinforcements coming in. Oh, Alchemist and Tiny.
They could set this up. PP is sending some illusion stop, but not the real ghost.
Have to do something here though, right? I mean, they're just standing around. And Goku. See him now, jumping right in. Stuns follows, Salad. And yeah, everything being dropped. Alright. Took a little while to get this one going, but with Marcy also leaving, there's no chance for any sort of counterplay.
Yep. They are leaving
So-
Razor a bit too much on top. That's all that's like my biggest concern for Saiyan. This Razor is sort of a hero like a Viper on offlane, right? It needs to be pretty much constantly babysat. Like, sometimes you understand that he's going to feed and you're fine with it. I'm just not sure this is one of those games.
Ooh. Jumping forwards, find a possessed mask, and also find an alchemist.
Just an alt
That's always
kill, it's a
awkward.
5, right? It's not a biggie. So far, these trades, I still believe, are in LBZS's favor just slightly, as their heroes are getting a ton of farm. Enigma, most importantly, is on top of the network shards, and yeah, he took that tier 1 tower, cruising in the enemy jungle, farming it up.
So we're gonna make a play in mid. They have another exorcism available right now, plus the catapult. They're concentrating the entire force here, so Saiyan want to fight this one. They'll probably have to bring everyone as well. Winter's Curse is available, gotta keep an eye out for that one. Blink jumps just yet. Both teams just looking at the situation being like, nah. It's not.
Both of them are all right at the moment with the status quo. If you're an Enigma, you want to get that Blink BKB ASAP, right? And
Yeah.
Blink is getting actually... LG is getting quite close to it, so... What, 200-300 gold more?
Mid, the CPP being jumped on, disposed back. They have that ultimate from zone, ready to go. They drop it in. Trying to post on PP, staying alive for a lot longer than you might have thought. Third Siphon's a hell of a drug, but not enough.
Yeah, this PP isn't so easy to take down. Like, whenever he plays DP, you have to commit like 10% more than you usually would.
Yeah.
As he's always gonna get that much more out of the hero.
Yeah. And also, like, they did 2,300 damage or so for 1,500 health hero.
Yep. It's power of the siphon.
Yeah. Well, but Enigma has been still farming this Blink Dagger
Let's
being
see.
brought in immediately. They do see him there. Can't quite find the angle for the follow-up.
Why is Marcy pretending to be a ward? I'm not sure.
She even get up there. She just hop up there with Thomas Toy, I suppose. Yeah, you can always rebound down, I suppose.
I think the plan was probably Wyvern goes over the cliff, and then she rebounds on the Enigma. Or
There's
Salad.
Salad. MS is right there with the Metamorphosis clicking away. Salad can delay this. Body blocks. Really want to get this kill to Terrorblade if they can. And yeah, I suppose.
Why not toss
Has
her
to come out again.
on TB? Maybe then he'd be able to live. But okay, he probably thought that Enigma might go for a kill there, but didn't work out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How are the BKBs? On Son Goku, it's only the recipe, right, that he needs. And DP should be getting closer as well.
DP needs 700 gold or so.
Yeah.
Or 800. Yeah. Once again, it's actually not going for the Aghanim Scepter. So it's a Soul Ring, and now has a Lotus all queued up as the Black Hole catches too. Marcy as well as the Winter Wyvern. So both supports being gone on. One of them will fall. When how? Nice boundless strike to set up and finish up the secondary kill here.
And these heroes are pretty much the most important ones for LG. Like, he just got his Blink Dagger.
As well, BB's Invis just goes straight for the ultimate right on top of MS. No man's style, no nothing. Toss it on Enigma just for good measure.
I was like 100% sure this Black Dragon is gonna steal it, but yeah, didn't happen. In any case, yeah, really nice usage of a couple of ultimates here, netting them in total of 3 kills. Now it's on Saiyan, right? Like, the ball is in their court.
Yeah.
Can they restart, and can they get something off of this? As there is pretty much nothing on LBZS to be afraid of. No black hole, no DP ulti. You should start doing some stuff.
We should. I mean, it's what we're talking about, right? No ultimates means that LBZS is that much weaker. On the other hand, you do have that Sonic Wave back off cooldown level 2 right now as well from Zone.
We have
So the Winter's
right?
Curse is a reset, yeah. So yeah, no surprise to see them kind of grouping up in mid. Razor not quite there with the BKB just yet, but if you find a good fight, you'll have it.
This game,
Safer, more conservative play would be to just farm that up first, I suppose.
yeah, and this game is they're not in any sort of a rush. I would pretty much always think that the draft with Enigma is better in the late game. I would favor them, right?
Yeah.
But you are playing into a Winter Wyvern, so it's not that easy. You need a blink, you need the BKB, and you need the Lincolns afterwards if you want to make sure that your black hole doesn't get cancelled.
Yep.
So it's gonna take some time. It won't be that simple. Or they need ways of disposing the Wyvern, which they don't have truly. Sometimes you have these heroes that can give vision or jump on top of Wyvern or force them to use that Winter's Curse before.
Yeah.
I don't see that on LBZS's side.
I mean, they have a few extra blink builders, like Tiny just finished his.
Yeah. But
That's gonna be the top, right?
you're still how to put it? You still should never be able to blink on Wyvern first.
Yeah.
LVB is also buying a blink himself, so he should always be somewhere in the back, not caught.
That's normally the general idea. Always be ready for the counterplay. Alright, here we go again. Another smoke from LBZS.
Here
Another Exorcism at the ready. And they might be running straight into Wood to Ivan first. There it is, the blink being revealed.
Nice.
Toss back. Yeah, Wood's Curse still comes out though. There's gonna be a follow-up stun from the Alchemist on two of these heroes. Meanwhile, the Mask gets right-click down. Wood to Ivan falls. Does PP reveals his own BKB. Went now on inside the front, but now Son Goku comes in. That's a little physical damage, but Kagome as well drops a circle. There's no way to fight in that, as well as the Exorcism. Another self-stun. The Mask still clicking away, but this is becoming more and more dangerous.
Well, their ultis, the DP ulti is running out. It's interesting that they had the DP ulti again for this fight. It's also interesting that I literally just said he should never be jumping on top of Wyvern, yada, 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 and he instantly jumps on top of Wyvern first.
Yeah.
And sometimes, especially early on, it happens when you aren't, I guess, too concerned about the black hole. It was on cooldown, so you're not really thinking about that positioning too much. Son Goku needs to be careful. I understand that he wants to go Super Saiyan mode and just run in, but a Razor versus DP doesn't work that way. If you just run into the spirits, you die. Toss back, mid lane.
Yes, Son Goku once again caught by 3 different heroes.
Yeah, just a casual toss back, and that's it.
It's been happening a little bit too much for Son Goku. I mean,
He's just making that anime storyline, right? Like, it's all about the comeback. Right now he's running on... No, right now they're killing him. Then he's gonna run on the Snake's path for like 2 seasons.
Yeah, it's gonna be training montage and everything. And then he's gonna come in and his hair's gonna turn a different color, and then big old lightning ball, I suppose, is gonna shoot out from him. It's gonna win the game.
Or he gets tossed back and dies. That also happens sometimes.
Alright. Let's talk about this Alchemist again, because he's not even going for these axe spells. He's still working away at that Lotus Orb. It's gonna hit it soonish.
Radiant's bottom tower.
What do you make of it? Is that gonna be enough of an impact from him? I mean, he's
Still a highest net
acid
worth.
praise nice, right?
Still highest net worth support from that position 5. So that's already some impact. Getting the Lotus Orb or not.
Net worth an Alchemist though, it feels like it's half a hero if you're not ahead in items, right? Because
Which he is.
That's really what all is about.
He's 5k net worth, right? Like he has as much as a hero and a half on the side of Team Saiyans.
Small side, yeah, maybe.
So it's not that bad. Like you have a stun, you have minus armor, you have a hero that can actually run into the fights. If he builds a Blink Dagger as well, he'll be able to initiate together with the Tiny. It's not like you don't have to. It's not super necessary to go for that axe. This hero has been played on 4 or 5 for ages, really. And he had multiple different builds from Medallion, Solar Crest, from Soul Ring, from Urn Vessel, Blink Dagger. You know, like from Aghanim's first. Like Aghanim's first is probably the least common item build on the Alchemist, right? Support, that is. Because usually you always want to be getting at least one of those support items, something that helps out. Only as of late have they started just spamming Aghanims straight up.
Yeah.
And that's when your team can play 4v5, because if you are going for that Aghanims first, you're completely useless. Like, then you are truly just a creep on the map farming.
Exactly, I mean, because that's exactly what we saw yesterday. The game, what was it again? Shenzhen. That's exactly what they did, you know, just give the Alchemist a safe lane farm.
Which is...
I mean, the other heroes were able to take that, like that Juggernaut, and there was no way to stop the spin TP, so they could take this more aggressive farms safely. And get more resources sorted out of the map, so that strategy was sound. Didn't end up being enough as, okay, they find a way in here, right on top of Marcy as well, so the Wyvern, the curse comes out on the Monkey King. Lotus Orb,
Son Goku.
we're doing a whole lot. Son Goku barely gets his way out, and not straight into Roche with the Exorcism still going. top, the acid spray, Alchemist tanking. Yeah, this one's gonna go down sooner rather than later.
He didn't get out. PP kind of let him get out, right? On Monkey King, he just bailed. PP went back,
Okay.
but he went back because he has more pressing matters. He has this big dino to kill.
Yep.
He's a dinosaur from now on, by the way, for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's sort of a dinosaur, I can see that. But yeah, no one silence to prevent any sort of defense, any sort of Son Goku also dropping super freaking low, just need a little bit of extra. And there it is from PP.
Middle tower is under
That
attack.
was the worst of all worlds. We're setting up for a tier 1 defense at 23 minutes in after they just lost Roshan without the proper spells, without any sort of initiation advantage. Cyan kind of tumbling there.
Yeah, they didn't have the Wyvern, they didn't have the Curse. LG found good Black Hole. It wasn't perfect, they didn't have a lot of damage in it, but they still did manage to silence the Terrorblade and kill him before he uses his... Does he have Manta, by the way? Can you...
He does not.
Did he...
Skadi.
He went for
He went-
Skadi first, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he got Yasha and then he went for the Skadi.
It's not that uncommon.
gold.
Yeah, it's not that uncommon, but if he had something like a Manta, then that play wouldn't be possible, right? Like he'd be able to Manta that silence off and use Thunder on someone.
Dire's middle tower is under
LBCS just playing a bit better, I would say. The 70% from the crowd favorites.
It wasn't 70, it was 69, alright?
Oh yeah, how
That's better than 70.
how do I dare even?
Exactly. But yeah, it's 10k net worth advantage now. Spread out over all the cores essentially. But also the Alchemist, as I said. Got the Lotus Open now. Also very helpful in this game, you know, potentially against Thunder if you can get it off at the right time. Queen of Pain can dispel, reflect Shadow Strike. The Winter's Curse also pretty important. Try and get rid of. You can reflect a static link. Can nullify that to some extent. So very value item in this game, but he's working away at his axe as Cyan. Trying to re-establish some control. Foreman Smoke in towards their own jungle. Kagome is actually farming alone. Jumps in as the smoke breaks, but they have no idea where he is.
He has Aegis,
Oh,
he has
no.
BKB. You might get him once,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
but even that is a big maybe.
Oh, I could have gotten him twice. But it's Ghost cancels BKB TP. He was all alone there, so if they do get the drop on him, he was done for.
Yeah. Possible. I'll give you that. I'll give you it was possible. He almost also has his Skadi. Just needs the point booster. He's a big chunky boy on this Monkey King. He's having a good time, which isn't something that I expected, considering the lane that he had. But he did pretty damn well in it. Black Hole.
Goku is not having a good time though.
Is under attack. Dire's
Constantly being bullied out of any fight. BKB TP out, so now that's a cooldown. They're held onto the black hole, which means the threat of it is still alive. And worrisome for Saiyan.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Not
attack. Dire's bottom tower
okay.
is falling.
Sometimes,
Expected him to keep his catapult alive, but no.
yeah, sometimes that threat of the black hole is stronger than the black hole itself.
Are fortified.
Yeah.
You let the enemies defeat themselves mentally, and then you just scoop up the W. That's all you have to do. D-Drop, did you know? Sometimes you don't even have to win. You just let them. You flame them a little bit in all chat, you know.
Yeah, you
Question
don't have to
mark.
win, the other team just needs to lose, right?
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
that what you think?
That's what this game is all about. It's about losing, not winning. You just force them to lose.
I don't know what that kind of view says to, about you as a person, but we're just gonna move past that.
It means that I'm perfect. That's how
Sure.
everyone should be looking at this game.
What is the perfect first target for the Alchemist Axe? Like, he's 900 gold away from it. Give it to the Monkey King straight away, or?
I
someone
mean,
else.
do you give it to anyone else? I think you buy one eggs this game and that's it. You give it to Monkey
Yeah.
and you're done. You don't have to build any more.
Yeah, DP is kind of tiny. For support is kind of Enigma is
So you're giving them
I mean, I can set Enigma apparently is a ton of extra damage. So eventually, I guess. But yeah, it's the only real big thing would be the Monkey King, especially with him already having a lot of net worth, a lot of levels, a lot of damage. You know, just adding extra units, extra extra monkeys is going to be that much more effective, right?
Can you tell detachment to speed it up a little bit? Like we're expecting the Saganins for a long time. We want to see where it goes.
Yeah.
You have his
he's
numbers,
getting there.
though, right?
Ah, of course, of course. I have all the numbers. Big friends. We hang out on the weekends. I fly over to China.
That's why your dragon drop. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Alright. There's still the Terrorblade though. Let's talk about the other side. Like, this guy is a very scary carry. He does have the Mana style now. Looking for a butterfly, not too far away from it. So, how does he match up in the late game carries matchup situations?
Man, you don't win versus Monkey. Super late game. There is this like point in the game in which you do feel a bit stronger, and they are sort of in that place right now. But you don't have nearly as much farm. Plus, this monkey is going to be get eggs given to him now.
Yep.
There are some issues for the TB. It comes down to the way the team fight is fought. Really, it doesn't. It's not anything but that. So we'll see if they manage to get this decent team fight. And it's not only the TB, by the way. There is also the Razor. He's finding his farm. He's getting to that. I believe they have the Butterfly, plus they have the Refresher on Razor right now. So,
Not quite, but soon needs 300 gold.
yeah, with that 300 gold, they should definitely fight. There is
And
an
the Printer
Arcane Rune
one.
popped on PP though. Will he use this Exorcism for something, I wonder? Probably not. They didn't find any opportunities.
Yep. Well, I might want to look for one now, though.
Use it on the creeps. Come on.
They have a smoke ready? They do have one on Tiny. It looks like they're kind of grouping up. It's Tiny gets stunned by the freaking ogre. It's always embarrassing. So what can you do?
I mean, those creeps are skilled. They're getting better and better. I swear these creeps in a couple of patches are gonna be better than my teammates.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given, right? Because creeps press their spells reliably, and that can't always be said for teammates.
Let's see if
but there we
this
go.
black hole can be reliable.
The Razor, he is just done for, isn't he? Son Goku, no chance at escape with or without that refresher. So, well, the fight's over before it started.
Yeah, the problem is you're playing with the Wyvern and you're feeling a bit safe. Like you can be the one scouting out, breaking smokes. Like they probably knew. This is Division 2, but I'm pretty sure Saiyan knew where LBZS is coming from. That's why they positioned themselves the way they did. But the Wyvern is in this conundrum, right? Do I use my ulti and then we lose because there's nothing to stop Black Hole, or do I save my Razor?
Yeah.
Or I let him die. That is, so it's
But caught between a rock and a hard place. But the Razor dying so quickly as well, it kind of takes that that question away from you at the very least. As they smoke up themselves.
bait on the rune, but PP too
trying
fast.
to at least, but yeah. It's always the fanciest place, you know, just waited the rune, smoked up, someone chose them, it's like, oh yeah, an Invis. I'll take, oh god, I'm dead.
There's also, by the way, a Lincoln's on Enigma, so even that black hole cancellation is pretty much impossible right now. You don't have ways of dealing with it. There is nothing to break the Lincolns through BKB, I believe, on their side, so if he jumps in...
this is problematic. Doesn't... How do you deal with that? Get a refresher on Wyvern?
It's hard, really.
Alright, they're jumping in, one opening forward, straight into the Malthus though! That's awkward. That is
Happens.
very awkward. And now with the Wyvern also being caught. Cyan finds the way up to the high ground. Not that it matters here, just Kagome jumping straight on top of his face. That's a double kill for him. And now into the Roche Pit we go. It's Aegis and the free shot is up for grabs.
Yeah, they're just making pretty much a lot of mistakes. They're also making LBZS look like a skill level above them. And I'm not sure. I expected LBZS to be a bit better, right? This is still a team that has been in Division 1 many times. But so have some of these players on the side of Saiyan. So I expected them to put up a little bit of a better fight so far. They haven't done that. There's still a chance. Like, what do we say about LBZS? LBZS is not a team that's known for breaching high ground easily. So maybe they'll do some mistakes and Saiyan can take off of that.
Exactly. So far it feels like for most of the game has been done to Saiyan. Like, they've not really been able to play the heroes properly. Like, when was the last time we saw the Razor actually able to do something except die instantly, you know? It might still change. Like, Refresher BKB is still very strong if you don't run. Okay, there we go. Once again, scouting them out, and Black Hole catches a couple. Sonic Wave not really stopping it. Razor is dead. Terrorblade might get the stun route he needs to, but no, Kagome with follow stun.
They might even call it.
Just too much. Yeah, I mean, they're just being ran at every single time. LBZS, they're the ones pulling the trigger.
PP gets neutral item away, but still diving hard.
Yeah,
They're coming.
up.
Quap needs to be
Not
careful.
surviving zone, stunned up.
Stun.
Yeah.
They had nothing in them. Even when you asked how do they deal with this black hole, there is nothing. There's no known ways to humanity. You could go for some abyssal or something like that, but it's not going to happen. There are possible ways. It's just that they're never going to happen. Yeah, nicely done by LBZS, really closing the game as well in quite a convincing fashion, farming heroes under the fountain. You look at those mans. Look at this man is happy. And how... this, not so much, but he's all right. He's satisfied, kind of rocking in his chair. I can see those anxious legs moving. I do the same. I will do the same. It also burns calories, you know, when you're moving your leg all the time. It's really good. Right, Tricky? Did you enjoy that? How were the spices?
Yeah, no, I had the spice trade on hold right now, so I'll have to get back to them later. I'm sure it's fine. But Position 5 Alchemist does it again. So it seems to kind of work here in this series, and it just felt like they kind of like lost the lanes when maybe we thought they would have gone a little bit better, and then I don't know. It's really hard to keep up in that net worth farm against, that Battle Fairy Monkey King. It's a rough game.
I don't think the Alchemist has anything to do with this game, honestly.
Gives Monkey King a free Aghanim Scepter. It's pretty good.
I think I saw an Alchemist in the game. I'm not sure.
Come on. Yeah, they won the game long before the Aghanim Scepter came out. Like I was just saying, if it's like Cyan had the game done to them, they were always the one being jumped on, losing hero immediately, and that they could not respond on anything. I mean, push on Goku, a Razor with, or was it 0 and 7, 0 and 8? That's just
it's not
enough. Not what you need out of that hero.
It's not
you
great.
need him to be able to go in and just dominate and get the snowball rolling, be the active part, but you just never had the chance.
Yeah, it's not great that you're, like you said, they were always being jumped on, and meanwhile they're the ones that have Marcy, right? Drag and drop instead of always being on the offense. You like, I completely agree as well that they could have had anything besides that Alchemist. It still would have worked. So all things said on point, but for me, this is the classic example of doing way too much, way too early. Like, you're winning lanes, just continue chilling on them. Pressure just by being there. Instead, Marcy started rotating. I would actually blame all of this on Marcy. On that rotation down bottom, well, not all of it, but the lanes crumbled minute 5-6 when she rotates bottom lane. By the time she gets top, Razor is already done. Like, he died twice. He can no longer be that beast that just controls the Monkey King completely. Instead, he's just there, and he's pretty much feeding. So, yeah, very nicely done by LBZS. Kudos to Enigma. He was on top of the network first 15 minutes, just completely crushing it.
Yeah, and that's a hero that as the game goes on, we've seen obviously since the major, it becomes such a staple pick just because of the late game presence. Like, once you have the BKB and the Lincolns, you're pretty much guaranteed to win most team fight engagements unless the Enigma is the one that gets jumped. His positioning was always on point this game, so really difficult, especially when you have the scouting potential of the Monkey King. Like, they have a lot more different avenues for finding the right heroes, essentially, right?
Yeah, a lot of these fights started with Kagome just jumping around, seeing them, initiating either himself with a Boundless Strike or just having his teammates right behind him, just immediately jumping on somebody, and mostly Son Goku on the Razor, once again, or the Winter Wyvern, or both. And at that point, the fight was already lost. Like, Team Cyan lost the initiative, and then they either try and run away with what heroes they can, which is going to doom them, or they try and fight in the choke point as well. In the very last fight, we saw that perfectly exemplified. And then you get black holed, right? So it's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't at that point. And it was just some really great play from LBZS to make that happen. And
what do you think? What do you think they could have done differently?
Team Saiyan, I think you had it right with the laning stage kind of going badly, but even after that, they didn't really transition properly. Like, they kept having individual heroes being called out, and they didn't have a good enough read on LBZ's movements, perhaps. So I think that might have been something that they could have improved on, trying to find better angles into being active themselves. You know, just use that Sonic Wave more often. How often do we see Zone use it to get a kill? Like, maybe once or twice when it was successful, and not much more beyond that, right?
Yeah, once or twice is very fair to say. They only had one way of initiating, though. That's the Marcy, and she didn't have the best game as well. So that's also an issue. Like, you jump in most of the time with Marcy, and this is what happens afterwards. You either eat the black hole or you get caught, tossed back in somewhere. It was a problematic game for them from that aspect. Perhaps banning the Enigma would be better for them, or picking something that always counters it, such as a silencer, let's say. I know he's not in the meta, or a Rubik maybe. The Rubik is perhaps a bit easier to play with. Wyvern is in the meta. Like, this hero is actually coming back. The Shards build is pretty solid. He's picked across all regions, but in a game such as this one, I wouldn't like to be the Wyvern. Let's put it that way. Like, I actually wouldn't like to play it at all. And I just noticed that Monkey has hands for his feet. You saw that?
He's a monkey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do monkeys usually have that?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
But it's never that pronounced. That's super pronounced. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll believe you guys.
This game, I feel like once LBZS like came back in the lane, this game, or like you said, like once they kind of took back that safe lane and Kagome kind of started to take off on the Monkey King, there's just not a lot you can do to stop Kagome on this hero once he gets starts pulling ahead and starts getting a lot of space. It is one of his like best safe lane carries, like by a landslide. So I think maybe address, like you said, the Enigma in the draft, or potentially don't let Kagome get this Monkey King. He's had such an incredible performance on it in Division 1, and he's actually still had a pretty good performance here in Division 2 on it. So
Yeah,
I think that's something to maybe prioritize as well.
They pretty much got 3 of their best cores, I would say, like
Yeah.
Enigma, Monkey, and DP. But I hate to stray you guys away from this, but stop gaslighting me. I just googled monkey feet. I'm gonna have some very weird Google searches in my history.
Should have turned on incognito, my friend. Should have turned it on.
I messed up. I didn't think about it. I'm like, I'm just googling animals, right?
The lizards,
I'm
we all
gonna-
make choices.
No,
You
I'm
made
just
yours.
gonna-
We're
I'm
gonna
just
have to
gonna-
live with the consequences.
I'm just gonna Google now. Monkey head, monkey bag. I have the whole set. Anyway.
Monkey on the back is something else entirely as well. So,
Oh man,
careful
I
with
don't
that.
want to know all of your kinks, but anyways, in that picture, like his toes were longer than his fingers. That's all I'm. Gonna say.
Yeah.
It looked.
Yeah,
really
that is true. It
pronounced.
did look a little weird. I'll give you that. It once you pointed out, I was like, huh, that is strange.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we can do all the monkey research we want to do in our short break, because we're going to go do that for just a moment, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Saiyan versus LBZS. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Or not.
No,
Maybe
we're
we'll-
not. We're gonna stay here.
We're not.
No,
We're just gonna stay
breaks
here.
allowed. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No.
go sleep till
we're just-
Brooklyn. Woo!
So,
All right.
what can you? How can you defend yourselves now after admitting to be gaslighting me about monkey feet? Tell me.
You
I mean,
were
I can't-
gaslighting us about us gaslighting you just now. So
What?
I don't know if that's real. We never gaslit you.
Never
It's
at
all in your head.
Yeah, it's
All in your
again, all just up here. All just up here.
Yeah.
How does Saiyan turn on Super Saiyan mode? What do they have to do?
I think you just draft mostly. I think they do just need to have like a better draft for the lanes, draft for like a little bit more sustainability, and try and play around that rather than, I don't know, trying to, like you said, do too much or too early. I think that was a big deal. I think they just got to draft for strong lanes and play that out.
Makes sense, yeah. Do you ban out the Enigma for game 2? What do you guys think? Will they?
I don't think the Enigma is the biggest issue. I think you can leave Enigma in and find answers to it, but it looks like we can now finally go to a break. So we're going to go to a small break, and then we will actually be back here with game number 2. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey everybody, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the short break as we are getting ready to jump right back into the action here for Division 2 of the CNDPC. For those of you who may just be joining us, we've got Team Saiyan taking on LBZS, and LBZS currently up 1-0 in the series. My name is Art Cryptic, joined here with Drag and Drop and Lizard, of course. Very happy to be here on such a handsome panel. But we were talking a lot before the break, mostly about what Team Saiyan can do, you know, to maybe bring things back their way. But let's reverse the role here, Lizard. I'll start with you this time because obviously, you know, giving a little bit of favoritism to Dragon earlier. I'm sorry. No. If you're LBZS, do you have to change anything going into game 2 here, or do you just try and rinse and repeat?
I just have to dedicate this day to my mom, my dad. We've been waiting for this. They picked us first. It happened.
It's like PE all over again.
Your life's work is complete.
Yeah, like, can I be brutally honest here? I don't see Saiyan taking game 2 if LBZS plays the same way. Like, if LBZS plays the same way, Saiyan, they're all over the place. And this isn't the first series that I've seen them be all over the place.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping. I have high hopes. I believe that it's still possible, but yeah, it won't be easy.
Yeah. I didn't hate the draft last game, like, but saying they were felt like they were asleep at the wheel, that they weren't quite in the zone, as it were. That something was missing. Whereas LBZS, they just took matters into their own hands, had a game plan, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, what they needed to do. They came out of the lanes much better than they maybe should have, but they used that advantage and close out the game. They didn't offer up that many of these opportunities, like we were talking about in the pregame. Like, they didn't really show too many weaknesses for Saiyan to exploit, even if they were in a state where they could do so. So it's very, very promising to see LBZS have that shape today.
Yeah, let me just say, the teams of this level very often have a very narrow hero pools and comfort zones, and if you put them out of these comfort zones, they look completely different. So that's something that I would probably look after, and that's why they ban out the Enigma. I wouldn't even mind banning out the DP. Like, get PP off of his DP, get LG off of the Enigma, and Kagome even off of the Monkey. I would ban out all of their comfort heroes and then play off of that. Like, it makes the game. It's kind of ego breaking, though, right? Like, you need to ban out their best heroes, whatever. Just do it.
Yeah.
It's not about the meta. It's about what they're most comfortable with. Play off of that. But arguably, LBZS already got a decent couple of heroes, the Alchemist and the Razor. What do you think about Venge, by the way?
In general, or in this game? Because in general,
Well, in this game, because you had Marcy still left in the pool, they decided to go for Venge instead.
oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Maybe they just felt the Marcy wasn't as good into the Alk lane as they expected. Like, it's. I can't imagine why they would skip
played
it,
that
though.
lane like that, right? Yeah, it's. I think Marcy was good against the Alchemist. Like, you can just man fight him and bully him, and
Look,
it's absolutely fine. And then Marcy just led the lane.
What do you think about all the heroes that went uncontested? Like, you have Dead Prophet, you have Treant, you have Nature's Prophet, and you have Marcy. Like, 4 arguably most contested heroes in the meta, and now PA Viper picks just out of the blue. I guess with Venge you get some minus armor.
Yeah, PA picks makes Venge make a lot more sense. Like, it's still a solid hero, like pretty good stats. You have stun, you have a lot of extra minus armor. That swap has a saving potential.
Viper's a strong
Yeah.
lane hero too. This is a hero
too,
that can definitely dominate lanes and turn that into an early game momentum. He's not as much as he like. A lot of people used to joke about win lane lose game when it came to Viper. I think that hero has a lot of scaling potential nowadays to where that's not necessarily the case. So I do like the Viper pick in that essence, but it doesn't really seem like there's a real hero he's specifically countering other than just like protecting the PA with this pick.
It was XM, right? Like yesterday or the day before, that demonstrated that very nicely. He played mid, he owned with it. Like you said, hero can scale. There's just so many item builds to go on him. I still don't believe that Venge. If Venge is 5, I don't see Venge plus PA winning versus Razor plus Hoodwink, let's say. And also with the Hoodwink, you do get that break later on against the PA. Or you can just lane Marcy plus Razor and have Hoodwink plus Alchemist top lane. And this could be an Alchemist. Are they actually thinking about Alchemist core here? Because that's how it seems to me.
That's what it looks like to me too, yeah. With the Marcy Hoodwink picks, it more bodes towards it being a core Alch and a core Razor. I mean, things can change. We've seen a lot of core Hoodwink kind of as like a thing in pubs. It's not necessarily super often that you see it in the DPC just because the hero is so valuable just from the support position, but it could be. And I want to bring back something you pointed out in a moment ago, Lizard, which was the fact that someone like Death Prophet is ignored in this draft. Meanwhile, it is the number 1 most contested hero in China specifically. Now, Puck reigns supreme over all of the regions, but nearly 50% of all picks and bans across all 6 regions for Death Prophet comes from the Chinese region. So this is a hero that is like substantially more favored here, and it goes completely ignored here.
Well, could still be looking for mid hero for LBZS, so if that gets left in the pool. And not picked up by Saiyan, then might yet see that here very late in the draft.
Are you worried, by the way, if they do go for a mid hero, are you worried that Hoodwink plus Alchemist will get crushed? Like, Razor plus Marcy will do fine, but Alchemist plus whatever versus Viper and Tiny does not sound fun. I feel that they would lose that. And you don't really want a completely losing lane on an Alchemist, right? Like
you want some extra levels at the very least to start off with. Get the Essence Spray and the passive going, and then you can shift into the jungle. But if you don't even get these levels without dying a couple of times, you're absolutely right. That should be a bit rough, but it might be something that they choose to try and deal with.
And you talked about Alchemist mid in the last game. I'm not a fan of that either.
Yeah.
Like, you go for an Alchemist mid, then you have an Alchemist mid. You don't have a mid laner. You have some AFK farmer. Unless you somehow get a semi-core on that safe lane, like some Ember or something similar. But then again, you're facing the same issue. You're laning into a Viper. Let's see how they get
lane is going to be awful, right? I mean, is any good hero against the Viper?
Yeah, but there are some heroes that do more with less, and there are some heroes that definitely need that early game potential and farm. It looks like Team Saiyan is completely expecting a position 5 so far, at least.
They ban the Abaddon Oracle.
Which is completely interesting to me. So they're thinking that either Hoodwink or Marcy are actually cores here.
Okay.
I think they just want to guarantee this Viper snowballs his lane, right? Because you just remove both versions of Dispel from the support position, right? So you don't have to worry about it. That being said, the more I think about like Alchemist plus potentially like Hoodwink in the safe lane, if you get like a Blightstone on the Hoodwink, it's really not that bad because Alchemist nowadays is usually going like points in Acid Spray and Concoction well before getting any points in Grievel's Greed, especially from the safe lane. They end up going for a Weaver. Interesting. And a Batrider response, or a Batrider first from Saiyan. So it is going to be another support Alchemist, this time with a safe lane Weaver. And that is a hero that's fantastic into the Viper.
Yeah, it changes things quite a bit. Like with the Weaver, now you have also the minus armor, you have the double attack from Gemnet. So overall, it makes things nicer. Plus, it doesn't matter if Viper or Batrider go top. Both of them aren't that great into a Weaver. So you can see that Team Saiyan right now is thinking, like, which one do we pick? Which one do we send? It doesn't matter because Weaver should do fine against either one of them.
Also leaves us with an offlane Marcy for LG, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So,
Hero does really good with farm, I'll say that much. Like, she is one of those heroes that does an incredible amount of damage if she's able to get the items for it. So we'll see how it goes.
yeah, it's the thing, right? As good as her kit is, her normal kits is for support. Like the ultimate's kind of, getting a lot of hits in as a support, not really your job most of the time. But as a core, that equation looks a little bit different. So
Are you hyped about Marcy core? Like, we don't see that often.
yeah, we really don't. I'm looking forward to it. You're gonna be up with the Hoodwink, so that's also a bit of a kill lane, I suppose. Two very annoying heroes to play into. Certainly as a, I guess Son Goku on the Phantom Assassin as well.
Yeah,
So
I think it should be
to
really
maybe
good.
try and block that
I
lane.
can't wait to see how they actually like play this one out. That being said, real quick predictions from each of you. Lizard, you can go first this time again.
I'll just go with LB's yes once again.
You just think they just seem like the better team right now. Is what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go in depth. We have a game for that, but I just think that they're a bit better. That's
Perfect.
it.
Same for you, Drag and Drop.
Yeah, like after seeing game one, seeing Team Saiyan just look at a different level, I have to agree with with LBZS as well. Like they're probably gonna. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time to see game two just look completely different and teams kind of just swapping their accounts or something. But I don't believe that to be the case here.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and jump into game number 2 here, everyone. So without any further delay, go ahead and take it away, Drag and Drop and Lizard.
Well, we are, and we're also looking at LBZS already looking to make things happen. The smoke rotation aggressively into the triangle, unscouted. Now they have the
Without
high
further
ground.
ado,
Tiny is running right into them, and yep, that'll be that.
Well,
Who to give it to? Razor.
I've seen the same nickname have similar situations in the last game with Marcy. I was hoping that he'll have a bit of a better start, at least a bit of a better game, but this might be disheartening for him. We'll see. It's just first blood. It's not a biggie. Who got it, by the way? I didn't see.
The Razor. TP on the mid. They also got an Observer Ward. So the attachment gets some extra money. Now they'll make it play up top. Jump forward here. Try to make it play straight into LWW. The Viper very vulnerable early on. So there'll be a secondary kill. They might get LG in turn, certainly with Zone also stacking up the Napalm. Son Goku also paying a lot of health points for it. He does get the kill, but at what cost, Lizard? At what cost?
At what cost? At a major cost of his life.
Yeah.
He threw it into the grave just for that 100 gold kill.
It's also already 11 one-charges on PP. Make it 12.
But at what
Can you
cost?
do, right? Nothing. Literally nothing. Gets them for free.
Well, Zone pays for them with mana.
I guess.
It's nice when someone else pays for your lunch, right? Nice mana. Very nice.
Yeah.
So, are we getting ourselves a Venge core? We are.
Yep.
This is not a fun lane for Venge. Like playing into the Weaver. But you do have a ton of stuns. So if they get some good sentry on in the lane, and this Weaver uses Sukuchi a little bit too aggressively, what can happen is you just blow him up with tiny toss combo plus the stun.
Yeah.
Depending on how he skills Venge, though. There are some Venges that like to max out that stun early on. There are some that go for minus armor. I think getting a couple of levels of stun wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah. It is a pretty good nuke, right? The stun duration doesn't scale amazingly, but the damage certainly does. I mean, it doubles from level 1 to level 2. Plus 90. Yeah. Viper going down. LG just keeps committing on Son Goku.
Yeah, the position 5 Viper doesn't feel that great. Son Goku now
Go
as
again.
well.
Another jump, another dispose. Son Goku with a bushwhack. He's down for the count as well.
He had time to eat that tree, but it didn't matter. He was gonna die anyway. Marcy plus Hoodwink actually looking legit. Of course, right? Like two of the most contested laners, let's put that way, strongest laners at the moment. Not a big surprise that they're doing all right. And it doesn't get easier, really. When LG gets his Orb of Corrosion, it's a ton of minus armor against both the PA and the Viper. Viper usually a hero that you want to be doing. You want to be doing all right from the get-go. Bottom lane, I think Tiny should be fine. Yeah, nice avalanche.
Well-timed avalanche, just getting out of vision.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
how
Like
he felt,
he needed both, right? Like to get out of vision and to use avalanche. So nicely done by him, really. Who are you expecting the most out of on the side of Saiyan? Hold that thought, Viper top lane again.
Yeah, normally you'd say Viper would be doing a lot, but I guess he's setting up for the counter kill this time. One for one exchange, but I would say the Batrider, like it's one of these heroes that you kind of need to be super active. Should be having a good time in mids, but right now Razor's just right there, even stealing bounty runes up top.
Razor was the one that got the first blood, right? So he got a bit of an advantage there.
But yeah, I mean, Zone should still be fine. Like, worst comes to worst, you can farm a couple of stacks here and there if they get to make them for him. And then you can get, like, boots of travel. And just run at people and just do tons of damage. Even control up the Weaver long enough. Like, that's a very squishy bug. You control him up with, like you were saying, even just with MS and the Tiny. But you add the battle on top of that and you're gonna get some kills. Don't get to live when now inside the River of Death. He's only level 2, not exactly super survivable.
He should be fine.
With Razor stole 72 damage, so that's a lot of that damage came from.
And the difference here is like once you leave LG, he's fine. You don't really have kill potential. He has that rebound to work with. He's even pressuring you. He needs to be out of position for you to kill him. Meanwhile, in that last game, every time you leave Razor, he'd die. On the other side, obviously, not the same team that I'm talking about. But yeah, sometimes you can allow yourself to leave and get some map control. Which is what they did to the Batrider that you mentioned. Like, zone is... We were talking about the comfort zones as well. I no pun intended or whatever this is.
Oh, of course.
No, but seriously, like he plays a lot of Batrider. Like this guy loves his bat, and it's a decent bat game. So we have to expect him to be doing the most MS.
Goes down, up top Salad also in trouble, gets a rebound, and the dispose. Yeah, LG trying his best to keep his friend alive. Another scurry forward, and the bushwhack, don't tell he does get to live.
And this is a problem, right? Like, I was talking about the same exact thing. Like, you have Avenge on the offlane. It's the same exact thing like a Viper or Razor offlane. You can't really leave her. And Tiny has left her. For what? To go top?
And not get a kill? Yeah.
What's happening here? Yeah, what's happening here with this dynamic? Who's calling him top lane? MS might die again.
So much damage with Yasuo spray on top. 2 points up on unstable concoction, and in the box too. It was really great play from Kagome as well, making sure that they keep vision so detachment can get stunned out.
Usually the way you want to play this, or the way it's played, is if you're losing the offlane, which happens, right? It happens often. You call for your mid laner and he comes and helps once they're diving. You sell it, but you stay there with 2 heroes.
Might get him this time. Then again,
maybe not. Yeah.
Maybe not.
He has missed chance as well from Skari. He leveled it early on.
No bushwhack, so Wenhao will barely make his way out, and LWW as well. Keep your rotation. Might still connect on Son Goku, honestly, especially with the bushwhack. He did take a very interesting path to try and get out of there, and does find a jump onto the creep wave.
But look at this.
Nick of time as,
this is
This is very sad.
It's your position 5 Venge now. It's not even an offlane.
Yeah.
He has the same amount of farm, more or less, like the Hoodwink, and the Alchemist will take over eventually once he starts taking some space with the passive. So you also lost your tier 1 tower on the offlane to a Weaver.
To see Zone here being jumped on, this post back, damage drain, Bushwhack to follow. He is not long for the world. They did have,
Dire's top tower is
yeah, they
under
did have
attack.
perfect vision on him, didn't they? Walk on
What
the high
is-
ground.
What is the solution, Mr. Dragon?
Don't die. That's a good.
Don't
that would
die?
be the start.
Don't die and just kill them, right? Just win.
Yeah,
lol.
don't die. Just kill him. Stun him. I mean, they're being pulled apart. They're being rendered in every lane, and they have no response. They're just.
Are they? Or are they doing it to themselves? I would argue the latter.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, it goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
This should make my life easier.
And again, why was Zone there in the first place? He was all alone. After there was just engagement up top, like, yeah, there's a stack. Maybe he was like, oh yeah, I could steal this one, but that's a silly idea when you don't know where everyone is, when you don't have any backup, right?
Do you know what shoes ninjas wear?
Ninja gear?
Radiant's middle tower
No,
is under
sneakers.
Sneakers? Okay,
This is Black's joke, by the way.
amazing. Yeah,
I have to resort. This is my last resort, you know. I have nowhere else to run, so I ran into.
it's a good lasso
Okay,
here, but
LG.
Kagome ultimate rotation. Son Goku super low. LG surviving for quite a while. Son Goku will pay with his own life. Another bushwhack here, setting up for the Batrider. That's Zone down, and Kagome is looking for more. Does have all he has is right clicks on the Shikuchi.
is under attack.
I'm
He's
have to
still
get rid of
gone.
the damage here, and PT is taking over. And the triple kill for the Weaver. So they got a kill, but then they died a bunch of times because they're already so far behind. Another tower goes down on top of that. 5k gold advantage, not even 10 minutes in. This is worrisome.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Detachment mid
mids,
lane.
another jump. LG coming right back alive and looking immediately for more kills. LWW is dead. Son Goku tried to trade. And now the swap back. Alright, not the worst thing. Into the stun. Oh, Bushwhack LG finds a dispose. Damage over time. It's not going to be enough. Zone. Can he get in range? He's trying.
Still the
He's
item.
trying. That was he gets the last right click out. I don't know who got the item. I think it was might have still been Alchemist. An extra shovel in his inventory, but
It's okay. They traded 1 for 2.
yeah.
It's not even that bad for Saiyan as long as they're at least getting some kills. It's sad to say 10 minutes in they're 5k behind,
Yeah.
and even some trades are okay for you. At least you're not just constantly dying. This game looks like one of those. This honestly looks like my pub Weaver games.
Yeah. Detachment now as well, maybe not. He does get Chemical Rage out and I'll swap back in. LWW's there to help out. This will take them a while even. It's a 5 position Alc. Only level 6. Surely they're gonna get it.
Radiant's
Surely he doesn't live here, right?
Yeah,
Right.
they will kill him. They should kill him.
There we
It's
go.
just a matter of time. The poison stacks, right? So
It took all of, like, what, 20 seconds?
yeah, took a long time. On the bottom lane, they might lose the bat.
Yeah. Master comes out, but more of a desperation play than anything else. Now that's on cooldown for a long time. It didn't used to be that big of a cooldown, but nowadays, I don't know, 20 seconds. You don't want to waste it if you can help it. And go for
Tiny.
mids, not particularly safe. Tiny either here. Salad kind of setting up. Kagome walking forward. That'll be a dead Rockman. No one else has to run away.
This is a Dreamweaver game now. It's literally the dream. You can do whatever the hell you want to on the map. Even the build is perfect. He went for the Power Treads and Dragonlance, so he's not really that squishy. He's not afraid of being blown up in, let's say, a single lasso if it connects on him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, silver lining, I guess, for saying is that yeah, Grimson Weaver isn't that great if Alchemist buys it. But that's a very slim
yeah.
lining right there. It's not a lot.
You can always buy him a moonshot instead, right?
Yeah, that's true. Zone even gets messed up by the creeps. He gets
Again, he's all
ensnared.
alone. He gets disposed back, he gets killed before his team can even think about getting near.
He got ensnared by the trolls. They
Oh,
trolled
what?
him.
Oh,
They
no.
trolled him, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Big sad. I thought it was a bushwhack.
No, it was a troll. Bushwhack came after.
Well, either way, he dies. The rest of the team just kind of sitting there now, being like, what do we do? I'm just gonna sit here and feed, says Viper.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it. Sentries coming? I'm gonna sit here and D-ward while the rest of my team leaves, and while my Bat Rider just died bottom.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
interesting. The attachment is buying. He's buying a shard. I don't see it very often, or I don't notice it. But this chemical rage potion that you throw on your ally is pretty
Yep.
solid. On Kagome, you throw it. He's gonna get that bonus attack speed.
Oh yeah.
Pretty nice for a Weaver. He's going for Lincoln's next. Like, this man is so fat. He's a thick boy.
Must be
13
really good
minutes in.
for Razor, right?
Yeah, for Razor it's solid as well.
Well, zone, be gone again. Bushwhack to follow, the extra ult. Time lapse out of trouble.
Just have to be careful a bit on Kagome. Like, I like his build. He's still not unkillable. It's a Weaver, right? So
Yep.
you can sometimes catch yourself throwing games with the Weaver, games that you're completely in control.
Dyer's
Some
bottom
swap
tower
into Lasso,
Yeah.
perhaps.
That's the thing. Weaver's one of these heroes where you can own early on, and then you feel great, but then you overextend like once. It's like okay, whatever. But then you overextend twice, and your game is done.
Luckily
Well,
for him, he
not.
does have a couple of extra cores on his side that are also
yeah.
doing really well.
Like this is one of these games where you shouldn't be too worried. Again, 10k advantage, not even 15 minutes in. We even got some extra helping items. Yeah, that's a Medallion of Courage actually in Alchemist. An item that we don't actually see a lot anymore, is it? For a while there was the minus armor meta where that was had to be bought on any team. But
You can do Rosh quite easily with it though. Like
Yeah.
Acid Spray, Medallion, and the bugs, and Rosh is just gone.
yeah. Can you do something about this? The answer is no. Just checking that box, you know.
Yeah. You have to. You have to. Even though it's just a formality, you have to ask yourself, can they do something? No, never mind. MS, getting a bit closer to that tags. That's something that's nice on Avenge, that Fed, right? If you have Avenge offlane that's not doing too lovely, at least once she does get that tags, you have two Avenges that can't do a lot. So
Yeah.
two is better than one at least.
That is true. I mean,
double
that
the
is a
fun.
big upgrade for sure. As LWW. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say anything here. Yeah, I mean,
He's just a man whose intentions
it
are
changes
good.
the entire hero, right?
You know?
Basically makes talking about MS, like it basically means that you have a permanent axe, a permanent Aegis, right? So
Yeah.
respawn immediately. You have another set of spells. And you have to kill her twice for it to be valuable or to be really useful. Because if you don't kill the illusion, she's just gonna be respawning right there at the illusion as well.
Yeah. But who wants to live forever, by the way?
In this game, yeah, that's a good call. Nice catch
Yeah.
on Salad though. So
Do
MS,
you
the only
want
one
to
who's
stay
really
forever
picking up
young?
things. I'll think about that in a moment. As PP gets a BKB off. Just in the nick of time since the Razor dead, stun over on a mess. He just gets ripped apart. As Wenhao next to the list as well.
scanning. Dyer's bottom
Alright,
tower
to answer your question. Staying forever young, would that also mean that you would stay forever stupid? Or could you still
Well,
get
not
wiser?
all of us are stupid when young. It's just me and some other
I don't know, a lot of
bastards,
people
but
are. Yeah.
Maybe you're smart. I don't know.
I thought it was smart, but the older I get, the more I realize that in a lot of cases that really wasn't.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't
It
know.
was down, this
Unkillable.
zone. That's what happens now. Oh no, he dies. A big surprise. I'd like to make this hype, but it's really not.
I feel like you're a little bit disgruntled by Saiyan.
I mean, I expected a lot more from them. Let's be real here.
Yeah, it's hard. Like it was noticeable in game 1, but it looked significantly
Yeah.
better. This game 2, they just got completely obliterated in the lanes, even harder, even more so. Again, the thing is, like, they did the same mistake, and it's very easy one to adjust, and everything will change. Not everything. They won't become 10 times of a better team, but I'm sure if they do have a coach, they can talk about it a little bit. Rotations from position 4 are happening way too early and way too far from their offlane. If you have some Timber or some Enigma or some like equilibrium controlling hero, you can do that. But if you have a Venge or a Razor and you're not even crushing the lane and then you abandon them that early on, it can be game losing.
Yeah.
It mostly is game losing.
Certainly is again here. And there's no, especially with this kind of draft, like it's very hard to even construct some sort of comeback. I mean, they've got the repositioning tools, they've got the lasso and the swap. That's some kind of kills, but only in supports. And there's just no real damage to follow up against these stacked carries. I mean, certainly within Aegis, Weavers also has a... does he have a BKB coming? He... Gleipnir, actually.
He switched from it? Like he had Lincolns, then he switched for BKB, now he's switching Gleipnir. PP is in with the BKB. Big boy.
PP has that BKB, you've got the Alchemist, you can kind of throw in the Berserk Persian, also gives extra health regen, 40, which is quite a lot. A little bit of a save there. It's incredibly hard for Saiyan to fight into LBZS, even with the best possible situation, the best possible initiation that you can construct here at this point. And if LBZS playing it out normally, you know, just go from tower to tower. Maybe wait for the next stages before going high ground. Not sure if they need to. Maybe on Marcy as well now, so...
You still wait for the Aegis, right? Like you wait. This one is out, and if you win fights outside of their base, then you can pressure high ground, sure. But if you don't, then you probably don't pressure high ground because you are playing versus Avenger and a Batrider. These guys can get you very deep inside of their base very early on, so. You don't want to do that. You don't want to give them that one chance of a comeback. And LBZS is a team that sometimes does that, right?
Yeah.
So a bit
okay.
of Kale.
Yeah, also heard you double there for a second. Not sure what that was about.
Double the fun.
I guess. Alright, only quick little hiccup apparently, so not the end of the world.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Razor. Here's a 20-minute BKB refresher.
Yeah, they're all pretty big. The 16k advantage this early on is substantial.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I go Miss Courier though.
Yeah, kill
Say
those
goodbye.
guys.
Yeah, say goodbye to the teleport scroll. You're not going anywhere.
Getting rid of all those couriers. Look at them. They smoked out to farm in the enemy jungle, in the Radiant jungle. It's sad, right? Like, but you have to get that money somehow. You need to do something for it, for that gold, for that ching.
It's also very sad playing Phantom Assassin in this situation, right? Because it's not like Son Goku had the worst timing in the world on the battlefield. You got like 15 minutes or so. But just with the way that the pace of the game is, it feels like LBZS is already approaching the late game, while Saiyan barely started the mid game, right?
Yeah, he found some farm, but I guess if right now their win probability is like 99.9%, right? But that's 0.1%. That's the PA with the Battle Fury BKB into Rapier.
Yeah. Certainly not going to be Viper. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Well, it
under
will be him here again, but overall, what's the worst loss you ever had in Dota?
I remember a few games that
Radiant's bottom
kind of looking
tower
like
is
this,
under
except they
attack.
also last twice as long because the enemies don't want to finish because they want to keep padding the stats. So there were games where clearly some smurfs, as the final lasso over on the Alchemist, but the Bushwhack countered, swap, try and save zone here successfully for the moment, as MS coming right back, the illusion instantly dies as well.
Yeah, if they catch them out
Solo
of their
fail.
base.
Oh god, the Bushwhack is on point again. But yeah, the worst losses look a lot like this, except the enemy team full of smurfs.
And what's your
they didn't
best
want to
win?
finish, so they just sit in front of the freaking fountain for 50 minutes instead of hitting buildings.
What's your best win? Which one is the most memorable?
Well, I remember a turnaround where we were also kind of losing, but they just came down mid. I think we still had some racks, and that was anti-mage. I remember that. They had a Storm Spirit.
And you just man avoided the whole team?
Yeah, I buy back, blink in, pop Lincolns with the Abyssal, mana void, get a triple kill, triple or ultra kill, then walk across the base, walk across the map and win the game.
Nice.
Yeah, because I didn't have buybacks. That still sticks in my memory. That was pretty good, pretty cool. How about you? You must have a much bigger trove of experiences, right? Than I do, even from my measly pubs.
It's kind of similar. I have some pro games that I still dream of. I wake up in sweats.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, last to perhaps as smoke comes out. BKB for Razor though. Refresher, that's second ultimate. Burn down one, burn down two. The illusion gonna last that long either. Yeah, this is GG, innit?
It certainly does look that way, yeah. They just didn't manage to get on the map at all after losing the laning stage. Yeah, the laning stage was bad, but no split pushes happened afterwards, nothing like that. They didn't start messing with the lanes, creep skipping. Every time they tried to get out of their base, they got punished for it. It's not over yet. There's still ages to be picked up first by LBZS, and then they should bring this one to an end. But yeah.
All right.
It's unfortunate for Saiyan boys, but it is what it is. They smoke up, they're going for that one last ditch effort, and they're too late. Even that does not work out sadly for them. Let's see.
Smoke will break, pushback actually missing, but Dispose does not, Zone just disappears. MS as well. Yeah, too little health points and too much damage on the other side. It's gonna be not a full 5-man wipe, actually tiny. Able to make it away, and now Detachment is running him down. The 5-position Alchemist looking for the kill, but will not find it. GG's called anyway, and that's a stomp and a half right here. No other way to say it.
Dire's middle tower.
It's a bit unfortunate. Again, I did expect a little bit more on the side. I did at least expect a bit of a fight, but I guess I woke up on the wrong side of that this morning.
Yeah, the first game looked much better from them.
Yeah.
But
it broke them after at the end still, I guess. Oof. Yeah, is there anything to analyze here?
It's rough, right? They're a little bit mismatched, these two teams, and you can see that LBZS is a sort of a team that dropped down from Division 1. Meanwhile, Saiyan will be the team that struggles to stay in Division 2. So the skill discrepancy is definitely visible, very visible, but it's nothing that can't be fixed. Like, I'm sure that saying, if they analyze this, there's a lot to learn from this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you can definitely take away from, two pretty extreme losses, right? Like, it never feels good in the moment. It's a pretty disheartening series to play, obviously, if you're on Team Sand. But like you said, they got some good VODs to look back on and see what went wrong. And I think you highlighted the same thing in this game that you pointed out in game number 1, which is that they kind of abandon a lane that they don't really feel like they should have, and it just leaves this Venge to just die over and over and over in this bottom lane, and it didn't really salvage top either. So They got to come up with some better solutions if their lanes start falling behind, rather than trying to rotate their support across the map. And then if that doesn't work, then what's left. But I don't know. Drag and drop. It was a rough game to watch. There's not much. Like I said, there's not much to talk about. It's a rough one.
Yeah. I'm like, if I was Cyan, I would want to forget this game immediately. But at the same time, as Liz said, it goes back to some issues that they have to look at and they have to fix if they want to stay in this team, because the games are not going to get easier, right? Certainly not if you're playing like this. It kind of felt like they weren't on the same page, that they were playing more of a pub without communicating, without having a game plan. And LBZS, they also look better than they did in some of the other games, I would say. So both that coming together into a very one-sided series.
Yeah, I mean, props where it's due. LBZS played very clean today, like extremely clean. Like, they didn't really make many mistakes. They, just ended the game in 22 minutes. Like, this is a team that we talked earlier, being like, this team has trouble closing out games. But if you manage to accrue that much of a gold lead, it'd be you'd have major concerns if you can close that one out.
Yeah, these two games weren't true closeouts by them. It's not like this is also kind of dangerous for LBZS and their future matches, because they shouldn't get too relaxed off of this. It's not like they had perfect closure to the games. It's just that they constantly fed on Team Saiyan until they were pretty much invincible. So it's different when you're kind of 50-50 or 55-60-40 in your favor, and then you're supposed to push high ground, but you fail to do so, or you push too early on, right? And it's different when you're 99.9 winning, right?
Yeah.
And, then it's just a matter of how, not a matter of... it's just a matter of when, not a matter of how.
Yeah. It is a lot harder to throw a game like this, for sure. But yeah, we see a symphony of skills here.
It was a nice toss into not toss, sorry, the rebound with Marcy and Alchemist already pre-channeling. That was pretty neat. They needed to.
They did combo very well, right? They had also used the Marcy, and the Marcy as well as the Hotwing too. Like, the Bushwhacks were on point for the majority of this game too. Just setting up for more and more kills, canceling teleports, even inside the trees without real vision. So
we actually thought Saiyan was gonna have this really strong minus armor combo between their heroes, and it ended up just being LBZS who had way more. The Alk with the medallion stacked on top of it, and you just have tons of physical damage between all of their cores, and of course bugs to back everything up. So it's just there's no survivability. Like, if PP gets on top of any hero, they just die to Eye of the Storm. Like, I didn't really consider how much minus armor they had until you saw it in, heroes getting 3-shotted. It's a little scary.
They just melted. I mean, 20 minutes BKB refresher, that's scary enough as it is, at all of that extra minus armor that you mentioned on top of it. There's no fighting that. Yeah, you barely get time to press your buttons.
If they manage to somehow split push, if they manage to somehow find space on the map for the PA without dying all the time, it would have been much better. And that was on Batrider. Batrider should have stopped trying to go for kills as well and try to just creep skip constantly, mess the lane equilibrium. force them all to go on one side while the PA is farming the other. Like that could have been done. The problem is their supports are also very easy to catch, very easy to pick off, very easy to kill. You have this Viper. What's a Viper position 5 that Fed gonna do? Like usually, if a Viper does anything from a position 5, that's because he had at least a decent laning stage, which he should have, but he didn't. And then you have a Viper that's running around without boots. That's not even running. That's like he's in I don't know. He's on crutches pretty much, walking across the map. So that's hard. Plus the Venge as well isn't truly the most mobile hero. It's yikes. It's a yikes for Saiyan from me. Double yikes. Yikes game 1, yikes game 2. I hope they do manage to come back in the next series and fix their mistakes though.
I don't know if we ever pointed out in that game, but MS and Goku actually like swapped roles that game. MS was playing the Venge and Goku was playing the PA, which is very weird because the one series that Saiyan won was on the back of Son Goku's vengeful spirit offlane. So it felt really weird. But enough about that. We can go ahead and jump into our interviews. We do have PP from LBZS who's going to be joining us. So excited to be able to ask him a few questions. Hello, PP. Congratulations on I want to say probably the most convincing series we have seen in the DPC so far.
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后这场比赛的话，也是就是非常碾压的一场比赛嘛。
So I have to start this off. You guys, like, how do we can't even really analyze what happened with Team Saiyan. So we're just going to ask, was it like, can you take anything away from a series like this? Like other than, for your own performance, like what can you actually learn off of a 2-0 like this?
就是因为这场比赛也太碾压了，也不知道就是对手就是发挥到底是什么情况。那像这种比较碾压的比赛的话，你们在赛后会怎么样去总结呢？就是除了自己的发挥之外，你们觉得能从这个系列赛学到一些东西吗？
我觉得就是我们之所以碾压，可能是因为他们选错了人，然后选错了英雄吧，所以才会显得这么碾压这场比赛。
I feel like the game look like a stomp. It's probably because for game 2 they pick the wrong hero and they swap the roles.
Okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about just a moment ago. An incredible performance from you guys all around. You guys went ahead and grabbed this support alchemist 2 games. Now you pick it. Is it because you can flex it, or is this something that you believe is really strong in the support position?
2场比赛的话都选择了辅助炼金，然后你们是觉得这个英雄比较位置打的会比较多，所以去选，还是就是觉得在辅助位上他这个英雄算是比较强势的？
我们觉得炼金这个英雄就是他摆的位置比较多吧，比如1、2、5都能打，然后在辅助位也很厉害，偶尔也能客串一下核心位，所以就选出来就这样可以迷惑一下对面的 BP， 比较舒服吧，就是。
We think Alk is really good at position 5, but he is also flexible. You can play position 1, 2, and 5 on that hero. So it's really good during the draft phase. We can confuse our opponent with that hero.
I love it. Lizard, Dragon Drop, either of you guys have a question?
Dragon Drop one first.
I'm on a quest to find out as much as I can about Marcy and about how teams look at it, because we talked to God King. He was like, it's not really that amazing, not really bothered with it. In this game, guys, let Cyan have it, didn't ban it out in the first phase. But in game 2, you picked it up as a core. So how do you feel about that hero in general? And do you think it's better in a core role in general, or this is just was it just an adjustment in this game and it's still mostly a 4 position?
然后想问一下你关于马西这个英雄的就是看法，因为之前华炼接受采访的时候也说，就感觉这个英雄其实没有大家想的那么强。然后第一场比赛的话，你们让对面这个第一阶段就选了，然后你们也打赢了。然后第2场比赛的话，你们是比较罕见的把它放到了一个核心位上去打一个马西。那你们觉得马西打3会比较好吗？还是说可能更多的时候还是会打4比较适合他的定位？
我觉得马西的话就是3、4都能摆嘛，然后就可能马西就是线上会比较厉害一点吧，就这样。然后中期也能开团嘛。
Yeah, I think Marcy is a strong laner, and she can handle position 3, position 4, so which makes she good at drafting. Also, in the middle game, she can start fights. I think that's one of her strengths as well.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you. Yep.
Yep.
Is it?
So, yeah, congrats on a very easy win. And this might be a little bit of a harder question, but you guys obviously don't truly belong in Division 2, but you guys also don't truly belong in Division 1. That's how it looks like, at least. You're always switching between Div 1, Div 2, Div 1, Div 2. My question is, like, what do you think is missing for you as a team to be a permanent Division 1 team? Like, what's the improvement that needs to be made? Can you see it, or is it something that's still kind of in the fog?
想问一个严肃一些的问题啊，就是我们看到你这场比赛赢得也非常轻松，但是从我个人感觉的话，就是战队现在处于一种就是既不属于这个 A 级联赛，又不属于 S 级联赛的情况，就是然后你们的话在 A 级联赛就是一直能打上去，但是在 S 级联赛的话又很难做到保级。对于这个情况你们是怎么看待的？然后你们自己有没有讨论过一些就是可能队伍里还缺失的因素，能够帮助你们去就是成功的在 A 级就是一直待下去？就这方面的话，你们是找到了解决的方法吗？还是说还在不断的探索？
就是总体来上，我们战队还是就是英雄池比较浅，如果英雄池深一点的话，可能就会更加的站稳脚跟吧，这就是需要加强的地方。
We think we have a limited hero pool, and that is why we couldn't stay in Division 1. I think we are working on it, and I hope we can improve that.
Awesome.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's an easy thing to improve on as well, right? Yeah.
I think all of us would love to see you guys back in Division 1. So I guess my final question to you, who do you guys see as your biggest competitors here in Division 2 to make it back into, Division 1 in the future?
然后就大家都非常希望，然后你们自己也很想回到这个 S 级联赛，但是在 A 级联赛的话，你觉得谁是你们竞争最强烈的对手
？A 级联赛里有的话，就是 IG 和链子哥他们的队伍吧，可能稍微比其他队厉害一点吧，就这样。
Yeah, I think IG and Team Fusion is stronger than the rest of the squads.
Okay. Yeah, so kind of what we expected. Any final questions for you guys, or Drag and Drop, Blizzard, you guys all good?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm gonna let the guy go celebrate. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, like Blizzard said, a pretty easy win for you guys here today. So again, congratulations on a swift 2-0, and we look forward to talking to you again maybe after your next series. So thank you again so much for joining us, PP.
恭喜你拿下这场轻松的胜利，希望你们以后能够发挥更好。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. Well, another fun series, or I guess it wasn't super fun unless you're on Team LBZS, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but
it's fun for one of
Team
the teams,
Saiyan.
at least, I think. Yeah.
Kind of a rough one. But that is not the end of the Dota tonight. Luckily, we still got a lot more to come forward. But in terms of Division 2, this does help out LBZS quite a bit. Like I said, they started off kind of slow. They dropped their first series against Fusion, and then again to CDEC. I think in a surprising loss. But now with this, they're tied going to be 2-2 in the middle of the season here going into week 4, which should help their prospects out quite a bit. So definitely on the up, I would say. Otherwise, for Team Fusion, not so much. They're definitely having a rough time here in Division 2, but still a lot more Dota to be played. Our next series, though, should be a lot of fun. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the schedule already, but it is Aster taking on Dandelion. Now, Dragon Drop, Blizzard, these are two top-tier teams. I want some predictions here. Who do you guys favor in the Aster versus Dandelion? I'm going to start with Blizzard this time.
Again, me? Like, what's this? What's happening? This is 3 in a row. It's too much. It's too
It's
much.
the last time, I
Dragon Drop
promise.
last time, yeah, because I'm going away anyway. But yeah, I
Just
value
humoring
Aster a
Wizard,
bit
you know?
more as a team. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for Dandelion to dominate one of these S tier teams from tier 1, right? From Division 1. When I see that happening, I'll have complete faith in them. I still think that they're really strong. There's definitely a reason why they got promoted, why they got into Division 1. But like Team Aster for me is still top 3, right? Like this team for me is still top 2 even. So it's hard for me to go against them.
Yeah. Same time, Dandelion did 2-0 RNG, who are currently sitting at 2-1 at the top of the standings. So there's something in them, but it's Aster, right? I kept predicting Aster last time around, and it worked out for me more often than not. So I'm just going to do the same thing here as well.
Yeah, and Division 1 standings are pretty hilarious. I mean, for those of you who maybe missed what happened at the end of week 2, it was 1-1s across the board from everyone. Obviously, now we've got 2-1 for Avicii Gaming and RNG at the top. So we're going to see which team's going to be joining them there in a moment. But that's going to be in about an hour. So yeah, you will want to stay not too far away from your computers. We'll be back with those. But yeah, as you can see here, we're going to see Dandelion taking on Aster, both with a score of 1-1 right now. And it's going to be a bunch of 2-1s and 1-2s here pretty soon. Should be pretty good. So I think EHOME Xtreme is after, who is also the other teams that are at 1-1. So we're going to have 4 teams at 2-1 and 4 teams at 1-2. So just a bunch of 4-way ties. It's going to be great.
Yeah, just stick with us. And in a week, everyone is going to be 2-2. Good stuff.
It's true, actually.
Yeah, we're gonna end up having to replay the entire division. You know?
Yeah, just replay the entire division. That's it. Meanwhile, Eastern Europe everything is 2-0, like every single series there. So you can see which region is better and more evened out in the skill, more exciting. Yeah, but a little bit too early for most of Europeans, at least, to watch. So
yeah,
what can they do? They're stuck.
Yeah, they're just unlucky, missing the best region, most fun region to watch. But yeah, we are going to go to about an hour-long break, maybe slightly less, before we come back with our next series, since it is scheduled here to start in just about an hour. So make sure to come back for that. Don't go anywhere. Again, you all have been enjoying Division 2, but it will be Division 1 on the block when we get back. My name is Cryptic, and I was joined, of course, by Lizard and Dragon Drop. We'll see you all in a bit. Stay tuned for more here on the CNDPC.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the CNDPC. It is been a little bit of a break since what we were doing earlier today with Division 2, but we are back with the main course. It's Division 1 here, and we're starting things off, well, with Aster taking on the likes of Dandelion. Now, my name is Cryptic, and I'm joined here by Snare and Neff, and they're going to be bringing you all the action here for tonight's series. So should be a packed one. Now, we got some predictions earlier today from the likes of Dragon Drop and Lizard, and they both said that they believe Aster is the favorite going into this one. And I think you guys know where I stand on this, but I want to hear from both of you. How are you guys feeling? Who do you think's got the upper hand going into tonight's series?
Ooh, that's a difficult question. That's an interesting one. I would say historically, probably they're correct to go with Aster at the moment, but it's difficult because Aster sort of has more reason to do well because they can actually qualify directly from TI in the league itself. As well, Dandelion is, by their own admission, in the build-up for the qualifiers, so it might be one of those awkward things where just one team wants it more. Personally, I would say that Dandelion, they're going to be a big thorn in the side of all these major teams. So I'm going to be going with Dandelion personally because, I don't know, I like what they're doing right now. And I feel like they have that youthful exuberance necessary to win. So I think that they are slight favorites in my book.
Right on. What about you, Neff? How are you feeling?
I think that Dandelion have this easily. It's in the bag. Aster, they keep on choking when it matters. God, I'm going to be making a lot of Aster fans very angry right now. No doubt about that. I want to see new teams on the come up and destroy these older teams, though, Ricky. Inside of China, Aster, they are a team that is very hated because they seem to flop at every international land. So if we have to choose a representative for the region to move forward here, and I'm going to the Arlington Major, certainly you want it to be a team that's going to perform better at the land instead of, Aster, who has historically not done so well. Give me the fresh blood. Give me this new storyline. Give me a team that is going to succeed at these international events. The people want Dandelion, and so do I.
It's looking at these standings. I don't think it'd be. It might be the first time in history you look at these and you're like, PSGLG is literally number 8. They're dead last.
Well,
I mean, granted,
hold on. That's an alphabetical
are a little
order.
deceiving. It's a little bit of a deceiving score, but nonetheless, that is something that you probably would never have expected to see. By the end of tonight, once we are done with all of our series, we will have 4 teams at 2-1 and 4 teams at 1-2. So. That's going to be fun. The thing that I'm really excited for Division 1 is the fact that at the end of the season, we're almost guaranteed to have a ton of tiebreakers at the trend that we're heading. But you guys are leaning towards Dandelion. Later in the evening, we do have EHOME and Xtreme, which should be a very sick series. I think both these teams have looked very good, and I think a lot of people are probably going to be favoring Xtreme going into that one. But EHOME, those guys are dark horses. We'll see what they can bring to the table.
You just say that because they beat RNG now, aren't you? Be honest.
EHOME beat PSG LGD. They lost to RNG.
No, they beat LGD.
Oh, sorry. They beat PSG LGD.
Yeah.
That RNG series was closer than expected, though, honestly. And I really thought that they had what it took to beat them. I feel like had they just, it felt like 2 different teams between like game 1, game 3, and game 2. Game 2, EHOME would have beaten RNG, I think, heads up in a series like that. But on the other side here, one thing I'm really excited to see in this particular series, I think that the hero pool between Summer that we just saw on screen now and Monet from the side of Team Aster, very similar heroes that they overlap with a lot. So it's going to be fun to see them contest over that. And Aster historically has somewhat struggled against teams that have similar strategic understanding of the game that they do. So that's what I really want to see, whether or not we're going to be getting the version of Aster that can dominate China again, or if it's going to be like Neff Sensei said, these new bloods with Dandelion is going to be on the come up. And I hope they just ban Medusa, honestly. That's the one hero I do not want to see. If they share heroes, fine, it is what it is, but play the more exciting ones, like the Spectres and the like, not this super uber farm Medusa that we often see from both of these teams.
So, what heroes are you wanting to see today's now? Because I can tell you what I want to see. I want to see more Brewmaster. I talked this hero up like crazy. They have, very clearly picked it a couple of times here, but it always seems to get banned against the teams that play it, which is very disappointing. It's a ton of fun to watch.
I'm pretty sure we get it today, actually, because, like as mentioned, both of these teams do play it. XXX has played Brew a long time in the off lane. We've seen Baboka do the same as support. They haven't done it as much this season, but I think that's definitely going to be in the pool. I imagine Void Spirit's going to be highly contested, and that could come up a lot. But another hero that we've been seeing on the come up, and that both SJ and Siamese Cat both play, is this Warlock and the Clockwork. So both of them, of course, being mentioned now for Team Astus Things, and I would like to see both of those heroes, especially Clock. Honestly, I love Clockwork right now. What do you want to see?
I don't want to see no Warlock. I boring hero. I'm gonna press my heal button. I'm gonna press my golem. All right, I've used my golem. I don't get to do anything for the next 2.5, 3 minutes now. Very boring gameplay. I like Clockwork. You hook in. That's high octane gameplay. At the very start of the game, you're setting up plays. You're making rotations. You're going to the runes. That is exciting stuff. I'm pro Clockwork. I am anti Warlock.
Sounds like a political platform. Ricky, actually, I wanted to ask you something, Cryptic. This Clockwork hero, we've seen it obviously being primarily deployed as a support, and then we saw a couple of it in mid over in Europe. Is this hero viable in the off lane? I was catching heat when I was doing South America the other day. I was catching heat from Winter, who was telling me that he thinks this hero is garbage off lane. What do you think? Is this hero that bad on that side of the map? Is it only like a 5 or a mid and nothing in between?
Which hero?
Clockwork.
I mean, I don't think Clockwork should be played as a core, personally. I think the hero is like a 4 or 5, and that's like about it. And even then, like if you pick him as a 4, it's probably because you're going to pick like a greedy 5, something like an Enigma, but that'll eventually kind of take over, and you're basically just like lane swapping in essence. Yeah, I think Clockwork is a solid support, but I think a waste of a core slot, personally, if you're going to pick him. So, most likely. I know Neff is very upset about that because he wants the Clockwork to be a core, but not going to happen. Not today. A hero should not be picked as a core, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Fine. I feel like a chastised child right now. I'm just going to sit here and be like, okay, fine. No Clockwork core for me today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if you pick it as a core, you're essentially just, like, going to fall off and you're going to play it as a support anyway. So it's like we've seen teams like do something similar where they pick like a 3 position that like fights early and doesn't really farm. And then there's like some super greedy 4 that's just farming and jungling the whole game and ends up taking the core role, late. But that's like, if you're planning on going super late in the first place, like that's not a draft that you aim for like an early type of lineup. Like you need to have cores that can scale and can farm correctly.
Makes sense. Given where the meta is right now, I can definitely understand that. Although I would like to see more of it, but I also want to see teams playing to win. So that probably takes precedent over just me enjoying the Dota.
Yeah, I think there's just too many really good flexible heroes right now. And part of it comes from, I guess, this most recent balance patch where like certain things got nerfed and it allowed a couple more heroes to enter into the meta. So what we're going to do is see which of these picks are actually going to be most contested. We're going to head into our draft for game number 1 and should be exciting. We'll see what they come up with. My guess is Dawnbreaker or Marcy, and there it is. Dawnbreaker banned, Marcy first picked. Yeah, that's about right. What I would have expected.
Might I say that was much more smooth, that transition than the British guy who also hosts this sometimes, Ricky? Impressive stuff.
Shout out Nomad, who's not here right now, but shout out Team Asta for picking up this Warlock, man. I told you, Warlock, great hero. I'm very happy that they've picked this up. I've been very happy to see a lot of these teams like play around this counter initiation, that big heal. You might hate it, but it's just so good. And though they've set themselves up with this Tiny, we've actually started to see more and more the rise of this Pulse 4 Tiny as well. And whenever you do have this Warlock, I do think it's necessary to have not a static Pulse 4 hero. You need something that actually makes things happen on the map. Funnily enough, I would have actually imagined that one of the best heroes would be this Marcy, picked in tandem with the Warlock. And I think we'll probably see that as time goes on. Oh, God. All right, my happiness is gone here, Neff. I'm already hating life. Dandelion got Nature's Prophet. All right, fine. I got what I wanted in the Warlock. You got what you wanted in the Nature's Prophet. There's peace in the world, fam. It's all good.
Peace in the world. I mean, this is... Go ahead,
Go
Ricky.
ahead, Neff, sorry. No.
No,
first.
after you, I insist, Ricky.
Technically, I started speaking first before you, but delay, I was gonna say, if this ends up being like a Marcy 5 with a Nature's Prophet safe lane, I really, really, really worry for whatever hero you decide to put there on the side of Aster in that offlane to deal with it, because chances are this is a 4 position Tiny, and Tiny will get absolutely bodied as a support here. So you need to pick a 3 hero that can really snowball this lane, but I don't even know what you can do to do that.
Interesting. I wanted to hear. I ignored everything you said, by the way. Instead, I want to hear about why you think that Treant Protector wasn't banned out up against this Nature's Prophet. Why didn't Dandelion ban out the Treant Protector, even though historically it is an amazing counter pick to the NP?
Do you want me to answer that, or do you want to give that one to Snare?
Snare? We're throwing you under the bus now. I hope you were paying attention during class.
I'm being thrown under. It's kind of peculiar because we have often seen the Treant Protector being picked just to make sure that you stop some of this major push potential. I suppose one of the reasons why is that right now in China, most of the time that we see the Treant Protector being picked, it's not just picked into a push lineup like Nature's Prophet, but usually picked in tangos like DP or something that allow you to just frontline, utilize the living armor sort of as a aggressive tool, not just as a defensive mechanism. So that probably is the rationale. They're like, well, if that team has banned out Death Prophet, there's no need for us to ban out the Treant Protector because that's the usual combo that we're going to see. But I'm very excited to see this hero. We had to admit it the other day, or I had to eat my words right in front of our Cryptic about this Pudge and say, well, I actually admit that it's a good hero now. And everybody seems to agree. We've just been seeing more and more picks. We have an offlane Pudge most likely, but is this the right time to pick up the Pudge, Ricky? In this draft right now, because we've normally seen this 4th pick or last, not necessarily 3rd in the draft.
Yeah, I will say this is a very weird spot to pick the Pudge, just because there's still a lot of things you can do on the side of Dandelion to respond to it. So this, yeah, that's one of them. That is a mass.
Yep, that's one of them right there. Yeah,
that's one of the worst ones. In terms of heroes you don't want to play against as a Pudge in lane, Necrophos reigns at the near top. So this is okay. Yeah, this is looking. That's a rough 2 picks. For the Pudge
yeah. You don't want that right there. You do not want that. The Elder Titan and the Necrophos up against the Pudge. That is not good, Ricky.
Neff, are you just copying what I'm saying here?
Nope. I'm changing up my work a little bit so other people don't know that I've copied you. I do appreciate that you have called me out on it, though. Thank you very much for that one, Ricky.
I couldn't tell if you were like making fun of me or if you were like agreeing or not. I was like, it's one or the other. But
have I really bullied you so much that you just think I'm making fun of you now whenever I'm agreeing with you?
Yes,
that's fair. That's reasonable. Continue.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. The Darkseer pick here, though, works pretty well with the Pudge. You have Surge, you got Ion Shell, so you get the double AoE damage, but I don't really see this doing like that well against a Nature's Prophet lane, right? Like this is a safe lane NP. He's just gonna have his Treants to like kite the wave around or tank the wave and just farm anywhere. Like I don't understand entirely what this Darkseer is gonna accomplish.
Also, this kind of makes your lanes a bit lopsided now, right? Because you're sort of now forced into playing this Tiny as a core. Where does Pudge go? Like, who's the 4 position between the Pudge and the Darkseer? Probably the Pudge. But from what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, Pudge support not nearly as successful as the Pudge offlane. So I'm a bit hesitant to see that. I'm also not that happy with like how they start fights overall on the side of Team Aster. It feels fairly all in, and this is yet another tanky hero on the Darkseer, played into Necrophos, played into... I mean, I guess ET, I guess it's not that bad, but I don't know. This is one of those drafts where for Team Aster, XXX has to feel major confidence that, this is a perfect game for the Darkseer. That, yes, it might not be that great in the laning phase, but the anticipation must be there for him to build up major auras and then play super aggressively in the mid game. I personally don't like it, though, if I'm very honest, but I've never liked Darkseer, so that might just be my own bias creeping into this.
I agree with you. I've never liked Darkseer either. I almost deleted a friend when he tricked me into playing Darkseer once, but I don't want to get into that one right now. What I do want to get into is the last picks coming out here. So Pudge is historically being played in the 3 and the 1 at the moment, and then we saw it picked up in the 2 against in a matchup, TSM versus Quincy Crew. Quinn played the Necrophos against Bryle's Pudge in the mid lane. And they got absolutely destroyed in the mid. He almost ended up recovering, though, up until like some awful play ended up happening in the triangle. The last pick Lone Druid here. Okay, this hero has been picked up once in the CN region, and it ended up performing super well. And I do think that it plays very well against all these heroes on the side of Aster. I think it completely bodies Aster when they're like trying to make an initiation onto you. You know, you have your Vac wall combination come out if you have the Aghanim Shard completed on the Lone Druid, and the bear sitting in the middle of everything. Everything is just feared away, and you're able to reset the fight. It is super good as a fight reset tool. Against Aster's lineup, I think it works out very well. Excuse me, it works out very well.
It's also just like a natural deso builder, which is probably one of the most important things in playing against a hero like Pudge. If it ends up being a core Pudge, like you just want a hero that builds a deso that just burns right through him because he doesn't have a ton of physical armor reduction. And by the way, this Lone Druid pick is like very sustainable.
By the way, do we want to talk about the tech that both these teams are running? One ear off of the headphones, you can see that both of them are doing to be able to listen to their teams. Do you ever use that tech?
Oh, all the teams do this. Like all the teams do this, like one ear on, one ear off tech. It's pretty good.
I guess I haven't been paying close enough attention because a lot of the time you're just in voice comms regardless, or you have headphones that don't completely block out noise of everything around you. The drafter, when you're drafting, it just seems like you've got both of them over ear, but you know, one ear on, one ear off seems to be the strategy.
This is how you ensure that you can hear everything, interact with your team at the same time. And oh gosh, this is second time in the last couple of days that I've seen this Sven hero. Beast Coast did this in South America, not in similar circumstances, but they needed a hero that could farm and scale well into the game and buy BKB. This does seem like a decent enough game for the Sven. He's playing into this Nature's Prophet, presumably.
I want to cut you off real quick. I'm going to cut you off real quick. You're thinking too much into this. Hector is just old. He plays the game like it's 2014 still. That's why he makes a Sven. You're giving him too much credit. He's very good at what he does, but he is old school.
All right, you know, like, okay, Monet is also somewhat of an old school. Like his method of carry is more old school, but he never picks a hero that is just, I like this hero. He always tries to make sure that it's crafted to the game. And this is a decent game for the Sven, right? You're going to have an okay lane here versus this Nature's Prophet pushing into you with these treants. You've got the heal potential in your lane already from the Warlock. Later down the line, once you get BKB, you feel hella strong with BKB, and you can buy a Blink with the Aghanim Scepter to close the gap onto this Summer Lone Druid. I like the Sven. And I think one of the few carry heroes they could have picked actually in the position they're in that would at all threaten the side of Dandelion, because that last pick Lone Druid was very scary, honestly. And I think this is the best response they could have marshaled at this point.
Yeah.
No,
I am going to look at this draft and see that it is a mid Pudge into a mid Necrophos. And if history has served me well, that matchup is so bad for the Pudge. So I don't think he's going to have a game. I think he's going to be relegated to like a 4 or 5 position even. And we'll see what happens. But before we jump into this game, quick predictions from each of you. We'll start with you, Neff. Who do you think has this one in the bag?
Well, I thought it was going to be Dandelion favorite until I saw the 15-5 on the recent games played on Bobaca's Tiny. And now I'm 100% with Aster. I'm with the Pudge. And we're going to see some sick Vac Stormhammer Sven combos. Let's go.
All right, Snare, you're up.
I don't know if I'm... actually, I didn't even see that, like what you mentioned, that we have mid-Pudge instead of support Pudge. I personally only like support Tiny when it's paired with like a Bat Rider, Puck, Void Spirit, one of these massive tempo-controlling mids. Not so much with the Pudge, especially with the hard game that he's going to have versus both Lone Druid and Necrophos. So it's not going to break my heart at all to say that I think Dandelion's going to take game 1, and I think they got this.
Neff got
hecka
baited.
Dandelion.
Nope. No changing answers. It was locked in. Not too late. I'm also going to go for Dandelion here, despite being the massive Pudge fan that I am. But we'll find out the actual results as we are going to jump into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a blast. And to bring you the action is, of course, Neff and Snare.
That wasn't the combination I was expecting. I was expecting
sir.
Neff and Ricky today.
Nope, you got your baited twice. You got your baited with your picks, and you got your baited on the crosshair, Neff. Who could have seen this one coming?
Not I. All right. Did you see that at the beginning? Marcy ended up stealing the rebound and rebounding off of Necrophos in order to gap the distance further away from Tiny and not get tossed back to the teammates because Tiny's got this Windlace. A little bit of a small play that I think had a pretty big impact on whether or not First Blood was going to land on the ZC.
Yep. It's very close time. That was actually pretty cool to watch. And Asta really did try to make it happen, or even leveled up level 1 hook here on this Pudge. So no
That's
early
normal.
rot for him. That's fine in this mid lane. Talk to me about this mid lane, man. Obviously, we did see it get demolished when we saw this in NA. Is the matchup as bad as what it looked like in that situation?
Yes.
Ricky mentioned that like you can catch up. Oh, come on, man.
Continue with that. The good news is you can potentially turn this one around. You have a Tiny on your team, so it's very easy for Tiny to punish a hero like Necropos, like playing up in the creep wave. You can toss him back in the tower and set things up for Pudge. You can't go for Ghost Shroud this lane, otherwise you just take more damage and get run down by the Pudge. And you're always going to be able to secure range creeps with the hook, and that's why you end up getting it as your first point. You usually walk up in the lane real close, but whenever you walk up and try and do that, Necrophos is going to be holding such an angle where you take a bunch of auto attacks and death pulse here. And already you see him putting the pressure on Ori. It does get a little bit easier once he hits his level 4, 5, 6, and you've got kill potential to turn things around. But because of the nature of Pudge, you're usually sitting at pretty low HP. It's also very easy for Necrophos to turn things onto you with a Reaper Scythe. Alright, he's actually opted not to try to hook the range creeps. Instead, he walks over and he grabs a Centaur, which he has vision of thanks to the Observer Ward that he plants over in the mid lane. He'll get himself a little bit of... Yeah.
Wins games, gets free money. Looking at some of these side lanes here, we did take a quick gander at top, which I expect to be magnificently boring because we've got the heal on the Sven. Down bottom, we don't see this hero all that often in the Chinese region, this Lone Druid. And it emerges here. You were mentioning that this is the second time it's been picked this season. Do you think it deserves more picking overall? The hero itself?
Yes.
I don't know. It feels like it's in an interesting place. So what do you like about it, fam?
I like the amount of physical damage it does. I like how fast it pushes towers right now in the current patch, and I like how good Savage Roar is at resetting fights. Committing onto Lone Druid feels near impossible, and we talked. I mentioned how good it is at resetting in this game in particular. All the heroes on Astra are heroes that like being on top of you. The vacuum wall with all the illusions, the Sven, the Pudge. If you end up getting this Aghanim Scepter, you can either force everybody off your bear or off your hero, just due to the replicate on the Aghanim Shard when you press that Savage Roar. And then you're able to get away while all this is going on. You can have Nature's Prophet ratting on the opposite side of the map. You can even further reset the fights with an Astral Spirit and Echo Stop, and that's something they seem to do in the Chinese region really, really well. At least they used to up until this hero got nerfed and kind of fell out of popularity a little bit. I still think it is pretty solid, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure Elder Titan has a fairly high win rate so far in this third season. It's won all the games that I've watched. I'll pull this one up. All right, maybe I'll pull this one up.
Do the right thing.
It has been played a single game with a 100% win rate.
That's all we need to hear. That's all I need to know. Sample size of 1, more than good enough. Guaranteed win here, fam. How dare you even bet against this? You know, guaranteed victory. I do think this hero should be picked a little bit more. Very fun to play, but we're going to see how it impacts this game overall. And they have a bevy of different damage sources on the side of Dandelion Esports Club, so they'll certainly be able to utilize the power of this natural order as this game extends. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, we've seen this support Tiny, man, and it hasn't always worked out. And a lot of the time it doesn't work out is when the mid laner is not able to play fast enough. If Lizard is here, I'm pretty sure he'd be mauling right now about seeing this mid Pudge with the support Tiny. Is it that bad? Because I'm also a bit skeptical, but is it that bad when you don't have that kind of player? We'll talk about it in a second, though, because Monet might suffer first blood on the top lane, but no. Warlock's here. This is why you picked this hero in the game, man. Just get your heals on. But is it that bad for the Tiny in this game? Or is Baboka's performance historically going to carry him through no matter what?
It'll carry him through. Actually, we were talking to one of the teams. ZDC's offlaner said they value Tiny more than they value Dawnbreaker, just because the Tiny's more flexible, despite them, kind of being similar support / core tanky heroes. They're good, decent at beginning fights. I do value it more, and I think against the Necrophos it's very good. We probably won't see his rotation up until the 5-minute mark, though.
Up lane, though, first blood gets drawn out. Unfortunately, Tianming went away to try and provide support by dragging in some creeps, but leaving Beyond by himself means that he's susceptible to getting ran down. Huge fatal bond as well from the Warlock, assisted in them getting that first blood. That is a pretty big deal. Monet certainly one of the players that is always very stable, and giving him a good start has some ramifications down the line that I'm sure Dandelion do not want to see. So, but this is pretty great. Down bottom, of course, they're not getting as good of a time on this lone druid. Sure, he's just farming away freely, but you can't necessarily bully away XXX the same way they're trying to bully away Beyond on the other side of the map.
Yeah. That one ain't gonna work. Regardless of what happens, Darkseid is always gonna be able to drop the Ion Shell on the creep wave and shove it in, secure himself a little bit of CS, and just due to the nature of the bear lone druid here, you constantly gonna have to resummon it or send it back to base to heal it back up, stop him taking too much damage. I do want to talk about one of the ramifications of Monet's Sven. One of the changes that happened in 7.31C. The armor increase, the movement speed increase, the power of the shard on Sven is actually very good against Elder Titan in its natural order. That 7 bonus armor you get just passively is a pretty big deal when your allies are losing all their armor when the Elder Titan's next to you with the natural order. So Sven's a hero that deals with the Elder Titan actually quite well.
Yeah, that's actually very true. Helps against the ET. It's going to help us somewhat against Beyond and his pushing shenanigans sometime deeper in the game. So very much looking forward to seeing how early Monet is going to grab the shard. Other side of the map, I wanted to talk to you about this Marcy being played as Parts 5 instead of the usual Parts 4 that we've seen. This does mean that we are not going to be seeing her have as much of an impact on the early game as we normally have been emerging, these first 2 levels especially. Do you like this? I don't like this. Top lane? Nah, they're fine.
I was going to say, hold on, because we did approach that 5-minute mark that I was talking about, and immediately Boboka makes that rotation over into the mid lane. With decreased vision of nighttime, but I think they realized that he was out there because Necrophos backed off immediately, and I think Boboka is going to realize they scout him out on that ward there. Who backs off afterwards. Sorry, going back to the position 5, Marcy, I don't think it matters where you play this. It's just the kill potential that you have potentially. With only having two abilities here, the dispose and the rebound. If you don't set anything up, but you're not harassing or pressuring the enemies by 6 minutes in the game, though, I don't think you're taking full advantage of this Marcy hero.
Certainly will need to see Dandelion pick up the pace to try and figure out where to utilize this hero the best. In this mid lane, ZC playing this Necro. Obviously going to be winning out against Ori, and that is the case. The difference in CS doesn't seem that large, but there's a substantial difference in net worth because Ori has often been relegated to farming this jungle rather than being able to stick around ZC. So somewhat easy game so far for Dandelion Esports Club in the farm department. They're getting everything they want all across the map. How does Team Aztec stop this? You mentioned earlier that Boboka has the ability to toss back this Necro into a dangerous position in the tier 1, allow Ori to get that kill. Is it still possible to do so, or are we too late down the line where now you just have to accept that ZC is going to have a good game?
Ooh, we've done it slightly off the mark. We are... it's a little bit too late, but they're going to grab Boboka instead.
Yeah, they will still find this kill. Boboka falling very low and will end up taking a tumble here. SJ also going to end up dying though. Fatal Bond's doing quite a big work from Siamese Cat. They're trying to chase down Ori though. Half HP, my goodness, that damage. Pudge not really having a good time, forced away from this mid lane, and that's going to allow the side of Dandelion Esports Club to aggress and secure themselves a tier 1 tower here. This is the power of this Nature's Prophet, man. You keep talking to me about this and how he can just show up at any given time, provide both assistance and push potential, and we see a perfect demonstration of that here from Dandelion.
Well, you see a moment of weakness there, the failed rotation there. They end up losing a hero. Pudge didn't have a dismember because he just ended up using it on neutral creeps. They were taking advantage of that one as well, as it is one of the few abilities in the game that you can hear globally. So they can hear him stacking away there in the jungle. They realize it's even better time for them to try to take a team fight there, and then of course just rotate the Nature's Prophet in alongside him. Sven's still not in any position to assist his team. This man needs to spend a lot of time farming. He's a K1 style hero, man. I feel like that speaks of it for itself. Marcy scouted out over in the jungle here, but does manage to make it away.
Yeah. Makes it away there.
That is bizarre observer ward. We talked about this one over in the mid lane. On this, or below the cliff here. It is scouting the enemies here. Scouting the enemies reasonably well. The only advantage that this one has over an observer ward on the cliff there is the fact that it won't get dewarded just by a sentry by itself. It is just outside range of that.
I mean, we'll have to see if they actually get anything out of it. So far, it's been it's given some information about these movements, but they haven't utilized it to its max just yet. So it really does depend. It also needs Monet to survive this potential incursion into his side of the map. They'll instead turn around though because SJ got found out by both Baboka and Ori. They're going to be able to find that kill. Ori though, running away with this urn on top of him, getting slowed down by the Ghost Shroud. They can't necessarily find that kill, so they switch to an easier target, looking for this Warlock. They will catch him out with the Reaper Scythe, but the salvation from Ori, thanks to that meat hook, will allow Siamese Cat to survive. And now Monet coming in for the turnaround. They want to try and find ZC here, and he's getting a lot of damage dealt onto him by Monet. A couple of more swipes of the big sword should be enough to kill him. Ori does find that kill. Beyond trying to TP out, but Dismember is back off cooldown, and Beyond find himself losing his life here. Ori with the double kill. The mid punch. Where was my faith? Where was my belief? Neff was right. What the hell is happening, fam? They find a massive fight inside the jungle.
That was such a sick fight. Okay, he not only gets the favorable initiation, he managed to pull the Warlock out. The Necrophos can't commit the Reaper Scythe off on a punch because he's got this cloak and he's healing up from the Warlock, who has the Shadow Word off onto him. And then it comes off a cooldown just as the Necrophos tries to TP out. Managed to get, the Ninja's Prophet tries to TP out, gets the Dismember off onto him. That was so well played. And this is kind of what happened in the matchup in the mid lane between Bryle and Quinn. Like, yes, Quinn ended up doing reasonably well up against the Pudge. I think he took the tower somewhat early as well. But right after the laning phase ended, after Pudge got like his level 6 and started to make rotations, the game started going the way of TSM. The thing that brought it back was a failed gank from the side of TSM. And then they couldn't recover after that one. So I think the major difference maker here is that Aster, in this execution window post-laning phase, is finding a lot more success. As long as they don't, like, fumble the bag here, they're going to be just fine, I think.
The one upside there for Dandelion Esports Club is that Aster did involve the vast majority of their lineup for that particular fight, and Summer, for the side of Dandelion, was just chilling in this bottom lane, getting as much farm as humanly possible. Finished the Mask of Madness for the Bear, is now starting to build into that Desolator. We mentioned it when we were on the panel, how big this Deso is going to be and how much impact it can have in a game like this. I mean, we already saw in that last fight just how low so many of these heroes got. Imagine they had this Bear there, Neff, with Mask of Madness Deso. They could have easily cleaned up a lot of these heroes. So they need to find this item ASAP, and hopefully without him dying on this Lone Druid. But they're trying to cover this, though, because they're smoking up to try and find him in this bottom lane.
Yeah. The Bear would have scouted these heroes out. What are you doing with this one? Oh, he's scouting the Ancients with it, or potentially trying to block it? Yeah, he was trying to block the Ancient camp with that. That's an interesting move. I think maybe he thought that they would stack it. Yeah, they do have a sentry there. Was he just trying to scout it? Because he's not going to be able to catch the enemies. They were smoked up there. All right, yeah.
Well, you wanted a beta scouts. It does, and it also gets the Savage Roar out, preventing Ori from throwing in the hook. Very well done. And it also buys time, because in the top lane, ZC and Beyond are busy pushing that tier 1 tower. Things looking very good here for Dandelion. And you were talking about how Aster needs to be able to keep connecting with these rotations. That's the first time it's failed and not gone as well for them as they thought it would at this early game.
He's pumping. He's having fun on the Warlock. The only fun that you can have on the Warlock. Boring hero. Very boring hero.
Bro, sometimes you press this Fatal Bonds and it hits like a million targets and everything's so shiny. It's very fun.
That is true. Only 12% damage here at the current level, though. It's got a pretty big cooldown as well. I don't know. It could end up being super sick, but it is not fun to play. Like when you drop the Fatal Bond, relying on your teammates to do damage to the enemies as well. This is not a playmaking hero. You do very little things by yourself, and that's why I don't really enjoy it. They're smoking up themselves on the other side. This Marcy's still level 5. Sleep ends up connecting with the Pudge.
But a very good Echo Stomp here, but this is a dangerous position, and 3 heroes caught inside of the ultimate from the Warlock. There's the counter initiation. Monet throws in the Stormhammer as well. They've already lost SJ. ZC, half HP now. Using the Ghost Shot, but could actually stay alive long enough because here comes Summer, revealing some items onto Ori, and a huge Reaper Scythe brings down the Pudge. That was a very nice base drop from the Warlock, but unfortunately, Dandelion just have enough damage to bring down the Pudge anyway. And they get a smoke rotation, losing the Marcy, but gaining a much bigger prize on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Yeah. The biggest Pudge, I think, was the urn biggest prize was the urn charges here. Necrophos managed to get himself 2 of those. Is going to be incredibly effective against Pudge, especially given that he's got a Warlock and whatnot on his team.
Monet mid lane managed to dodge the Echo Stomp like a boss. And now they want to maybe get some revenge onto ZC, but Beyond has shown up, revealing an aura of Atos as well. They dispose Monet into an awkward position, and yes, they hook back Beyond, but Monet, the big carry, is going to end up dying. They haven't even killed Beyond just yet. He will end up finally expiring, but they are looking for some ways to try and keep this fight going on the side of Dandelion. Summer shows up as well now. First hit, Root Baby, finding out those Warlock, and they will be able to find that kill. Tianming dies inside of the Wall of Replica though for this. SJ also dies in front of Ori, but Ori might find himself dying immediately after returning to this fight. The Spirit Vessel charge applied onto him, bringing his HP pool down to a very, very, very awkward level, so he has to leave the fight. That will give time for Dandelion to also retreat themselves. Turns out they bit off a little bit more than they could chew in that one, as Team Aster demonstrating their ability to keep bringing these heroes back and prevent them from escaping the fight.
Darkseid coming in kind of clutch in these extended team fights. You want to be closing these out a lot faster, or simply disengaging from the side of Dandelion. Even though you have a Necrophos on your team, I think the longer these go against like the Pudge, Warlock, Darkseer, the worse off you are.
Speaking of Necrophos, that was also both charges on the Spirit Vessel, fam. You were just talking about how much of a gain it is to have that, but now it's back to zero, man. Back to square one.
Yeah, he used one of them on the Tiny in that team fight, just because Tiny was the only target. Like when he had the ability to drop him off on the enemy, so he didn't get the one off on the Pudge right away. Because of that, I think Ori didn't end up going down. Did do a nice job of sidestepping one of the hooks, though.
Might need to do so again here, because they're mounting some aggression onto the tier 1 tower. Team Aster has several heroes in behind, but without this hook from Ori, I don't think they have that much appetite to try and find an aggressive jump, and they'll indeed just let it go. Tier 1 tower falls. Monet finishes off Echo Saber in this mid. And they actually smoke up immediately afterwards on the side of Aster. They're like, okay, we're anticipating they're not going to have all their heroes together, so let's try and exploit anybody who's trying to leave right now. And they come across Summer. This is a premier hero to find if they can grab him. That's the last Savage Roar available. Tianming throwing in the Split Earth to try and buy some space and time. It's not going to be good enough though. They get the toss back into Ori. Dismember will be there. Do they have enough damage to get this kill though? The Savage Roar will be interrupted by this Warlock Golem dropping. SJ ends up losing his life. With the Fatal Bonds out, the Lone Druid Bear taking too much damage, gives it over to the main hero, and Lone Druid will die as well. And Team Aster, their patience pays off here. They get 2 kills on this bottom lane, even after sacrificing the tier 1 tower.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Beyond isn't accomplishing too much, I would say. No tower up here. He's not farming incredibly fast because his first item pickup was his Rod of Atos. Is that the shard he's had setting out? It is. Okay. This changes everything. It is time for the 11-second, eventually 8-second cooldown spawn on the Greater Treants that are always going to be shoving your lanes in and doing damage to your towers. Your tier 2s are as good as gone. This is one of the few games where you don't have the Treant Protector. The last couple of games we saw in Nature's Prophet all ended up losing, but that was only because he had the Treant Protector on their team. They could negate that unkillable damage off one of the buildings. They're going to go straight into Roshan with this one, though. And they're going to take this reasonably quick build, these summoned units.
All the summoned units, they just got the Desolator delivered onto the Lone Druid Bear as well, so they have what it takes. And Team Aster are aware that something is awry though, so they're going to try and interrupt this. The hook doesn't connect onto anything here. And XXX close to being able to have the Aghanim Scepter, so they'll be able to spam out more and more of these shells. They almost brought down this bear though. Monet hoping for that damage, but the Savage Roar will save it. SJ might not be as lucky though. And they're aggressing onto the high ground here from Dandelion, hoping to save somebody, but instead they only put Zetsi in range of a hook. Ghost Shroud will be there to protect them for now. They'll come out the ultimate from this ET, but the vacuum into the big hammer from the Sven. Team Aster coming through with the team play, enabling them to win this team fight, and they say, you know what, thank you for doing so much work onto Roshan. We'll just finish him off for you right there. The first ages of the game now certainly destined for the hands of Team Aster.
All right, this is a complete disaster. They ended up going into that threshold on top of the hill where they aren't able to fight them, putting into the vision there as well that the Warlock ended up placing. They didn't even have the Golem for this fight either. They're just significantly stronger. I think it was all over once Pudge ended up landing that hook off at a Necrophos. They weren't able to fight them anymore. But the Savage Roar, not nearly high enough level at the moment. They also need that Aghanim Shard. He has it queued up as his next item, but it has come out kind of late. And he's only level 12 right now on the Lone Druid. If you had that 2.6 second Savage Roar, as well as being able to push that when the bear's being disabled by the Pudge Dismember, then maybe that goes a lot better for you. The bear doesn't end up dropping. It's a lot higher HP. You got to trade back with the enemies, but at the moment they don't have the tools in their kit to be able to fight with Aster.
Why do you think they wait for that move though? Knowing that there was a very high likelihood that Aster would have that high ground vision and that they didn't have any clear way to control the entire fight. Like, why take that risk? How many times have we seen teams just dying in the same ramp here? Like, why? Why did they do it, Nif? What was happening?
High risk, high reward. I mean, they just ended up losing a fight down the bottom lane. You can feel a little bit desperate. You know, okay, Golem is on cooldown. The enemies might hesitate a little bit, but after they know how strong they are, just with that. Actually, Wall was on cooldown for a little bit there as well. It had just come up towards the tail end of that fight. But just like Sven by himself alongside Vacuum Storehammer and being able to control the area with Pudge is enough. So I think it's partially people aren't used to playing against... Oh, canceled the stop. Partially people aren't used to playing against this one yet, and partially desperation because the last couple of plays they've tried to make haven't worked. I mean, look at the score. It's 4-14. It's only 2k net worth advantage, but they haven't been winning any of these objectives. They wanted something.
Well, one of the things that will end up happening as well is that Tianming just gets taken down in this bottom lane. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Gets tossed back into the waiting hands of Monet to get the kill. Tier 2 tower should fall as well. ZC also about to lose his life middle. Get some assistance from the team, but Baboka shows up with a Blink Dagger. They are able to get that ZC kill. It might cost something in the other side though, but not enough damage. They just don't seem to have enough damage. They get these heroes so low, Nev. But the final punch that they need, they just seem to lack reliably in this game. And this fight might not be over just yet. Baboka getting forward, looking for a way to bring down Summer. Nice vacuum from XXX into the wall. And Ori coming forth with this dismember. There's the Stormhammer as well from Monet. They want the bear and the hero, and they're going to get them both. Greed from Team Aster is not greed if you get it. And they also managed to come back in for the Tier 1 tower middle. They left the Golem just to push the tower while they're winning a team fight elsewhere. All right, man, Aster can just do anything right now.
That is some impressive delegation of responsibilities there. All right, Golem's going to handle this one. We'll make sure we get this building. We'll kill the Lone Druid in the meantime, and then they're heading straight up to top afterwards. They have refreshed their Fortify, but I don't imagine they're going to move up here to try to defend this against this Sven, especially not given that he still has his Aegis and the BKB. I don't even think this is worth the rotation.
Click on Sven's inventory right quick.
Yeah, he's with the Mage Slayer.
A bad Mage Slayer, fam.
Yeah.
Super early Mage Slayer. I mean, he's playing into this Necrophos hero on the other side. This feels super good. And you're going to be able to scale this later. You don't have to do it now either at all. This is... Alright, what do you do on data line to try and deal with this itemization that we're seeing coming out? Especially since ZC, usually we see progress being made on this Necro by getting kills, and that's just not happening for them right now, Yemen.
Yeah, he had the Echo Saber earlier, right? And he just stumbled into the BKB and the Mage Slayer because he wanted the mana regen. I mean, that makes sense.
Oh no. Summer, you got tossed back. Baboka showing why he has that massive score on this hero. You get the quick kill onto the Lone Druid. SJ about to get mown down by Monet as well, but Monet opting for the safety as he recognizes the final second of the BKB is going to be there, so he gets back. Not going to risk his life for a measly 5 position. Instead, will come back to the tier 2. Dude, Summer. This game is just becoming impossible right now. You can't really even move on the map. You can't stay in front of your own tier 3 tower without the risk of being tossed back into a dismember. How do you deal with this?
Exactly how Beyond is dealing with it right now. He seems to be pushing other areas of the map. He's going to be, cutting waves, routing towers with his greater treants. That until his team is actually able to take fights into them, until his Lone Druid is like 12 slotted. It's incredibly difficult, but this is about the only thing that they are able to do. They haven't won a single team fight in ages. The 4K net worth that we saw a couple of minutes ago has now become a 9K net worth lead for the side of Aster. So no longer is it an option to fight into them. You want to be taking numbers advantages and routing towers for the next little while. And thankfully, they do have the hero for it. Well, heroes with Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet. So hope Aster slips up, makes a mistake or a poor judgment call, and they're able to start taking buildings or send like 1 or 2 heroes back, and they're able to take a fight with a numbers advantage.
Oh no. ZC was trying to walk in for an Invisoot. Guess what? The whole combo, my friend. Big blink, the toss back into the dismember, guaranteed kill, and it looks like the same fate will be shared by SJ. It doesn't get tossed back, but just gets walked down. Ion Shell, Surge, Pudge. Alright, seems very fair and balanced to me. I don't see any issues with how this is going. But they're just everywhere. The skill lead just keeps increasing. Nobody on the map except for Beyond and Summer are getting anything. And even then, they're only getting it by ratting at the moment. Even Tianming, no way. Baboka, relax, my friend. It's only a game. Catch us up to this ET, just waiting for some reinforcements. The reinforcements are going to be the Sven. More gold for Monet, more mental damage inflicted, and closer we get towards a Game 1 victory for Team Aster.
Yeah, I took like 3 psychic damage there from watching that happen. That is rough, man. Oh no, they catch beyond the trees. I don't think they can interrupt this again though. They do. They have normal punch.
Oh no, normal punch is out. Oh no, he just got the Aghanim shot. Oh man, XXX, unstoppable streak. And they're not done because they're also aggressing onto Summer. They get the kill onto the bear. They bring down SJ as well. They're also looking for the hero, Lone Druid. Understanding that there's no option here. They drop the celebratory golem on top of him, but yet again, all it does is hit the buildings. 23 minutes in, and Dandelion Esports Club has seen enough. GG, well played as call, and Team Aster cruise to a Game 1 victory, dominating the game and ruining our pubs with this mid-pudge. What a performance from them.
Incredibly, incredible performance there from Aster. I am a little bit surprised that they ended up winning the game. Not surprised that Pudge ended up recovering post-laning phase, though. It looked like Dandelion had a lot of tools that they need to be able to fight into Aster, but then Aster started playing too fast post-laning phase. The Lone Druid wasn't online with the Shard. They need to be able to disengage. The Marcy didn't set up enough kills in the early game in order to get the Lone Druid to that point, and so things just kind of fell apart for them.
Yeah, I mean, they made it all work. Honestly, the mid Pudge, it managed to come out of the lane actually decently farmed, and the fact that you can enable it at that much with the Darkseer, but also the Warlock Fatal Bonds was a pretty disgusting combination once, you know, the Pudge gets on top of his targets, and they made it work. The side of Dandelion, I think they kind of crumbled towards the end of their lane stage and just never really got their footing again. But very impressive game number 1 here from Aster. I mean, they looked super clean in this game.
Yeah. It looked so clean. I think it really felt like they were falling apart for Dandelion. That move that they made middle, where they were playing aggressively after they got the tier 1 tower, and it looked okay. And then Beyond got hooked into a poor fight. I think that fight was like 3-2. It just felt like they were like, well, now what? Zetsi didn't have any more Spirit Vessel charges ever again after that fight, which is kind of ridiculous, right? When you rush this item and you literally find no utility in it. Just didn't feel like they had any other options. And I think Neff also mentioned it in the game. This Marcy, I can't see why you would pick this hero if you're not going to be playing very hyperactively with it early on. The style of play that we saw from SJ on this hero, I don't think is why Marcy is strong at this point in the meta. And it just didn't help them hold their draft together. And at some point, it also just felt like everyone was just being hunted, right? No one could actually stay together as a squad. Because if you stay together, like you're mentioning, all you're doing is giving a big target for a Tianming, Fatal Bonds, and then everybody dies. So you have to play a part. And if you play a part, Team Aster can also kill you with pretty much any 1-2 combination of heroes, which they kept doing over and over and over again until the game just ends.
Yeah, Neff, do you think that there's like something that's got to change in terms of like the draft here, or was this like a little bit of an execution issue in game number 1? For obviously, you know, not for Aster here, for Dandelion.
I think it was a bit of an execution error for the side of Dandelion. You didn't get enough disengagement with these fights, and we saw some of the earliest fights that Aster ended up winning. These were Dandelion making the initiations over into Aster's jungle. It just didn't end up going in their favor. They actively chose to try to invade. Things didn't quite end up going their way. There was the jungle, and then I think between the tier 1 and 2 towers they ended up losing a fight over there as well. Beyond itemized a little bit strangely.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this. What is the Atos for this game?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe just like trying to catch people out if like they're trying to TP you away or something like that. But again, I'm not 100% sold on this one. There might be something I'm just like not seeing here, but I don't fully understand it.
Yeah, I thought the game was like not going to be that big of a deal. Like if they're kind of losing fights here or there, because I was like, all right, you know, we're gonna have Maelstrom Shard on this Nature's Prophet. He's going to be super farmed, and then I was like, he has an Atos. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what the goal was for him this game. So it felt a little bit, like you said, a little strange on the itemization there. But and Aster they just grouped up and were like, all right, we're just going to run at you all. You don't have BKBs, and we're just going to end the game. That's pretty much all they needed to do, and it worked out great.
I think this is the second fight they ended up losing. But again, this is on, like Dandelion made this initiation. This is on their side of the river. They chose to be here, and things didn't end up going amazing for them. Like they could never get Ori here. They managed to find the kill off on the Nature's Prophet. Was a pretty big one. They get the toss back onto these heroes. I think, yeah, he had his 2 Spirit Vessel charges as well. He ends up dropping one of them onto, I believe, the Tiny instead of the Pudge. No, he dropped it on the Pudge there and ended up losing a lot of health. He sidestepped the hook there, but they could never finish off Ori in these fights, and he's definitely one of the heroes that need to go down. And there was this one. Like, the Savage Roar eventually comes out, but the bear ends up just taking so much damage before that even happened. They can't really contribute to this fight. ZC tries to walk away. He ends up getting hooked right back in. And at this point, they are way too far gone.
Like, look at the positioning from Aster. They're just spread out in like that semicircle on the high ground here. And I don't know how you can approach that high ground as Dandelion at all. Like, you're just not in a good position and to take that fight. And Aster certainly punished him for that. And I think that was one of the major turning points of this game. If they manage to get the Roche, gives them a little bit more space to try and come online here, and just didn't happen. Like, they lose the fight there. Aster gets the Roche on. They get that much further ahead.
I mean, that was also the reveal of items on Summer, right? They were supposed to actually show off this Lone Druid being powerful in the fight, but it loses all its HP the first time it shows against enemy heroes when it's supposed to be killing this Pudge. And everything just started to fall apart for them. And unfortunately, they also had literally no defensive items until the very end of the game. There was one BKB board, but nothing else to help them. And it's also difficult to see how many items they could have built reasonably and realistically, because Aster just really had their number. But looking back at this game, that Roshan fight turned everything around. They just left them with no hope. If they win that Roche, the game is still possible. But after you lose that Roche, I think the game just auto-plays itself. And Ori, Sai, shout out fam, Pub Ruiner Ori, 84% kill participation. This Pudge, you must be very happy, Ricky. Even if you didn't believe in it, it still ends up winning. Great, wonderful, love to see it.
I mean, this was, I will say, having watched that mid lane play out, this Pudge got way more than he should have gotten out of this mid lane. I'm not really sure. Like, I couldn't see everything that happened because I'm just like watching, the stream, but the Pudge came out of lane only a few hundred gold behind the Necrophos, which is not ideal. Like, if you're the Necro, you really need to be punishing that lane like pretty hard. They did allow it to like get a quick early tier 1 tower, which is expected with the lane matchup, but the Pudge was still decently farmed.
Yeah, it was at like the 8-minute mark when Necrophos had like his biggest lead over the Pudge. The 5 to 8-minute mark where it was like 600 net worth up on him, but then the Pudge ended up winning a team fight like immediately after that. And the reason he managed to secure himself a decent amount of CS is the lane kept on pushing into the Pudge's tower, and he would step away to hook a big creep over in the jungle, or he would step away to dismember creeps and whatnot over there. Which is like basically all you can do against a Necrophos. And I think part of that comes down to them never being able to rotate the Marcy in to assist and find a kill. Marcy didn't end up doing anything for the first 5 minutes of the game. And this is a hero that needs to be finding kills for your team. Otherwise, you're better off picking another support just due to how it scales in the late game. You want that early advantage, ganking potential with Marcy. And, given how much it's banned out, if you're not doing that, then what's the point?
Yeah, excellent game here from Aster, and excited to see what they do in game 2, whether or not Dandelion will go ahead and just respect ban out the Pudge. I mean, you have a lot to enable it here. Like we were saying, the Dark Seer plus the Warlock just makes this hero even scarier than he normally is, and it is a very scary hero to begin with. So well thought out, well executed draft, man. That's what I like to see. I doubted it initially. I thought this Pudge was going to get shut down and they wouldn't be able to get him online to do what they wanted to do, because I saw it. Like, I saw what they were going for. I just didn't think they'd get there. Turns out they just outperformed them in those early game fights, and Aster snowballed away with the game. So really well done. Going into game 2 here in a little bit, but before we do, Snare, any thoughts on what Dandelion can improve from their side?
Biggest thoughts, honestly, is going to be picking heroes that actually enable you to play the style you've decided to. If you're going to play this more considered, wait until deeper into at the beginning of the mid game to all congregate into one side of the map, don't play Marcy. Play a different hero like Nef was mentioning now. And it also just felt like, thinking back on the Atos, for example, I can sort of see the rationale. Maybe they felt, well, we have no real easy way to set up for this Echo Storm from ET. We want another option for a leash before we hit pre-20 on Beyond, but it felt like they outthought themselves, right? Play a much more standard style of game. Just do something normal that you've been doing successfully up until this point. Keep it up in that direction and don't overthink the situation. So I'm hoping that they go back to a much more team fight oriented style going into the second game, and that'll probably help them out against Seamaster.
Okay. All right, I like it. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, before we come back with game number 2 here. So stay tuned. This is the CNDPC. My name is Cryptic. We got Snare and Neff. We'll see you after the break.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey everybody, welcome back. It was a very short break, and before we break anything else, we're just actually going to go right into the draft. We're not going to mess around. We're just going right into game number 2. This is pretty much where we are right now. That is all gas. Nothing slowing us down here on the CNDPC as we have game 2 between Aster and Dandelion basically underway. I mean, not in game, but a draft already on the way. Again, my name is Cryptic. We've got Snare and Neff going to be bringing you guys the action for this one, and what do you guys think based on these opening picks here? Anything standing out? Because I have a couple opinions, but I want to hear what you guys have to say first.
I have a very big opinion.
First thing that stands out to me is happiness because I've got first pick Warlock. So no matter what else happens, I'm good. You know, this hero's in the meta now. Neff's going to be sad about it, but what can you do?
Yep. I was muted on Discord real quick there as I started speaking, but I have one very strong opinion here. I'm tired of seeing these 2 zeros. I've seen way too many on the games I've been casting. I want a 2-1. I want a close series. Okay? I've had enough.
Okay.
I understand the script says that these teams need to be evenly matched. The 1-1 the first week, second week, and 2-2 by week 4. But can we get some 2-1s here, please? That'd be nice. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I see. I understand the frustration there. I was going to say what I'm excited to see is the support Zeus that's picked up here by Dandelion.
You think he's support, fam?
Yes, it is. This has been plaguing the world of North America as a support position for about a month now. It was being played a lot actually towards the end of last patch. It gained a lot of traction this patch, and we're actually seeing it picked up in a lot of DPC games out in North America. And my guess is that this is absolutely going to be that support Zeus.
Right. North America, the strongest region, right?
No, they NA innovates hero picks a lot. Like a lot of heroes that we see like break into like random regions or a lot of times like tested out in the NA region. It's just street Dota over there. You know, there's no rules.
Yeah. Can we look at that poster they have there in the Dandelion Esports Club? That is motivating.
That's
they
a
got
really cool poster, actually.
CM, Lena, Wind Ranger, and Drow.
That is Lena. Oh, okay. You're going, dude. You just went. What order did you just read these off in? What?
That was a very peculiar order, Nev. What's going on?
I thought you were gonna go from one side to the other, and you're just like ping ponging all over the banner. I was like, what? Okay, you're right though. Those are the correct heroes.
Thank you.
Lol. This is gonna be interesting though.
Damn it, those are good.
Now, I'm just gonna say that like I'm not sure Dandelion's convinced yet where they want to run the Zeus. It could be the support, like you're mentioning. This was very much completely ignored in DPC last tour around, and it hasn't been picked in China just yet. So I want to see this, and I want to see because just checking now when last either Tianming or Zetsi played this hero in professional setting, and Zetsi hasn't played this since 2020, which is a very, very, very long time ago. And of course, Tianming has played this before. It's also been a while, about a year. So I want to see actually where it goes. But I'm just honestly very glad they got themselves some kind of fighting potential. This DK, at the very least, if he shows up to a fight, he's not just going there to die, can hold his ground, stun some heroes up, create some degree of chaos. I don't feel like they're going to get rolled over as much as in the first game, but I'm still worried, honestly, about this Marcy. I don't know, based on what we saw in the last game, I'm hoping that it's not SJ playing it again because I don't know if they have the capability of utilizing the hero as aggressively as you need to if they do play it as a 5 for the second game in a row.
Based on these, I think it's going to be the 5 position Marcy Wraith King, and a Zeus DK off lane. Either of these supports, I guess, could go wherever they want, but my bet would be that it's going to be Zeus DK. The hero is just actually very strong. I think a lot of people are underestimating how good Zeus's Heavenly Jump is. You actually trade incredibly well against other supports, and he is no longer just like a walking wet paper towel, type of thing. So I like the hero a lot. I think we'll be seeing it a lot more. Currently sitting at a 56% win rate in the DPC. By the way,
impressive. I don't care about the Zeus though as a support. I don't care about this Warlock. What I do care about is this Earth Spirit pick. This is my favorite hero in Dota. It is nonstop aggression from this guy. He's going to be rolling into the enemy. He's going to be making things to happen a lot more than the Zeus is. And we have a Marcy on the other team who was like, the modern Earth Spirit pre-nerf, at least in the early game. There's going to be a lot of action in the early game here. This is a game that I am genuinely very excited about. I feel bad for our Observers. He's going to be chasing around kills happening all over the place at the beginning, though. Very sorry, Observer.
Dude, it's not just any Earth Spirit, man. XXX. I'd be willing to almost bet money that this is going to be XXX Visage in a game like this. I mean, you already have Earth Spirit, the most played hero for Bokas by far, one of his winningest heroes as well. It's just going to be a treat to watch. Visage has been played already this season. When did they play this? Wasn't it their first game or something? That Team Asta had, I forget who they played in the opening series, but they have played the Visage. Asta Aries, right? Yeah. They played Visage for XXX in that game. So not too surprising to see that. They have this early faceless Void though for Monet. It's one of his heroes that he's played a lot over the years. And it's interesting how they've got about this because the kind of damage that's going to be going into the bubble isn't your usual type. Right now, they only really have this magnetize, but they have so much follow-up. If you get hit by Chrono, I don't want to be you. Afterwards, there's going to be these stone drops on top of you. Then there's the Chaos Golem dropping on top of you. If not also the Rolling Boulder stun from the Earth Spirit. This team as a team fight seems kind of terrifying right now. And Dandelion don't have the best combo break, it feels like, at this point.
It's just the Wraith King, right? That's one of the main reasons that they pick it into the Faceless Void. It never even feels like a good hero to play into it, but it does. It's does something. It does survive the Chronosphere, and it looks like they're actually going to move that Visage to the mid lane for Ori here as they pick up an Underlord, most likely for XXS here in the off lane. I mean, they could do something different and put Underlord mid into the Dragon Knight. Or if Dragon Knight's going to go mid versus off lane, but either way, it's a really good Underlord pick right now.
I don't think so. I'm kind of underwhelmed by it. It's like okay against the Wraith King. And the percentage-based damage you do is pretty good against strength heroes, but I'm not crazy about it here. Against like a Chaos and something like that, I'd be like, okay, this makes perfect sense. Last pick Brood, okay. So they go, we don't even want to fight into you. We're going to dodge. We're going to farm up your jungle. And they do struggle to deal with this because they don't have enough like hard lockdown here.
Look at the picks, boys. Look who's playing
Yeah,
what.
that is an Ori Earth Spirit.
Woo! Boboka Visage.
Okay.
XXX Underlord. All right. Neff, I don't even want to touch this one, fam. Please continue. Tell us about this Broodmother. Do you still feel the same way after seeing that they're going to move Earth Spirit mid?
Earth Spirit mid against the Broodmother in the mid lane. This is doable. I mean, you can roll through this party. You can clean them up, I think, reasonably well. You can magnetize them down as well if you build up like an entire army. I think a single magnetize and boulder smash will clean them up. I do like it. It is difficult to pull off this Earth Spirit mid, though. It can go very well or it can go very poorly. The only issue with the hero is it doesn't farm that well, so you need to kind of snowball and continue to find kills off the beginning of the game. I do think it kind of suits the meta where we just go very early BKBs, and you could potentially just continuously run people down. Maybe the Warlock on your team will keep you healed up so you can keep with this aggression. It might be good. I'm trying to find reasons to like it, but Earth Spirit hasn't been good in the mid lane for a little while.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? I mean, Earth Spirit, I'll have to pull out some stats on it in a little bit later, but it's not a hero we've seen all that much, especially in the mid lane. I think some of the people that we used to see run it before were few and far between, like a couple mid lane specialists, but we can...
Gunner.
Yeah, Gunner's one of them, of course, but we can let you guys break that down in the game really quick before we go into the game. Snare, who do you think has this one in the bag based on the draft? It's a hard one.
It's a very hard one, but I have learned, unfortunately, from the side of Team Asta that when they do something weird and iffy like this, that it means that they're going to dominate the game. So I'm going Asta 2-0, sadly. Sorry.
All right. Neff, what do you think?
I don't want 2 zeros, but I got to go with my boy Earth Spirit, you know?
Okay.
What can you do?
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and jump into game number 2 right away, everyone. So I hope you're ready for a ride. We got some interesting drafts from both teams, and to bring you the action once again will be Snare and Neff. Take it away, boys. I'll see you when you get back.
Shout out Ricky, shout out our critic. And, he was saying, Neff, that you wanted to look up on some of these stats on the mid-Earth Spirit, right? Mm-hmm. This is only Ori's second game ever in a professional setting on this hero. So, given how often we've seen this hero be very reliant on comfort, what do you make of that? Is this a situation that they're practicing, or is this a hidden talent that he's just going to be pulling up on us right now?
Let's see. Bronze Earth Spirit level 3. I'm thinking he had to have practiced this in scrims a little bit, otherwise they wouldn't be picking it in a game so important. Again, this is major DPC points. This is relegation to the major. There is no way this is not practiced. Is what I'm trying to say here. He's probably played it quite often in scrims. God, I'm trying to find reasons to like it, but it has not seen much success, even on people very familiar with the hero. Maybe it'll turn out slightly better here, and maybe it'll be kind of good with so many other heroes in the game that can pump out a lot of damage. It could be kind of good with Warlock as well, with the Fatal Bonds on top of the Magnetize. That is a lot of damage there in team fights. But Broodmother is like a decent answer to that in the way that I'm not going to team fight you. I'm going to dodge. And if you try to set up on our Wraith King, we have time to get around you. Our support do a lot of damage as well, with like the Zeus and whatnot. These are both very interesting drafts, though, which makes me very excited for the game, wanting to break down what happens and to see how these people play this.
This game's going to be fun no matter what. I really want to see the direction that ZC takes this Broodmother as well. Quite a lot of responsibility going to be due onto the Brood, given that the team, 2 games in a row, they still don't have that much like heads-up initiation or tempo control. It's mostly going to have to come from the DK. So let's see. This lane has to go well. And I really want to see what the build-up is going to be on this Broodmother to be as effective as humanly possible. Down bottom for Boca, almost losing his life here, and he will indeed end up taking a tumble as Summer finds the first blood on this Wraith King, bringing down the Visage. And I'm very happy to see a dead support Visage. Personally, I don't like this hero as much support as I do core, so shout out Summer for being able to exploit some of this earlier weakness on the hero.
Yeah. At the very least, you have going Wraith Fire Blast in this lane as well. I see sometimes the Wraith King just skip it completely. They go Mortal Strike in order to secure themselves more CS and pure experience, like zone enemies out and whatnot. But being that early point to secure a kill, definitely very important. And Boboka, of course, going down 0 armor, like we often talk about on Visage. In the mid lane, Oi ends up going a bottle on this Earth Spirit. ZC doesn't go for that. Instead, is going to go for the Soul Ring. The normal build on this Broodmother is to go Soul Ring Mana Boots, be able to spam out your spawn spiraling as much as possible. You don't do that much until level 6. However, against melee heroes, you're in decent place just due to how well you trade with Insatiable Hunger. The lifesteal and bonus damage you get from this ability is absolutely insane for even level 1. 40% and 35. That's too much, man.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah, so you just forced to walk away whenever he pops it.
Nothing you can do here. You just have to be like, well, we just have to deal with this. Have this Broodmother playing in my face, but ultimately I'm not going to force her away from this lane. She's just going to be farm in this middle side. Something I wanted to talk to you about, because look what they did with SJ. Although they are playing him again on this Marcy in the top lane, they have decided to run this practically as a 4. So they recognize that doing it the same way that we did in game number 1 is certainly not going to work. We need to find a way to have her be more active, more available to move around the map and provide some assistance to both mid and bottom at times.
Yeah, I like this a lot better than I liked it previously, because that was one of the major issues that we had with it last time, right? Just not done anything in the first 5 minutes of the game, so this will make it a little bit easier. I don't like that you haven't made a rotation of the mid lane just yet, but again, the Broodmother not able to do a ton other than favorably trade with the Insatiable Hunger. So probably around the 5-minute mark, we'll start seeing Marcy make some rotations alongside the lower vision some of these heroes have due to nighttime switching over. Until then, just aggression up here in the top lane.
Oh, the aggression might transpire into a kill here, but not too much HP still on Siamese Cat. I mean, it does complicate life moving towards middle as a Marcy in this game, right? Earth Spirit, one of the worst targets to go on when he is playing this mid, just gets away, and he's like, thanks for wasting your time, buddy. So we're going to see exactly when he comes in to help, at the very least, with securing some of these runes and making life easier for ZC. Down bottom, see Tianming on the Zeus. Still just assisting this Wraith King to just farm away. Man, this lane gets so boring at bottom once you get any kind of defensive ability. Boboka won't die anymore. He's playing very happily far back. So no point talking about this except to ask, what build do you want to see on this Wraith King in this game, as he is going for this early hand of Midas?
Anything other than this early hand of Midas. This is the Radiance I am very much not big on. I understand like the need to be able to get yourself level 18 as quick as possible so you can, constantly have the uptime on that reincarnation and take favorable team fights, but I'm not big on this one. I'd rather see an early armlet to fight the enemies, but maybe he just plans on dodging alongside the Broodmother. We did mention like the aggressive power from the side of Aster, but that 3 points of reincarnation, especially up against the Faceless Void, is fairly important, so that might be the logic behind the Hand of Midas as his first item. And maybe he thinks that he's not going to have as much of the map to farm, so he can make more out of less with this Midas if he has a Broodmother on his team.
All right, hear me out, bro. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Okay. So they've got this Faceless Void on the other side, right? They've got these Visage Birds and stuff. He knows that he's going to have to primarily just survive through Chrono and some of the big salvo of spells. Is he going... Given that this is also summer, right? Shylock, as many of you might know him as, is he just going to go heads up into Midas Rads? As we'll talk about it in a second, Beyond getting aggressed upon as they brought in Boboka. Unfortunately, though, SJ is going to be right there and showed up with this rebound. Didn't actually get the full Vector, but doesn't really matter. They can't get the kill. 3 heroes move to the top lane, and unfortunately, no kill happening onto the DK.
He does queue up the Radiance right after the Midas in the middle of that deep fight. There is... Oh my god.
This is Shylock, bro. Midas Radiance. My man is out here.
I mean, he's top of the net worth right now. If someone on my team was doing this, I'd be like, please get an item so you can fight with us sometime in the first 20 minutes of the game. Thank you. That would be super sick.
He is getting that item. That's a Midas with the attack speed, bro.
Yeah, totally. Oh no.
This doesn't surprise me at all, though, honestly, given that this is summer.
He hasn't bought the Glove of Haste yet, though. So maybe he just goes straight into the Radiance instead of going for this Hand of Midas, or maybe he makes a decision coming up pretty quickly here. If you plan on going to the jungle the next minute here, you want that Glove of Haste for the extra attack speed. It'll clear camps faster. What some people were doing for a while on the Wraith King is they would go double Gloves of Haste and build one into a Midas and one into an Armlet. Just because Glove of Haste is such a value item for increasing your DPS inside the jungle.
Might not feel the need to do so though, because as we see in the top lane, Team Asta still deciding to keep a Boca onto the side of the map. So they're playing effectively a tri-lane here, denying as much farm away from beyond as humanly possible, but also opening up space for them to play a bit more greedily on the map on the side of Dandelion Esports Club, as all these heroes don't have to fear for their lives. As this game goes on though, also starting to see some of these networks of Team Asta get into some scary territory. Where do you think this Ori Spirit, where does he go? Because I can't imagine he's going to just stick around in this mid lane. He knows that playing into this Brood is just not an option. So is he going to join the rest of his compatriots in the top lane, make it 4 heroes and try and force a kill onto Beyond?
Not right now, he's not. I mean, he doesn't have the mana to be able to do anything at the moment. I think he's going to stick around mid lane for the 8-minute rune, or hope someone heads back to base and refills his bottle for him. But try to contain his Brood, who is, I think, going to start farming him pretty quickly here. He did end up using the Magnetize. The Magnetize, I didn't see what he used it on. I imagine just a group of spiders. Like I was talking about at the beginning. Unfortunate. So he doesn't have the mana to keep up with this Broodmother, unfortunately. This Broodmother just went to Soul Rig Arcane Boots, like I was talking about. This is like the normal build on this hero. Just be able to spam spawn Spiderlings like nearly off of cooldown. In your Spirit, you know, it's 100 mana to Boulder Smash. It's another 100 mana to Magnetize. You need to commit both of these to kill a group of spiders, and Broodmother is going to be like building an army back up in no time at all. Thankfully, the Brood doesn't have a ton of kill potential on the ES Spirit, just because ES is a melee hero, so you have the damage block, and you have so much HP. He commits it again. This is just how you can deal with these Spiderlings.
Want to take too much damage onto the tier 1 tower in this mid lane, so we'll commit said Magnetize, clearing out the space a little bit, but like you mentioned, is going to be somewhat keeping him in this area of the map because you now lack the ability to move off elsewhere. Down bottom, Tianming, now that Summer has vacated the lane to go into the jungle, they're leaving space towards the Zeus to try and get as much experience as humanly possible. And Team Asta will, of course, utilize that space to just push forward. XXX with this Firestorm. Getting fairly tanky right now. Vanguard up with the Soul Ring, building into Rod of Atos. So he is quite tanky. There's actually 4 Soul Rings in this game. Alright, we should actually start a counter somewhere to see how many of these games have this many. And they just get the tier 1 tower for free. Absolutely no way that they can counter this, at least right now, from the side of Dandelion.
I mean, the enough mana items, Soul Rings are giving you extra armor and HP. It's just too good. But yeah, they're up in the top lane right now with these Spiderlings, trying to put damage in this tier 1 tower up here.
We'll bring up this Underlord as well. Looking for a kill potentially onto Beyond. They have access to the bubble from Monet if he wants to utilize it. There, it's going to drop down. Is this going to be a kill? Ori also showed up, went in with the Rolling Boulder, or has that option now. SJ trying to find some degree of save, not going to be able to do so. End up losing this Beyond DK. So first big rotation of the game from Ori. Goes top. It's a lot of commitment from them. They use practically everything there, but ultimately not only does it get them the kill nerf, but it protects the tier 1 tower, so they still have the space to play around in the top lane.
Yeah, Summer immediately punishing the mid lane though. Look, the boys, the skeletons on this building, putting in work here. I think, yeah, they're just gonna take it. They lose the more important tower.
The player. They didn't even get any tower kills themselves up on top, and Ori throws in the Magnetize, rolls onto Zetsi. I don't think they have the damage for this kill. So yet another wasted ultimate from them. This is so great. And that's also more gold into the coffers of Summer. Closer to Radiance we go here, Neff. It's all working out somehow. It's all going fine.
I'm not a fan. I mean, our net worth is up on the side of Aster, but a 1,000 advantage. Earth Spirit is doing a little bit better than the Broodmother still. This will start to change pretty quickly, I imagine. He's done a great job at keeping up, just from committing his ultimate to clear out these spiders whenever he sees a clump of them too big. This had to have been like a pre-practice strategy. I don't. Oh, they end up missing the Rolling Boulder. Can't connect it with the Zeus. Yeah.
That was so sick. Well done.
He hopped out of the way of it with Heavenly Jump, right?
Yeah. He does the Rolling Boulder with jump, and then he just CPs out like a mouse.
Yeah, I missed the beginning of that one. But yeah, if you jump out of the way fast enough, then you have like a very small window to TP if you do it right away. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to get away from Red Spirit once he's got 4 points in the roll.
Great job being done.
Once he's level 10, it's even harder. They're going to smoke up on Warlock and Earth Spirit. They've got Golem available as well. This is so annoying, man. Are we looking at this top tier 1 tower? Come on, man. Be cool.
Little bit of spiders just slowly chomping away at the tower, and they will be able to drop it. XXX realizes too late that he can do something about this. They will at least try to kill ZC though, and they should have the damage for this one. Ori doesn't even need to commit more than a couple of token rolls in. They do find the kill. Didn't even need the Magnetize nor the Golem for that one. Magnetize was still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. But still, great kill to get, although it does cost them the tier 1 tower at the very end, Nef. So now they've lost out on both top and mid, and they haven't gotten as much map control back against the side of Dandelion Esports Club to make up for this.
Mm-hmm. They haven't. At the very least, you get level 10 on Earth Spirit if you're plus 325 rolling boulder distance, so it is much easier to gap close, get on top of heroes, and you might take advantage of that one here to try to get on top of Zeus. He does.
Woo! Beautiful catch, and they should be able to find this kill. SJ showing up. We haven't actually seen a lot of these disposers actually get the salvation necessary. Will end up dying himself as well. So putting himself into harm's way. Monet with the double damage rune, claiming the double kill here. Now they can move on to the tier 1 tower in this mid, recognizing how important it's going to be for them. All right, this is great, and this is what Team Aston needs at this stage of the game when they know that Dandelion Esports Club not ready to fight just yet. You take advantage of it by just forcing them into these awkward positions where they have no other option but to give you the space.
Yeah. It doesn't look like they're letting up now either. They're continuing this aggression.
Okay, Summer has access to the ultimate. Will get caught out by both Monet and Ori. XXX has shown up as well through the Fiend's Gate. Tianming throws down this ultimate, and they chop it down onto the Warlock with these Spawn Spiderlings. They drop down the Golem still though, and Monet throws out the Chronosphere with the Soul Assumption. They have enough damage to bring down SJ, but do they have enough with the real heroes? Because Monet getting eaten alive by ZC will cost the life of Summer though, and ZC also dies here to XXX, who's claimed so much damage here in the middle of this fight. Look how hard he's hitting on this Underlord. Beyond might be another victim as well, and that is indeed going to be the case. Double kill for XXX, who was sitting on over 500 damage on this Underlord. Seems very fair and balanced for this participation early on, pre-15 minutes now.
I mean, he gets off 3 Firestorms in a team fight. That's really all it takes to put in these kind of numbers onto the Underlord. But the right-click damage that he's doing right now is absolutely insane. 600 with the Atrophy Aura.
Fair and balanced, man. What's the issue?
I don't know why he didn't try to get a couple swings in on that tier 2 tower. He would have taken it down to like half HP. 2 Divine Rapiers from that thing. Very cool.
I think he's heard you. He's thinking about it right now. Staying in the area, but I don't think he'll be able to get there. Still though, this is a fight that Asta did have to commit quite a lot for, but they didn't commit everything absolutely in that situation. And the important thing is that they do manage to bring down a big kill onto this Wraith King. When you're farming for this Rad, as we just look at SJ dying again, that was painful, very painful. XXX now on a dominating streak, but Dandelion, why did they take that fight, Nef? Could they have gotten away from it somehow and not force the situation as now? We'll talk about it in a second because Zetsi in danger as well as Ori not letting up anywhere on the map. They're chasing down this Broodmother and they should be able to kill her. Her Orchid not complete just yet. She'll have to wait for some time before she gets it as she has lost her life. Beyond, at the very least, able to claim a return kill onto this Warlock, but not going to be good enough to protect the tower. And it seems as the bit of deja vu that we see from game number 1 here, Nef, because they are making this early game very, very difficult for Dandelion to play.
I mean, here's the issue. Once you're in against this mid Earth Spirit, you're in. Very few heroes are able to get away from it. That 4-second cooldown on the rolling boulder, and the distance this goes, 1,075? This is doubled when you go through a boulder. You're going 2,000 distance and you're stunned for 2 seconds when he ends up connecting with you. What they were doing earlier was perfectly reasonable. You know, Broodmother dodging, coming up the top lane, trying to take that building. When the Earth Spirit makes that rotation, you see the Wraith King over the mid lane taking that tower. That is how you deal with the Earth Spirit in the early game. You don't give him the opportunity to snowball off of these early kills because he doesn't farm very fast. If you can dodge him out during the power spike, then you're going to be in a decent place. But at the moment, the Earth Spirit's getting exactly what he wants from this mid lane. He's ahead of the Broodmother. He's continuing to find kills, and he's allowing his team to just snowball out of control. Meanwhile, Summer on this Wraith King, he's gone for the opposite of what you need against this Earth Spirit. If you're not able to dodge against him, you need to be building up the items you can't fight into him with. This Radiance is not what you need. You have no extra stats. You provide very little utility to these team fights. We're 16 minutes in the game. He doesn't even have his first real item yet because the Radiance isn't completed.
Yep. Phase Boots, Midas Rads, certainly going to be good for the farming direction, but not necessarily for the fighting. And Team Asta will be exploiting that by going into the Roshan pit right now. The date with the big man seems to be quite successful on their side, with this Visage Familiar damage, XXX being here as well. Be able to claim this without too much difficulty, and no real option for Dandelion to try and contest against this. I mean, not only are we having a situation right now where Team Aster has all of these ways to just force these fights, look at these items on the side of Dandelion, not just on the Summer or Wraith King, but we just got the Orchid now onto ZC. We went Blink first on Beyond, so we don't have any BKBs for them to realistically stand and fight. So throughout this Aegis, it feels like Team Aster just has a free couple of minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes, maybe even on the map, Nev, to just do whatever the hell they want, and Dandelion can't realistically do anything about it.
Bottom lane, they're making a rotation in on Ori. He needs another hero with him to be able to kill this Dragon Knight, though. Just him by himself, I don't think will be enough, especially with his item build right now. He's waiting for...
It's the Fiend's Gate. They had the Fiend's Gate. SJ gonna be the one that's potentially sacrificed for this one. Try to get away with the rebound, but it's not gonna be good enough, and that's a very quick and easy kill.
They can all just head back now.
Because they use Fiend's Gate, they're all gonna be able to head back and potentially still play aggressively onto the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Man, whenever I see teams ahead playing with this Fiend's Gate, it seems so difficult to mount any kind of map control or map pressure against a squad that is further ahead than you and that can just show up at any given time and outfight you at the same time.
Yeah. It becomes super annoying to try to play into that, especially when you have very little towers early on. The bottom one is the only tier 1 that was still standing, so playing that far forward to that one, kind of unfortunate, but at the very least you only lose Marcy. Not that significant. I mean, the man only has 2.1k net worth to his name right now on SJ. So, not the end of the world that he ends up going down. Summer finally has the Radiance completed, but this is the same time the BKB comes out on the Earth Spirit. He doesn't care about that Radiance anymore. Oh, connects with the Broodmother. I'm not sure he's going to be able to find the kill.
They've got allies streaming in right now beyond. They did throw in the stun with the Dragon Tail onto Ori, but weren't able to actually connect more damage onto him. Ori gets the roll back onto Beyond with this BKB active, and Beyond doesn't have a BKB of his own. He committed the blink to get forward, so now has no options for getting back. And at the same time, they also managed to pick off SJ, the Visage Familiars of Baboka, finding him, isolating him, and killing him. And I didn't want to bring it up, Neff, but I think we have to. This SJ boss here, I don't think it's working out, man. This is the second game in a row where it doesn't really feel that strong, and we also see a lot of misses off of the rebound dispose combo.
Yeah, it seems like they're picking up this hero because it makes it through the draft, but Aster's been intentionally letting it through the draft. They go, okay, we're not that worried about the hero, we know how to play around it, and it doesn't really fit with the other things that you're trying to do. Like, they go for the Hand of Midas on the Wraith King. They have the Dragon Knight, who is amazing at setting up things like pre-Aghanim Shard or Blink Dagger. The Broodmother that's kind of playing by itself down the bottom lane. Aster don't have these easy early lanes for Dandelion to gank, so they seem to understand this Marcy hero very well. Meanwhile, Dandelion, they're just picking it because it's good and it gets through, I think.
Yep.
Getting kind of baited.
This might be the first time in Dota history that we've seen a team pick heroes because it's great in the meta rather than it's good for our team, what we want to do with it, and get punished summarily for that decision. And right now we're seeing it happen to Dandelion Esports Club as Aster has expanded their lead to a 7k level right now. And didn't they also have only 4 kills from Dandelion last game? There's no way 2 games in a row they failed to get more than 4 kills. We'll see what happens.
I can double check that real quick, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 4 kills. Yeah, it was 4 kills. Beyond. He's teleporting in. He's thinking about teleporting into the Fiend's Gate.
Unfortunately, the Fiend's Gate brings in heroes faster than he can get out, and he will wind up losing his life. Dead again on this DK, progression to the BKB being halted, but there might be a fight elsewhere. Monet, ooh, beautiful chrono drop down onto ZC. Summer tries to buy time with the Wraith Fire Blast, but ZC doesn't have a BKB to protect him against Ori, who will roll onto him and get the kill. And now Summer in a similar predicament, kicked back into this pit of madness of XXX. He is in danger. No BKB, no defensive items. He will end up losing his life. 8k gold lead now for Team Aster. And that Radiance will not help you against the second salvo of damage. And Team Aster really are feeling free to do whatever the hell they want. And they just got a BKB on Monet as well, man.
Yeah, they do. XSS, look at the damage he's doing to this tier 3. This is insane. He's doing more than 100 damage per swing to this tower. Monet is really far in. In fact, he ends up going down. But that's just what the Aegis is going to expire in another 20 seconds anyways.
Yep, Aegis is already about to expire. And it also claims the life of both Beyond and SJ in the similar moments as they took away the Sages. And he's just like, well, on life number 2, I'm getting this BKB delivered anyway, so not really all that much you can do. And now we know that the one spell that we might have had any degree of fear of, which is the Thunder God's Wrath, is now down. So It ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just keep pushing.
Yeah.
They still have access to this Chaos Golem in the backlines. We've got these familiars out from Baboka. And they have no real reason to leave here now. All three of their cores have BKBs at the ready if a fight does come from Dandelion.
These birds need to make quick work of the racks alongside XSS with the plus 300 damage that he's consistently holding. He TP's out now. He doesn't have Fiend's Gate for another 30 seconds as well, so they might think this is their only opportunity to take a fight right now on Dandelion. And they're going to try to chase these heroes down, but they just can't connect with anyone.
The
regen rune for Ori.
Oh my god, Ori's gonna come back. Monet, they also realize that they've chased too far. Beyond stayed inside the base, and he's the only one that has Blink Dagger. So they can't actually initiate this fight, even if they want to. Like, you can't do anything about this. This is so sad. ZC has access to this Orchid, but he knows that, like, well, what do I do? I'm gonna run up, Orchid this hero, and then what? What's the next step? What's the plan B? This step 2 here.
There's no step 2.
Question marks, and then step 3 profit?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh no, Summer might be in danger here. All right, they miss with the Pit of Malice, but Ori still gets the Growl out onto SJ here, throws in the Magnetize, quite a decent amount of damage. With Fatal Bonds, SJ already down to less than half HP, had to flee within the fountain. Although that does at least force out a BKB charge from Ori, so Team Asta finally will call it quits and back off. But Dandelion corral once more inside their base. This feels like a desperation smoke here, Nef.
That's because it is. This is into a Chronosphere. Unless you catch the Faceless Void as the first hero. Alright, they didn't even finish off the Warlock here. He can drop the Chaotic Offering. They can drop the Chronosphere if they want to. There it is.
Will drop said Chaotic Offering. There's the Chrono on top of it as well with these Fatal Bonds. DK's dead. Marcy's gone down as well. ZC was caught outside of this bubble and ends up losing his life. And here's Summer. Inside a Pit of Malice. Has access to the Rad, but who cares as Baboka rinses him down as well. They're going to turn this into a team wipe by chasing down and killing Tianming. And Team Asta, no messing about here in game number 2. They secured almost exactly the same score as game number 1. 4 kills to 24 versus 4 kills to 25. And they make sure that they get a strong finish. Team Asta, nothing to mess with here, Nef. They do not want to go home without taking another 2-0. You may hate it, but Ori, just another day at the office for him.
I stand corrected. I mean, I wanted to see, Dandelion rise to the top, see them, continue here through Division 1 after making a great run through the open qualifiers and Division 2. But Asta, they continue to be the blockers in this region for some of these other teams, and they're having a good time. Look how happy they are post-game, man. Incredible gameplay there by Asta, and I am impressed with how they managed to play this Earth Spirit into the Broodmother so well. I mean, committing that Magnetize might have seemed like a waste, but it slowed down this Broodmother's progress so much.
Yep.
Yeah, it was pretty much, like you said, repeat of game number 1. Absolute textbook performance here from Aster. I mean, it's hard to think that a team that plays that smooth, like, can actually like drop games here in the DPC that they have already lost a series, let alone. So it's like they figured something out that's working well with their team. Maybe it's the Warlock. To be honest, I think that's a huge part of their victory here. But offlane Underlord, man, it was a perfect Underlord game, and it just snowballed that one fight in the jungle. 638 bonus damage at one point. Might be like close to a record, to be honest. So that is pretty absurd. 2 Divine Rapiers at like 17 minutes. Good luck fighting into that.
Good luck, and luck went very badly, unfortunately. I kind of feel as well, though, that Dandelion, second game in a row that they felt very disjointed. I think that's probably the best way to describe it, where we very rarely got to see them play as a full squad and try to utilize everything together. It might have to do with the itemization because everybody was itemizing for different parts of the game, but I don't know. The Dandelion that we saw doing really well in Division 2, doing really well in the open qualifiers, and hell, doing very well in their opening series, not the Dandelion that showed up today, honestly. They felt just off the pace, and some of these picks, this last pick, Broodmother, I still don't see why. Like, we never got to see in this game exactly what made it that they put all their eggs into this Broodmother basket. Whereas for Team Asta, everything just sort of explains itself, right? When you see how the game plays, you're like, oh yeah, we know why they did that. Hell, even Zeus for Tianming. This was a first pick Zeus. Did it feel like first pick Zeus to you? I very rarely felt the impact of this hero in this game, honestly. It was just very bizarre from Dandelion. And yet again, like Minef mentioned, this SJ, Marcy, the way that they utilize it at the very least, still not that impressive from Dandelion. So feels like they outdrafted themselves a little bit in this situation.
Yeah. I don't think the Zeus is necessarily the issue with this game. I do agree. I think the Marcy performance here from Dandelion today was very subpar from what like you would like to get out of your Marcy. I mean, you can see it's 13 minutes in the game. She's still level 5. Like that just shouldn't happen. But yeah, the last pick Brood as well. Like this, it seems very bizarre because this meta that we're pretty much forced into at the moment is a massive death ball team fight meta. You know, you're going to be taking early fights. You're going to be getting early BKBs, but that's just not what Brood does. And it seems super strange that this is the hero that they go for on their very last pick. I don't know, Neff. What do you think? Am I crazy for thinking that? Do you think the meta can be, you know, can you break the mold, or is breaking the mold just certain death?
I mean, they broke the mold here today. They picked the Earth Spirit over in the mid lane up against a Brood Mother. We saw some odd things, which is kind of unique for this patch. I think even seeing the Underlord now in 7.31D. Oh, I was unmuted the VMix muted on Discord. I think even seeing the Earth Spirit, the Underlord in 7.31D is a little bit unusual. They definitely broke the mold today on the side of Aster, and they ended up finding success with it. They did great, in my opinion. So I think if the patch is 100% figured out, or we have enough diversity that basically anything could work inside Dota, I wouldn't say breaking the mold is the issue here today.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are just one after the other. It's like you said right here, like they go onto the high ground, they don't even have the follow-up to get on top of the Warlock, and then at this point they have no BKBs, they have a Chronosphere that they're fighting into, and a Warlock Chaotic Offering. Like there's just no possibility of winning a team fight here on Dandelion, right? Yeah, but it seems like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to force a fight, but it just seems so antithesis to what like their team like heroes want to do. So I don't know, maybe just on a different page here, trying something new on Dandelion. Maybe it didn't work out. We'll see what they do like in their later series, obviously, and if they want to try and go for something else. But Aster today, I mean, they look good.
Yeah, hella clean. Also, it probably doesn't help as well that last fight that we saw, I don't think I've ever actually seen this, especially in China, where a team ends a game with approximately 0 BKBs to their name. I literally have never seen that. So 0 BKBs into the enemy team having triple BKBs. The fights sort of explain themselves. But I think also Aster had a better idea of where to go throughout the entirety of the game. We just kept seeing that they found the priority targets. When Summer was just busy AFK free farming the map, they ignored him. They let him. They're like, sure, you do you, buddy. We're just going to make sure that Beyond doesn't actually have a game. He never gets to BKB, only has his Blink Dagger to play around with. And if we see ZC, cool, we're just going to keep squishing the spider, ending the game with like, what, Orchid? And that's it. And they just left Summer alone. They're like, all right, do you want to play this super greedy style? You do you, man. We're just going to keep fighting elsewhere and force you to come to us. And when we come to us, we know you're going to be too weak to do anything about it. So looking like they actually want to qualify for TI. It seems like Lanem is very serious about this. And they actually have the ability, if they keep looking like this, to keep going in that direction and get it. Definitely.
Yeah. One of my favorite things this game, and hopefully the opportunity to ask if we have an interview, when we have an interview, is about that the Earth Spirit, the magnetizing the spiders. It was definitely like the optimal play. Ended up committing that several times to stop the Broodmother from building up too much advantage early on. It was super sick play there by the Earth Spirit. I think he did everything you should have this game, which is surprising because they were saying this was only his second Earth Spirit game of his competitive career.
Yeah, he played super well. And I think we're going to be lucky enough to be joined by Ori for our interview, which should be a lot of fun. You can ask him all of your Earth Spirit questions, Neff. So we'll just start this one off. Ori, congratulations on an absolute dominant performance here in this series. Honestly, big shout out to you, Neff. Would you like to ask him a question about his Earth Spirit?
Absolutely. First question to open this one up would be, this was only the second Earth Spirit game of your competitive career, but you seemed incredibly comfortable on the hero. What made you decide to pick it up and play it in the mid lane this game?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场非常碾压的胜利。然后想问一下，就是中南土猫这个英雄的话，是 DPC 登场次数数一数二吧。然后你今天拿出来之后发挥也非常好，就是你这个英雄是怎么去看待？为什么会拿这个点？
我感觉这个英雄数值挺高的吧，然后打中就 挺厉害的，就训练也玩，就拿出来用了呀。
I think stack wise, this hero is really beefed, and yeah, I think his hero is strong. We scrimmed many times with their spirit. That's why we pick him.
My second question about that one, if I can steal it for another one before you guys get the opportunity to ask. I really liked how you could magnetize against Broodmother to block her from building up a spider army and building up an early lead. Is this something you guys have practiced in scrims, or something that you have come up with on the spot?
我就是看到你对线蜘蛛的时候，有时候也会拿大招去清一下那个小蜘蛛嘛。这个是你们平时训练会有练到的东西吗？还是说你打的时候就是突然想到的，就是不让他把小蜘蛛给吞起来？
就打的时候感觉想放就放了，然后没想其他的。
Yeah, that is during the game. I feel like I need to spam my ult a little bit. I didn't think too much. I didn't scrim with Broodmother either. So that's just coming to my mind and I just use it.
Man's a genius. Thank you. You guys?
Yeah.
So I wanted to actually ask.
Go ahead, Snare.
I just wanted to ask. So we saw the last pick Broodmother coming in that game from your opponent here of Dandelion Esports Club. Why do you think they picked that hero, and what is the team reaction in your camp when you saw that hero being picked up? Did it change your plans at all in terms of how you wanted to lane, or was it always going to be the Earth Spirit being played mid in this game?
就是想问一下，因为最后选了那个玉母蜘蛛嘛，就是这个有没有影响到你们 BP 上的一些这个分人跟调整呢？还是说一开始你就想好了这个要去拿这个土矛打中，就是不换了？
当时也没想好，就看最后阵容定型再想着玩什么吧。然后最后选个蜘蛛，就也没想过他会选真英雄，然后就用土矛玩了，就玩土矛了。
So we haven't decided which position we're gonna put our Earth Spirit into until we saw them pick Broodmother. I didn't see Broodmother coming, to be honest, but I think Earth Spirit can land with her. So we decide to put Earth Spirit in the mid.
Another question I wanted to ask you all about especially the nature of the second game's draft. A lot of other teams right now, not just in China, but across the world, when deciding on who to play in the safe lane, they reserve that pick for either the end of the second phase or sometimes the very last pick in the draft overall. In this game, you guys went for the very early pick onto the Faceless Void for Monet. Is it just something that he felt super confident about if he had the help of the Warlock, that I can just first pick this and don't worry about the counters? Or is there something else within the team that y'all decided we want to be able to have some secrets deeper on, and at the very least, just get Monet what he wants for now, and it's okay?
就是再想问一下第二把，尤其是第二把的 BP，就是我们看到可能现在更多全国的那个全世界的 DPC 还是可能1号位会放到最后2手出嘛。但是像你们的话，今天这把的话，直接很早的就把那个 Monet 的虚空跟术士这条线给选出来了。你们是怎么想的呢？就是 Monet 他自己是对这个英雄配术士对线比较自信，还是觉得想早点把1号位出来了之后，方便其他位置去做一些阵容上的摇摆？
就当时就玩的人比较自信，觉得能选，然后后面再搬几个怕的就没事了，所以就直接选了。
Yeah, he was pretty confident with his Faceless Void, and he wanted to pick it first, and then we can ban some Faceless counter, and he should be fine. He think he should be fine. That's why we pick him earlier.
Cool.
All right. Ricky, back to you.
Yeah, I got a question for you. So I noticed that you guys happened to give Dandelion the Marcy for both games. Is this because you guys maybe don't think the hero is as strong as, people like are experimenting with it? Or is this something you think Dandelion's like underperforming on the hero, so it's kind of more of a bait pick?
2场比赛都放了马西给对面，然后你们是觉得这个英雄的强度没有大家想象的那么高，还是觉得就是可能这个系列赛他们这个马西发挥的不是特别好呢？
不放马西有其他英雄放吧，只是我们选择了打马西而已。然后但应用强度的话都差不了多少吧。
I think she is decent. She is decent. If we decide to ban Marcy, then we have to let other heroes come out. So our decision is just to let Marcy go through the ban phase, and we can deal with her.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what we were thinking. Neff, Snare, you guys have any other questions here today?
Yes, something I have been burning to ask. Actually, I'm gonna steal Neff. Sorry, fam.
I'm done.
When
You
it
go ahead.
comes, are you done? When your team is drafting, generally from the side of Team Master, over the seasons, of course, we've seen that people have had conversation about Team Master doing very well within China and not doing as well internationally. Is that going to be something that the team has been looking at and looking at how to approach playing international teams outside of the Chinese region?
就是 Aster 的话，一直有就是内战比较强，但是在国际赛场上发挥比较一般的这个问题嘛。然后粉丝这边也会有这个评论。然后你们自己的话，有没有把这些就是情况去作为一个考虑？然后队内的话，有没有讨论过就是怎么样去保证自己以后在这个国际赛场上也有更好的发挥呢？
就感觉打谁都一样吧，认真对待每个对手。然后，而且今年也没有打过国际赛事。所以最后怎么样还是要打完才知道呀。
I think we want to treat every opponent the same equally, and this year is we haven't had any chance to play international matches as well, so we will see the outcome at the end of the season.
I mean, honestly, we're really pulling for you guys. We'd love to see you guys at the international stage, and of course, even sooner at the major. But we're gonna go ahead and let you go after what it was definitely one of the most dominant performances here in Division 1 so far. Meaning, we're very excited to see you guys as we go forward. So, thank you, Ori, for joining us again. Congratulations, and hopefully, we get to speak to you soon.
我们也希望你能在未来如果有机会去 TI 的话有好的发挥，希望你们在这个联赛里面继续发挥稳定啊！谢谢你接受我们采访。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
A little bit of an unsurprising victory here for Team Aster. Whoa, hello.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
A little bit of an unsurprising victory here for Team Aster. You know, Dandelion looked very good in their opening series, but didn't like. I think you, Snare, said it. It didn't look like the same Dandelion here today. Maybe they were experimenting with some stuff. Drafts were definitely a little wonky from them, but it's possible. We'll get them back in full swing in their next series. But that is not it for today, which seems like weird because it's, 4 games down, but we got the third series lined up coming up not too soon. We got a little over an hour away, but I want to talk to you guys about this one before we go to a break. It is going to be EHOME taking on Xtreme. All right. So we're going to have 4 teams at 2-1, 4 teams at 1-2. Where do you think this is going to end up? Do you guys think EHOME can upset another powerhouse like Xtreme? Can it happen? Snare, you're shaking your head. I'm going to let you marinate on that one. Neff, what do you think?
I think that anything is possible. Maybe against Xtreme, not as possible, though. I think people are going to be taking them a lot more seriously, especially after they take down a giant like PSG. Not that they wouldn't before, but now they're going to make extra sure that they're going to put EHOME in the ground here. Again, every team is so strong in this region that it's hard to say which team is going to come out on top before we can actually see the drafts and what happens, but I don't know. I think an upset is unlikely.
Snare, what do you
It's hard to say, right? If EHOME game 2 against RNG, if it's that EHOME that shows up, I actually think that they're better. That EHOME looks better than what Xtreme has looked so far. I've been for a long time. I was president of the Lou fan club, trying to convince y'all that this guy's the future on Xtreme gaming, but hasn't necessarily looked that strong so far. I mean, it's only 2 series that they've played, and it's 1-1 the scoreline, but it's been some fairly wishy-washy games. Honestly, I don't think they're playing as well as they did at their peak last season. So I think if the EHOME of game 2 versus RNG shows up and plays against Xtreme as they've looked so far, that EHOME should win. But EHOME's also been very up and down, right? Yes, they did take that game against PSG LGD, but it's pretty apparent so far that PSG LGD are, let's just say, not taking this at the same degree of seriousness as everybody else is. They don't need these points. They don't need these wins. So they have latitude to try and experiment for later in their season. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be 2-1. Very contingent on the EHOME performance, but I can see them eking out a victory here. I can see them winning this one, especially if they do in the draft, do their best to try and address Lou. If they can address Lou in the draft, then I think actually EHOME should have a pretty easy time today, but it's very dependent on how they come prepared for the day.
I mean, after tonight, I would really hope we would get a 2-1. Just like the first series was one of the most one-sided Division 1 series that we've had so far in the DPC, or Division 2 series we had so far in the DPC. And now we just come off the back of probably the equally most one-sided series we've had in Division 1. So I'm going to really cross my fingers here and hope that EHOME and Xtreme give us a banger of a series, because we are definitely due for one. But unfortunately, for those of you who are, rearing to watch it just like we are, it's about an hour and 20 minutes away. Oof. We got a little bit of a wait because these games just went so quick here today. So maybe take a shower if you haven't done that today. Nothing wrong with that. Get some food and then come back.
What are you trying to say about our viewer base?
Nothing, Neff. I'm just recommending good hygiene. Okay.
Unbelievable. This guy's so toxic.
The unwashed masses are here.
Hey, number one rule of attending a major: shower every single day, no exceptions. But yeah, we got a little bit of a wait. EHOME versus Xtreme. You guys, any final thoughts before we send it to a break?
Yes.
Okay, hit me.
There's one interview question I forgot to ask Ori. He ended that game at 1-0-17, despite the fact his team had 24 kills. He had the most hero damage on his team, and he had a single kill. His team kept stealing kills from him. They were trying to take the spotlight from Ori, but thankfully we got the real MVP in the interview.
Yep. True. I mean, he bodied. That's kind of an Earth Spirit type of thing, though, right? Like, the hero doesn't really get kills that easily. He's all like damage over time.
I use Boulder Smash to finish people off.
So you're the one stealing kills, then, Neff.
Okay.
With the Boulder Smash.
Yeah.
Honestly,
absolutely.
Not I'm hoping for. I'm thinking what we've been seeing today. What Aster did, because one of the things I like about Team Aster, just historically in China, is even if they don't do that well overseas, within China, they are masters of the meta, and usually they're a good indicator of what the direction of the scene is going to be. So I do think we're not the last time we're going to see this mid Earth Spirit, not the last time we're going to see this mid Pudge. We've obviously already seen some core Pudges, and I think it's a guarantee now that Warlock is actually first phaseable. I don't think we're gonna see this so often. So get used to it, Neff. Get used to seeing them fatal bonds, fam. I hope you enjoy life.
I can't wait till we get to 7.32. It's gonna be sick.
I honestly, I watched like someone towards the end of last patch like spamming a ton of Warlock. I think he won like 18 of 20 games.
Why would you watch that? It's not entertaining.
No. I didn't actually watch him. It was mostly just like I looked at his card and talked to him about it.
Oh, okay.
He basically said he thought Warlock was going to be a top tier pick, and looks like he's definitely correct on that one. And you were just talking about Aster. They're currently ranked number 10 in total DPC points, so they are still slotted for that TI invite as long as they can manage to maintain a decent score here in Tour 3. At their current trajectory, it looks like they're definitely slated for the major, which I've crossed my fingers because I'd love to see them at a major. But it's all talk for another day, I suppose, at this point. And I don't know, might be ready. We throw it to a break. We'll be back with our third and final series of the day for those of you who are just tuning in. Unfortunate timing. It's going to be EHOME versus Xtreme coming up in about an hour, everyone. So stay tuned. We will see you then when we get back for more here on the CN DPC.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome back as we get into the final series of the day, and it's going to be EHOME versus Xtreme Gaming. EHOME is a team which has been progressively on the up for a very long time now. This team came together and they've been looking pretty damn good. I've been enjoying them working on things, improving and just generally, figuring their game out. They've been one of the few teams, honestly, who have come together as like five kind of, relatively inexperienced players when you look at the other teams in the region, and they've managed to figure things out. They found their own style, and now they're looking to really contest this region and see if they can make it into that top four. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Xtreme Gaming. This team has names which you will recognize anywhere. These are players which have played on Major. These are players who have played at TI. And then we've got some new blood coming in as well, especially Lou on the carry player as well. And these guys are also looking pretty damn spicy. But of course, this is the China region where everybody has dropped this series so far. It is just that close, so we can never tell what's going to happen. But to give you an idea and to break it down for you, we've got B-Cup and Black who are going to be analyzing and casting this game as well. Guys, how are we doing? And B-Cup, are you excited for this series?
No, I'm never excited for Chinese Dota. Actually, one of my least favorite regions. I don't even know anything about these teams. It's just
skill ceiling is just so damn low, right? So what can you do?
I never understand why people enjoy this region. Why would you like a region that everybody goes 1-1? Seems very boring. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, but we don't even know who's first. We don't even know who's last. Actually, we do know who's first at the moment. It's three teams tied for first with RG, Aster, and Vici at the moment.
It's happening again. It's happening again. I'm telling you.
It could. We could go around in circles.
It really is.
If EHOME wins now, it's probably going to happen.
I thought it was
interesting. Why do you say that, Black? Why do you think that?
I just feel like, again, inconsistency is plaguing many teams. Xtreme Gaming also no exception. But I feel like, especially with EHOME, they're just way too hit or miss for me. If they win this series, I wouldn't put it past them to just lose the next series like super one-sidedly. It's just, I don't know what it is with them. I really hope they can figure it out soon. They haven't yet, so if they win this, they're going to be 2-2 after. I'm almost certain of it.
That's interesting. Do you agree with that, B-Cup?
EHOME win this, they lose to Aster. I can see it going either way. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, my point of view on this series, actually, I was thinking that Xtreme Gaming were... they have higher highs but lower lows. Meanwhile, EHOME are kind of just more consistent down the middle. They do have some really great performances, but generally they have this kind of mediocrity which they stick to, but every now and again they're able to push it a little bit higher. So it's interesting that we have different opinions on that, Black. I guess we'll wait and see for this game. I mean, I think, with Lou, has started to become a much more consistent carry player through this season, right, Black?
Yeah, he has for sure. But it also scares me a little because as he got better, it looked like the rest of the team kind of started slacking a little bit more. As if they were like, yeah, now that you play better, maybe we can be a little bit more laid back. Obviously, in this region, it doesn't really work that way. Like, you got to give it your all every game. But I've been seeing Paparazzi, slip up a little bit more here and there. The support duo, not as sharp as they used to. So perhaps they're just really, a little bit too laid back, a little bit too relaxed.
I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like, it's one series that Xtreme has lost. And I think that thought is only there because they lost to Aster Aries. I almost feel like there's like a stigma with that it's like now they're just not really that good of a team. I still, I know Xtreme Gaming currently are in last on Wikipedia, but I still think they're one of the top teams here. I still think that they're better than VG and RNG, even though those teams are technically towards the top.
VG just stormed LGD though.
Yeah, okay. I'm under the impression that LGD I'm saying it. I'm putting it on the table right now. On the table, And I think LGD are experimenting with this season and using this as like a DPL kind of, legit scrims. Like,
But you really want to do that because it's the last opportunity to get to an actual big, important LAN tournament, right?
But they can make it to the major going 4-3. They don't have to try really hard the entire time.
So you're saying they can win or lose on command?
Counter logic.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying they can win and lose on command, but I think they know they're good enough to go 4-3 this season. Like, at least put themselves in a spot to make it into the major somehow. Like, if they come in 4th and they go to the major, who cares how they got there,
that's
right?
That's very bold though, because they've lost games versus Vici, and they've lost a series versus Vici, and they've lost a series versus EHOME, the team we're talking about now. So by that logic, then they're saying basically, oh yeah, we can beat RNG, we can beat Aster, we can beat Aster Ares, we can beat Xtreme, no problem at all. I find that. But either way, LGD, I do kind of agree with what you're saying, but I think they're just like chilling this season and giving the other teams a chance because they realize how skewed it is for the China region this time around due to the unfortunate circumstance of not being able to make it to a major. And if they think that there's no chance of anyone making it to Arlington anyway, then they might just not really care. But that's a discussion for a day when LGD are playing. We have, of course, EHOME and just the likes of Xtreme playing today, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about these guys before we get into it, because one thing I did want to mention as well is that EHOME are 2-1 in both of their series. The one they lost, they managed to take a game. The one they won, they did concede a game to LGD as well. Meanwhile, Xtreme are just straight up 2-0s. So what do you think that means about the teams, Mike?
I mean, for me, again, it comes back to the inconsistencies that I was talking about before. It's not just the gameplay that is really inconsistent, but even their coach, Mikasa, like when he drafts, sometimes it's just masterpieces. Everything makes so much sense, and they completely streamroll the enemy just purely based on draft. And then the next game, they have an almost unwinnable draft, and the players can't even do anything to really remedy the situation. That's why I'm so scared of them, like, all around. Like, are you going to be the super strong EHOME, or are you going to be the not so strong EHOME today? And as I said, it goes for the coach too, because he's a very big part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, and I think talking about the draft as well, Visage is something which has come into EHOME's arsenal, which puts them in a really good position when it comes to drafting, because they've shown that they can play this hero in multiple positions. So for the rest of the DPC, teams will have to decide whether they want to let them have it, whether they want to ban it in the first phase, and if they ban it in the first phase, then that opens up a whole selection, a whole chocolate box of options for the side of EHOME to go into that first phase with. So it's a pick your poison against this team, it really is, and as many teams tell us, that is position you want to be in when it comes to drafting. And then talking about the draft so much, we can now look at them. That's right. Wait no longer, loyal fans, as we jump into the draft for game number 1 of EHOME versus Xtreme Gaming. What is going to be picked? What is going to be banned? Let's find out right now as we jump across to it.
There it is. We're in.
There it is.
Can I just ask you guys what happened to EHOME? Like, why don't they pick Pango anymore? Oh, they do. Okay, never mind.
Well, wasn't it the last time they picked Pango? It was played by Echo anyway.
Yeah, it was.
Which it was something we talk about all the time. Is EHOME's game is very dependent on how Zeal's lane goes. Like, we've seen it time and time again that Zeal really needs to have a comfort hero for him to do well in these lanes. He's still not going out there with like maybe unconventional heroes and making it happen. And then with that, you also have to have Echo have a good lane. Like, it's very paper thin with these two players on how well their lanes are going to go, and it dictates the game pretty heavily, truthfully.
Yeah.
Especially Zeal.
Especially, I agree with Zeal, but I think that's more because of Planet than it is because of Zeal. Like, I find like Planet is a very high impact 4th player, but as with all high impact players, you generally need a good enough start to be able to make that happen. And if he doesn't get that, then he does feel a little bit lackluster. So I feel like Planet and Zeal are in the same basket when it comes to that. And I think they just need to be prioritized in the draft. When they do that, they do look really, really good. So it's going to be Xtreme Gaming who will take the Monkey King and take the Visage out of the hands of EHOME and play it for themselves. Meanwhile, EHOME, they'll grab the Pangolier, and the Nature's Prophet will be their second pick. We have seen this mostly in the carry position. We've seen the Pangolier mostly at mid as well. So
it's a little scary, because if Prophet doesn't have a good game, like Monkey King and Visage are so good at killing him all over the map. So I hope whatever they have planned with it, it's very well thought out. Because last time they played it, it was played in the offlane. Actually, in the series against RNG, Prophet was picked 3 times, and all 3 games they played it in the offlane, and he was like top 1 net worth in all 3 games. So maybe it's just a China idea now of this Prophet hero. Like, just pick 2 not so greedy, like safe laner and mid laners, and just let the Prophet in the offlane get really rich and be that carry that he can be.
I'm always excited to watch both of these teams play, because I don't know. For me, I feel like maybe not this year, but next year, one of these 2 teams will probably win a major. I think they have that potential within them if they can tap into it and unlock it. There's so much skill in these teams. Like Lou, he's the new guy on Xtreme Gaming, and he's shown us some ridiculous performances. Like, he can really, really play Dota when it comes down to it. But of course, as with any new player, it does come down to inconsistency. But Xtreme Gaming, you know, they're learning to unlock him. They're learning to work with him. EHOME, meanwhile, it's the same thing, but with every single player on their team. And Shiro has been tagged many, many times as the best upcoming carry player in the region. So I wouldn't be surprised. Do you think EHOME need to take someone more experienced, though, in order to make it to, like, the top of the top? Or do you think, you know, this should be a team which stick together and work on, you know, bolstering themselves as a 5-man unit, Black?
Now, this might sound a little bit like mean, but I think in order for EHOME to really elevate to the next level, like, they always play to enable Shiro, right?
Yeah.
But he needs to be able to play from behind, because whenever EHOME is playing super well is when Shiro is having a perfect game. When Shiro is falling behind, he and his team, like, they don't really know how to get back into it comfortably. It happens every now and then, but it doesn't really seem super well thought out. You know, it's more like, oh wow, they came here and we were here by chance. Great, it worked out. But I really want them to, like, tap into that potential by really, you know, figuring out how to enable him even when they're behind, because you're not always going to be ahead. Dota is easy when you're ahead, really hard when you're behind.
Especially for carry players, right? That's like magnified in the position 1.
Yeah, especially in this meta right now. Everybody pressures the carry everywhere. They want to invade your triangle, your jungle. They give you no space if you're behind.
Go away, guys. I'm trying to farm. Mom.
Stop it.
Come into my room.
They need super, you know? From old VG, the DK and Razor guy. They need him. Bring that stability into the team. Because you can say what you want about him. He was not flashy, but he never lost his lane. He was always there for what you needed him to do. But he's coaching a stream now, isn't he?
That was a lot down to his picks. Yeah, there's 2 supers around, and I think one of them is
the capital S super is coaching Xtreme. We call him the Bun or Bowser.
Why?
Because of his head.
Damn, that's savage.
There was literally our communication in VG. Like, oh, Bowser. Hi.
Isn't Blink coaching Xtreme?
Oh, is Blink the one coaching Xtreme?
Yeah.
Who was super coaching? Was he even coaching?
He was. No, he was coaching RNG, I thought.
Oh, it was RNG, right? I mixed that one up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
No, you're right. Good. See, this is why you're the China boy, B-Cup. You always got us covered when it comes to these questions.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Muchacho, appreciate it. We don't want to, you know, plant the seeds of confusion here, of course. We don't want to discombobulate anyone.
I'm always discombobulated. Come
on. Discombicopulated?
Yes.
That's a stretch.
Okay.
All right, fighting fire with fire quite literally here as the Ember Spirit is picked up as an answer to Phoenix. What do we feel about this Phoenix pick, though? Because I do feel like Visage is not too bad at dealing with that Supernova when you get the Grave Chill going. But then again, it's only one answer. It's not super reliable, so I can see it working.
Yeah. It's just more weird because their lanes don't really scream to me like Phoenix is going to have a lot of impact. Like Pangolier Phoenix, okay, can work. It's not great. Like Mars Phoenix, for example, is way stronger. right? And like Phoenix Prophet, you also don't really want to have that. So.
Yeah, but I'm assuming it's a last pick carry for EHOME. I'm pretty convinced that Pangolin is going to be mid and Nate just going to be carry.
Oh, you think Prophet is going to be carry?
I think so.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they like to run it in the offlane as well, so we'll have to see what they ultimately go for. But Xtreme has the last pick, of course, and their lineup looks really annoying. Visage, Treant, Monkey, Ember, like it is super difficult to play against. And how do you kill buildings? Like Prophet is really good at that, but Treant is so good at protecting them against the Prophet.
I don't know if they have enough protection for the Supernova at the moment, though.
Yeah, it looks scary, for sure. Once the BKBs come out, the egg can pop.
Mars is still open somehow. I feel like Mars is a very early ban all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure Mars is going. Xtreme will take it out, right? They're not giving them the.
They might even try it. Well, no, never mind. I already have Visage. I was gonna say they might even try to pick it, but
they could. Carry Visage is decently popular, and then with Mars, you have a very high tempo lineup. It could work. But Xtreme strikes me off this team like we are happy to go late game.
Yeah, so that's true.
Probably like a Medusa or something is what I'm expecting. Dude, if they pick Medusa now to that line, that is so disgusting.
It would be pretty sick, but I don't want to see it.
There it goes. I would have been loving it, man. Dudes are just sitting in a triangle, getting protected by Treant Monkey. Yeah. Well, now they have to come up with a new solution.
Yeah, honestly, so in the China region, just for the Pangolier, very quickly, he's been picked 12 times, 10 times in the mid lane, and 2 times in the off lane. Meanwhile, for Nature's Prophet, he's been picked 12 times and has been played 8 times in the safe lane and 4 times in the off lane. So slightly more likely that the Prophet will be played in the off lane, but of course, pretty small sample sizes here as well. So plenty of opportunity to shake things up.
Yeah. I'd rather give Zeal to Mars.
Well, Zeal's gone. Mars is gone now.
Yeah, I guess also Zeal had that good game with the Nature's Prophet, so it's not like terrible if they were to give him.
He did.
The Prophet. I do think EHOME's games are very reliant on Zeal having a good time.
Lash. So it is offlane Pango, mid Lash, carry Prophet.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Wow. You know what? Like, if they pick a hero like Anti-Mage and he gets 1 or 2 items, this game is just literally over. If they can get away with that. Like, they're all in on pure aggression, but the lineup of Xtreme is so good at being defensive. So I wouldn't mind at all if they just pick a super hard carry and just give him space for the first 20-25 minutes. He comes out, game over.
And that's kind of like style, right? Like, that's something that he was brought to this team with when he was playing like Phantom Assassin all the time. That's super hard carry.
Yeah, PA Morph, kind of heroes. No Morph though, please.
Please, no more Morph. I do feel like Black has an inbuilt anti-mage sensor for every draft. Like, it's just like the start of the draft is like beep, beep. And then when they pick like Leshrac and Phoenix go beep, 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 beep.
But to be fair, they have literally no targeted stun for him. It's impossible to use this pose on AM. Literally impossible.
Well, yeah, you see it coming a mile off. Flying
unless
through the air
like you
at
forget your I dropped my mouse. Oh shit.
Even then, it's a keyboard button, right?
True, sorry.
You have to drop your keyboard, which is even harder than dropping your mouse. And dropping your mouse is already pretty hard in the first place, so it doesn't spill milk.
Especially if it's a wired mouse.
Oh, all the keycaps came out. I don't know how to press my buttons.
Oh my god, my custom designed keycaps. Oh, they're everywhere.
Snapfire, wow. So they do the Visage carry, huh?
Like, that'll be the case.
No, it's the Monkey carry.
King.
Well, I'm so used to seeing him as support nowadays. I'm like, oh yeah. But it's good. Monkey King is very strong against Pangolier lane. And definitely late game secured, right? Like Monkey King has no one that can match him in late game.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really good Monkey King carry game. I can't believe they just kind of banned 2 carries at the end. I mean, I guess you got to ban the Jug on the Deucer, but yeah, Xtreme are just like, okay, fine, we'll take our Snapfire. So obviously Snapfire, great answer to the Phoenix, and just
it's
generally
so good.
Yeah, really
so
good. You just blast down that egg every single time. Planet's game is no longer free. And just in general, gives you that save with the cookie, gives you that Mortimer's Kisses. I think it's the most important thing here, in combination with the Treant. Like, there's so many synergies. It's such a nice pick. So, PYW's got a blinder again ahead of them, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's gonna. I don't know why they went Planet on the Phoenix once they saw the Snapfire. I'm a little surprised at that. I especially
should have moved it to 5.
I think we should have.
I hate Mars D5. I feel like it's such a strong 4 hero. It's like playing Earth Spirit 5. It can work, but you're kind of undermining the potential of the hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good safe lane securing hero, though. You get level 2 and it's just kills galore every single time. You get
but play him as a 4 in the safe lane then if you want to. Yeah, but just give him item priority. Because Phoenix with items is not going to do anything in this game.
No.
Yeah, that's true. That Supernova is really not looking too great. But the Flames do answer the visits just a little bit. So, very quickly, guys, let's get your predictions for this game number 1 before we jump into it, starting with you, B-Cop.
I think it's going to be Xtreme. I just think that their draft is going to line up better. I think I'm a lot more confident in Old 11 and his micro game on this Visage. Like, he is such a good micro player. He's so good with heroes like this. And I expect him to kind of pop off this game.
Alrighty, Black.
Same.
All right, 2 going for Xtreme. I will be happy to level the scales here and go for EHOME here, just because whilst I do agree that it's an excellent Snapfire pick, I also think there's not much to stop the Leshrac at this point in the game. And this Visage, actually, he's going to get burnt through a lot by a lot of spells on the side of EHOME. So I can see it going either way, so I'll cast my lot in with EHOME. So let's jump into the game for game number 1 of EHOME versus Xtreme, starting right here, right now, with B-Cup and Black, and I'll be jumping in with the stats.
Thank you very much. And I don't know. I don't know if Leshrac is going to have that free of a game. I feel like PYW, maybe we'll see him get Shard Blink, play that aggressive Snapfire, jump in, Blink, Scatter Blast, throw a cookie, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, get that lockdown. The Familiars drop down, Balance Strike.
You gotta be careful. Don't want to overplay your hand. But what you're saying is true. Like, early, the Lesh, like, if he gets anything, like Overgrowth plus Mortimer's Kisses, he can die very easily. But once he has BKB, his game is very free. And that's really his strong time in this game. Which I really hope he goes for BKB, because a lot of Lash players are just refusing to do so.
I do wonder, though, like, what the counter is and what Xtreme are going to do for that. We've been seeing a lot of 4-staffs get built. Wonder if it's going to be 4-staff gaming again. Just get away from the Leshrac during BKB.
Potentially. I mean, they don't have the best ways in EHOME to keep him in, right? You want to have a 4-staff anyway later on against that Nature's Prophet. And the only real reliable stun is Pangolier. Well, if you can call it reliable. But nothing BKB piercing. It's going to be a tough game for EHOME. They will have to outplay for sure.
I'm interested to see how Echo does here against Paparazzi. Paparazzi definitely considered one of the best mids in the region. And when you're going up against a guy like Echo, like, I feel like Echo can't make many mistakes. Otherwise, he's going to fall behind very quickly.
Yeah, I still remember a little bit, like, when I played middle and I was heavily favored against some of the players, it adds a little bit of annoyance to you too, because like every time that guy gets a deny against you, you're like, oh my god, they're just so annoying. And then you like overplay your hand a bit and you feed. We have seen it with Paparazzi actually on his Invoker. He just randomly fed sometimes against a quote-unquote lesser player.
Right.
The mental stress of being too good, man.
I'm looking just at older stats when Echo used to play for Keen Gaming with Erica and YDS, just to see kind of what he was doing against good mids. And while I'm doing that, Old 11's the one going down for first blood, ZZQ, using that Marcy. And with that level 2, it's where you've got that rebound and that dispose.
That's where the denies really come in handy. Like, he had 3 denies on the Prophet, meaning they get the level 2 much faster, and they use that advantage like straight away. Very well played. Much needed too, because I do think they need a good early game lead to win this game.
Yeah. I do agree with that. I do worry about Shiro on this Nature's Prophet, just considering the way we've kind of seen Nature Prophet in the one position get shut down pretty heavily.
Yeah. The biggest reason why I dislike Prophet against Treant especially is you don't really have an answer to overgrowth. Like BKB, yes, but if you ever have to BKB before that, you're just screwed after that. Whereas a lot of other carries, they have options. You know, like they can like disengage perhaps, or build an earlier Satanic, but Prophet can't really do that.
I was a little surprised that kill came bottom so quickly, but I guess, yeah, that level 2 from Marcy is really good. Maybe more so expecting PYW to have the availability of a Scatter Blast as well as a Cookie to help protect, but Old 11 early, holding a skill point. One in the Grave Chill, one in the Soul Assumption, so we'll see what he wants to place that third point in on next.
Yeah.
They're going again.
He has
got the
Treant Armor on him, though.
expose and the rebound, everything, but there's the Cookie away, so he's able to just leave.
I love the preemptive Treant Armor too onto the Visage from DY.
And that's something to be said about DY, right? Like, understanding and being able to look out for everybody. Like, to be a good Treant player, you have to be able to understand the entire map at all times.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree with that. Like, playing a good Treant is not easy. I do think the hero is busted if you play it really well, but playing it really well is not easy.
Talking about Planet jumping away here. But yeah, talking about Treant very quickly. Oh, nice tree cut there from Planet. Lou's not going to get that kill. Yeah, Treant has been played with Monkey King 5 times in DPC so far and has won every single game with him. And Treant has also been played with Visage 5 times in DPC and again has won every single game with Visage as well. So you know, it's a small stat pool, but at the same time, that's definitely significant.
Yeah, but Treant in general has a very high win rate, right?
They're trying to
get
get
11 again.
Yeah, bot they want to go, and I think that the Living Armor was down because he had just used it on the Monkey King, so that allowed them to get the kill on the Old 11.
Yeah. All right, that's
Long
the best
cooldown.
way to play against the Visage, though, right? You shut him down early, really ruin his game, and suddenly that snowball can't ever really get going. And the hero like Lash is really good at burning through his passive, the cloak as well. Then you have Phoenix who can do the same. It's not an easy Visage game, especially if you're having a hard early game.
Which puts a lot of pressure on Lou to have a good time here over top. Because Old 11 is certainly one of those guys from the off lane where, like, I don't think he's not going to come back into the game if his early game gets shut down. But, like you said, with Visage, it's going to take a little bit longer, and they want to shut him down even more. And there's the Living Armor, but level 2, I don't know if it's even going to be enough. Like, there's just so much damage so quickly. And
he's dead.
PYW? Yeah, can't help him out.
I mean, Old 11, though, at TI, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. He was one of the guys that had amazing performances, but also, like, really rough ones every now and then. Like, where he just couldn't recover at all. I do remember that very clearly, because I was like, wow, what's happening to him? He's having, like, a little... You know, like, his game just broke down completely.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, he had... I want to say his outs were a little bit more reliable. Not saying that Paparazzi isn't, like, a really good out there. But I guess also, like, at TI, he had Orion, I would say Erica, maybe a little bit more reliable than Lou, but also similar playstyles.
I would agree. Like, honestly, VG at TI, they completely surprised me. I never thought they would get as high as they did, but they did. You know, but it's not VG serious, so. Old 11. I don't know. He's such a fantastic micro player to me, but again, I feel like he's a player you really need to enable.
Yeah.
I don't know how tilt prone he is, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And Treant is dead. Nice rotation from Lash. Might even look to pressure the tower here now. Level 3 Edict. Very high in the Edict this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Already 1k lead here for EHOME.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, when are we going to see Paparazzi start to rotate and help out? Because top is... it's taking some damage, but you do have to commit to getting these towers. Like, it's got to be a full commit, especially level 2 in the Living Armor. That'll start to get healed back up.
Paparazzi's making his way down, but they see it with the ward, of course. You have to be so careful. Like, if he didn't have that Arcane Rune on the Ember, I think they would have pushed the top tower. But Arcane Rune Ember is so strong early on.
They are doing a lot of damage over mid on the tower, and Echo just kind of standing there.
Yeah.
Like, okay, just take the tower without doing anything more than just pressing one button.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have the best ways early on to aggress onto them, right? Their teamfight really comes with levels, but they're very far away from level 6 still, all the heroes. Rune coming up. Paparazzi's getting lucky. They have no glyph.
Yeah, and he could just rip through this with a Diabolic Edict if they don't just go. Yeah, it's such an easy tower to take, and now Paparazzi forced to go away.
EHOME kind of stomping a little bit right now. If they get the top tower down now too, which I think is the next step, the map is really small, especially against a hero like Prophet.
If they take top tower, I think they've done a good job of shutting all 3 lanes down.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Old 11 recovered though quite nicely, level 6 already. So they gotta make sure they don't lose their bot tower also.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So another interesting little tidbit here I found out is that across the DPC, Treant has played against Pangolier 7 times and has also won every single game. So that overgrowth cancelling out the Rolling Thunder obviously is making a bit of a difference in this matchup.
Super effective for sure.
Well,
especially because the Treant armor afterwards is also just such a... Like this free double plate mail together, level 20, also the talent is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, and this was something which LGD ran against EHOME actually in their first game, which LGD were able to take. They ran the Treant against the Pangolier in this exact matchup, so...
Yeah.
And LGD did take that game.
You know, B-Cup, I've been wondering that a couple of times. You probably know a little bit better. Do you feel like there's sometimes a lack of, like, sort of like a killer instinct from Paparazzi because he played carry? Because I feel like he does quite often preemptively go back.
Do you think he's preemptively going back because he feels the need to keep his game going rather than make completely,
exactly. Because I don't think he's scared of dying, but he's scared of like not scaling as well as he can. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if that's coming from when his time as carry or more so just like I want to say the team lineup in general. Like I don't know if it has anything to do with his time with Elephant or.
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing because he is very different from the traditional mid laner, at least from what I can see. Like these Bryles and Quins and Nines, you know, they're usually much more aggressive in their playstyle. And they will overstay their welcome oftentimes, you know. They will just stick around for a minute or so, then get the kill, then go back to farm. But he's very efficiency oriented.
DY.
Treant got caught.
Yeah, he's in some trouble and gonna try and heal through it all, but it seems almost improbable that he lives. That being said, though, losing Echo is way worse, and ZZQ is gonna drop too.
That is all on the back of Echo, though. Like, he was scared to stun after this pose, scared to miss it, perhaps. If he gets the stun out there, Treant doesn't get his Nature's Grasp out and they just walk away, no problem. Hesitation is defeat, B-Cup, as the samurais say.
Move down bottom.
Whoa, he jumped on the tree.
Oh my. Oh. He kind of got lucky there.
What was that? The Phoenix was diving right over it, man.
That was as like, risky as it gets.
Like he could have just walked away. Oh, dude.
Behind him, though, here comes PYW and Paparazzi moving around the map. This is kind of what I wanted to see from them to bring it back, is a little bit more confidence, a little bit more movement. And now Echo, he picks up a haste. I don't think you want to fight into a hasted Leshrac, that's for sure.
That is very scary indeed, yeah. And now they got all the tools they really need, right? They got the hasted Lash, they got Pangolier Roll. I really want to see EHOME start being more aggressive here now. Towards the enemy jungle.
I think they really need to.
The Monkey King.
They can't give these avenues of comeback. Like Old 11, he's in the jungle right now. You've got Lou farming bottom, who's got himself the Perseverance. He's not too far away from the Battle Fury. And Paparazzi making a way back into the game himself by getting these kills and moving around there with like PYW and DY. So
Yeah.
I think this is a big moment for EHOME to kind of just say, hey, stop. Shut the door.
But they're looking for the treant? Okay, I mean, they're gonna get him for sure, but is this really the area you want to play in? Because you already own this area. I thought they were gonna invade their own jungle, to be honest.
I'm thinking this means they want to take something as a +1, right? No treant on the map means no living armor. Maybe they use this as something, as a jumping off point, but it's not exactly a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, like if anything, they... Like, if you go for a smoke like that, it usually indicates you want to do Roche, but they're not strong enough to do Roche just yet.
And they didn't do anything afterwards.
Yeah. Now Paparazzi is very strong. He has his Maelstrom. If you get a little bit lucky with those procs, it's a lot of damage coming through. Treant not level 6 yet, though. Ah, that smoke. I don't know if I liked it without 3 and 6. That's very scary. Nice one, ZZQ. De-smoking them. And now they have that Overgrowth combination with the Snapfire.
Is he going Blink first item on DY? I feel like he's very prone to doing something like that. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains coming through on a 2, but there is the Rolling Thunder. That's a Blink Dagger on it. Sunray, stun, DY. He threw out the Overgrowth, but they don't get the kills just yet. They'll finally take out Echo for the Wukongs.
Shiro in trouble.
Strike. Shiro by himself, kind of left alone. Searing Chains are out again. He goes to the Sprout. He's trying to keep himself alive. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie, but there's the Dispose to help the Nature's Prophet continue on. Wrath of Nature bouncing around, doing some damage, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 that is beneficial, I would say, for Xtreme. Everything used from everybody. And basically, it just gives 1 kill for both sides.
Yeah, and Shiro just casually healing back to full health, thanks to Sidekick. Great ability. And Nature's Prophet is so tanky with the 4 armor from Broom Handle and the +6 from Witchblade. He's just sitting at 20+ armor. It's kind of ridiculous.
Visage going for the Wraith Pact first item.
Yeah, very strong against the Carry Prophet.
Interesting from CCQ there. That's going to lead to his death.
Yeah, I was like, you really don't want to go there.
Oof.
But now Battle Fury done. So they're definitely on a timer, but I would give them like about probably 10 minutes. If they can't make a big impact in 10 minutes, this game is going Xtreme's way.
The thing about it too, though, now is like you've got the Maelstrom, you've got the Battle Fury, you have way to clear creep waves out pretty quickly for Xtreme Gaming. So you kind of have to take a very one-sided fight if you're EHOME to successfully push, right? Again, the push is very reliant on nothing being in your way. And Living Armor is only level 3. It's going to be level 4, but if you don't have a push that completely takes the tower, then, well, you're going to have to do it all over again because DY is going to be there to heal it all up. Rolling Thunder with the Blink, they'll catch Old 11. This is who they really could use killing, especially before he gets the Wraith Pact. Another 100 there for Zeal, getting 1 familiar. And the other familiar will die. So, that's a lot of gold for Zeal.
Yeah, the interesting thing there was actually that the Visage did have the Wraith Pact totem, but he was just completely stun-locked because EHOME played that so well. He picked that up at 15 minutes, which is about 4 minutes 30 faster than average, but of course, you know, that's a bit scuffed because Visage has such a variable item build, but it does just show that he's really rushing it and choosing it beyond what people usually do on this hero.
They take Roche so quickly.
Well, what is your stat on Roshan? How fast does it die on average? 10 seconds or 15?
About 8, mate.
They're going to be a little bit too late on this. And the Familiars come in. Now they've got the Blink as well as the Shield Crash. Supernova. Old 11 is going to pig pull to try and run. They've got the Wukong's command, and they'll throw that down. They get the kill on the ZZQ. They'll take the first one in this fight. They end up losing DY. They want to continue here for EHOME, and now Zeal in a lot of trouble. The Soul Assumption, the right move forward. They get the kill on the Zeal, and now Sunray stun Paparazzi. He's in some trouble. Sleight Fist burning out, burning down, and, well, he is gone. Echo getting the kill there on a Paparazzi. He went all the way in for that kill on the Zeal and then had nobody to really back it up.
Mm-hmm. It's a very weird fight. Like, the Supernova is pretty deep, I gotta say, and Snapfire just didn't really pop it. He was in a prime position to do so, but he chose to throw out the Mortimer Kisses instead. Like, you gotta be a little bit more vigilant with that egg destruction. Very, very important to do so.
Yeah, you don't want to get half scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Lou, you
unhealthy.
need to be so...
I actually wanted to stop that.
Oh gosh, and he's got the greater treants now, so like we've seen the pushing potential that comes from when you've got those greater treants. Fake grenade thrown over on a PYW, Scatterblast lands on it too, but there's no way out of this one, and ZZQ gets credit for that kill, and then it's just extreme aggression costing them.
Like the spoon murder. Fake grenade on him, Witchblade debuff. Again, like Echo is very hesitant with the stuns, like throw it out. If that stun hits, he's dead on Ember. Very, very hesitant this game. Usually he's just quite a bit more decisive, but then again, I haven't really seen him play Lash a whole lot. Oh, maybe just feeling it out right now.
Who's doing
but
a
for
really
the most
good
part,
job.
he's been playing a good game. Yeah.
Just playing away from EHOME, right? Like, so far, so good.
Once that BKB is up on Monkey, he's going to become really strong. I'm expecting him to go into the Jingu Mastery damage talent as well. Once that's up, Prophet can't really fight into him anymore.
It feels like EHOME. Yes, they're looking good. Yes, they're kind of taking advantages in these fights, and they've also gotten themselves the Aegis, but you need to do a little bit more with it. You now see that they've got the Blink Dagger on the Snapfire. Like I said, PYW is going to go Blink and the Shard. So he that's how he plays. He plays aggressive like that. And he's going to want to go in, Blink, Scatterblast, set something up, and even go for the egg. So they need to be very careful. Old 11 goes up out of the high ground, Fire Snap Cookie to send him back. He's A-OK. But EHOME certainly laying their stake and laying their claim here in the dire jungle.
Yeah, I don't know how much they want to commit to defending this top tower. It's going to be not an easy defense, because they're really close to their BKBs. As I said, they're all TPing, so... Gotta be careful that they don't run into like a little anti-timing here, because Ember literally 200 gold off his BKB.
They need to be wary of where Zeal is if they want to defend this. They're going to go with the Mortimer's Kisses, the damage on the Shiro! Ooh, taking out the Aegis! And it's definitely not how you want to start this, but they've also got the Blink with the Rolling Thunder. They'll go through with Echo. They'll look to get the kill on a Paparazzi, but he ends up getting away from the stun. The Overgrowth in a decent spot. The damage is out. They get the kill on the DY. The Wukong's is there, and the Supernova comes in, but it's not enough to survive. PYW helps get the kill on a Planet. They take out Zeal. They'll take out CZQ. 3 heroes already gone on the side of EHOME, and it is a washed-out fight for him as Echo will try to run, but Lou on his tail. Lou, you need to be careful, Lou. They've got a 3-man stun, and he almost dies. But Paparazzi gets the kill onto Echo. He claims the double, and that is a really good fight for Xtreme.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're saying. Team fight should be relatively simple. There was a massive overgrowth. I don't know if it hit 4 or 5 heroes, but absolute jackpot right there. And then Monkey King ult on top. I think EHOME have one more fight in them. If it goes a similar way, I don't know how to come back into this game. Just because the BKB timings on the Dia are so strong this game. And now they have 2 of them.
Man, that pushed him to a BKB real quick for Monkey King. We've seen how well Lou's farming. Yeah, and now he's going for the Ags. You'll have Scotty next for the Monkey King. Like, those are big items that are going to come through. And you've got the Blink on DY. He's going into the Shard, and I would assume that, yeah, that kill also pushed PYW to almost having the Shard, which, with that overgrowth that was in that last fight, if he had the Shard there too, Scatterblast on all those heroes, that could have been deadly immediately.
I agree. Now, you have this problem now, right? You have so much money on the Phoenix, he went for Crimson Guard, which is really good against Visage, of course. It's considered a counter item. But CCQ was looking for kill top, but gets scouted out instead, yep.
Yeah, he got scouted out with the Familiars, and then they used the Fire Snap Cookie to have that complete control. That was good for him, actually.
What is Planet gonna do now with all that money? Like, Crimson Guard is not gonna solve your problems. You have no catch. That is your biggest problem. Look at how aggressively Paparazzi is playing, like in front of your tier 2 tower and whatnot. They just can't get to him.
And we saw how quickly that egg just goes down, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's... Especially when...
Snapfire solos it.
Yeah, and it was PYW kind of putting himself in the perfect position where he was on the high ground, egg on the low ground, and he just ripped it apart.
Do you remember what I said about Leshrax and the refusal to buy BKB? Again, why don't you like this item on this hero? I feel like every successful Lesh always gets this item eventually, but He went for Blink Dagger instead. He's so squishy, no?
Yeah, we saw Echo kind of get shredded.
I would love the thought process behind that. And now Xtreme feels super strong, obviously. They have all their timings up. And Echo, well played by him. If he gets
The
out,
problem
he has no
is they're gonna see him. They have that ward down there. They'll know exactly where he is.
If they know he has no TP, he's dead. They're gonna check.
Yeah, they're gonna.
You gotta check.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, it's not
Blink
up,
north.
up.
Blue wise to it, and he's dead. Echo gone on his screen already. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. And now this is really where I don't know how I'm at all into like EHOME's chances at winning this game. You have the problem now. The Prophet can't beat Monkey King in a fair fight, and the fight will never be fair because you have this overgrowth.
True. They're coming to defend bottom. They do.
They know POW is there.
Yeah, they have the ward, so they have it on the cliff. They know exactly where he is, and they should have the sustained control. Overgrowth gets thrown early. Wrath of Nature does a decent chunk of damage. They'll go for Old 11. This is a good fight for EHOME so far. But here comes Paparazzi, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Then there's the Balance Strike that lands on a 2. It forces out the Supernova. Old 11 still stuck in the Sprout, still trying to run, but it is not looking like he'll survive. And Shiro gets the kill on Old 11. It's a double kill for him, and they try to get the rest. But everybody else from Xtreme have evacuated. That's a good hold from EHOME, and that should maybe give away the fact that there was vision up there.
Yeah, for both teams too. But of course, EHOME won the fight, so they get the D-ward. Paparazzi free mid tower. Takes that, very close to his Aghanim's now. I don't know, he's just so free. Like, he's just doing whatever he wants to do. Kind of silly. They need a Hex or something like that.
That would have maybe been the item to build for Planet.
Who was it Singular build Hex first on Phoenix?
Yeah.
And then immediately lost the game?
Zincu kind of does that. But I also don't think it was that item that he built.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things that went wrong. But it's always fun to make fun of item builds, you know?
And situational.
Yeah. Oh, wow! Experience. Maybe this would have made a difference. Nah, it really wouldn't have. It really wouldn't have. Roshan is up. But Xtreme, they have to defend this. They're so strong. You can't get this up for free.
Shiro not level 20 yet.
Yeah, the Leash Tal is pretty insane.
He's very close to it. He'd love to have it.
A tool to teach.
Shiro spotted, but Zeo ready to go in with the blink as well as the Rolling Thunder.
PYW
That's exactly
again.
what he's going to do. PYW the one caught out. And this is something that I honestly think can't happen for Xtreme because they might just give up Roche on that.
Yeah, and this was the second time in a row. Like, PYW needs to be a lot more mindful with his positioning. Paparazzi just runs into him.
Yeah, he's kind of just right there. He does have the Ags, so he's got a lot of remnants to work with. He's got a lot of capability here to defend on this.
They're so scared.
And they're not committing on EHOME. This is allowing PYW to have his time to respawn, but it is 17 seconds away.
Yeah, just look at all that Harris damage. And you know, I mean, EHOME knows they can't commit into a team fight right now. They will lose every 5v5 team fight. No chance. So they want to find out a good pickoff.
Yeah, they've done a good job with that, right? Like, that's giving them what they have now.
They need to keep something at the Roche pit. Maybe like familiar, something. It just makes sure they can't get it for free.
ZZQ, Planet kind of defending Roche, or at least looking.
Old 11 might be the trap. You know, like he has the shots, so he's pretty tanky.
Sprout again. Lu going in with Balance Strike, but the BKB's behind by Shiro. Goes into the Wukong's command, and that's going to be around to the Roach pit. The damage on his ZZQ. They get the kill there onto the Bartzy. They look over at Shiro. Shiro not looking like he's going to be able to survive if he stays. So that means he's going to go back. Got the Supernova that already popped. The Familiars are in. Roche is down below half health. They'll TP back in the Nature's Prophet eventually. He's looking for that opening to just go in. lot of these spells are now down. No overgrowth, no kisses, no Wukongs. But that can be said for the other side as well. No Rolling Thunder, no Supernova, and no Wrath of Nature.
There was such a clean disengage from EHOME. They lost one Marcy who bought back. You have to go for the Juggler now, though, because they have no ults. This is your one chance you'll get. If you don't get Roche now, you're giving it to Xtreme.
Nobody willing to go for it without their ults.
But I feel like the Radiant is way less dependent on the ults than the Dire is, to be completely honest. And you know, mind you, Shiro getting out of there was really lucky. He had like 100 health. One more auto attack of Monkey.
Yeah, BKB, and he fought for a second, and then he was just like, alright, I'll TP out of this.
Yeah. And now Skadi is down on Monkey King, if he wants to buy it.
And he's got Wukongs
nice
again. Ooh, good smoke from EHOME. EHOME's in a really good spot. They've got the Rolling Thunder, and they're going to come through to try and get this kill out on a Lu. Lu's never going to survive. The dispose is there. They get the kill on ult 11. That's going to be 2, but they're both going to buy back. They know how important this Roche is. They'll look for PYW. The Scatterburst stuns them both. Shiro in so much trouble. He ends up going down, and they're all going to buy back on every side of this fight as they lose Echo and ZZQ.
Yeah.
That was so well done there by PYW. He almost ended up dying, but the that kept them alive. Now they've got themselves the Mortimer's Kisses. Zeal is in on the Roach bit. Shiro nowhere to be found on this one. Echo goes in, and the Aegis is snatched by Lu. We've also got the shard on the ground that Lu does end up picking up. No chance. TY, he's got that shard.
Ruchan, yeah. Nature's Prophet, gotta be careful, you don't want to die again. But yeah, you can just see the urgency EHOME felt for that fight, right? They were baiting the most important... Honestly, the way the fight started was absolutely genius. Absolutely genius. Lu actually lucky that he didn't buy his Skadi. He was literally about to buy it. The courier flew to the shop. He had one component, then he sold it again. Like, if he buys it 10 seconds earlier, this fight goes completely the other way.
Yeah, because then they don't have him. Big play there by PYW as well. He was able to get that Scatter Blast onto Shiro.
Yeah.
And that allowed them to get that kill and then forced him to buy back.
Now this is the problem if your Prophet has to commit BKB so early because you're baiting him, right? And he doesn't have it to fight after. Ember Spirit almost 100-0'd him by himself. Because now Ember Spirit might actually be a bigger problem than the Monkey King.
Now he's got the Skadi. You can see though, Shiro's got the farm, but look at the rest of the team. Look at where they are in net worth.
But you also have to see Shiro's farm is not worth as much as, for example, Monkeys or Paparazzis, right? Like, he just can't do as much with it. He will never be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Monkey King. The Satanic is gonna help, though, against the Overgrowth at least, so that's nice. But as you said, the team is just so poor. Desperation Smoke.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. And maybe they've got the control, but Paparazzi immediately there with the BKB. He's got the side of his Searing Chains that comes through to both Echo as well as ZZQ. ZZQ no buyback, Balance Strike as well as the Mortimer's Kisses coming down on the Echo as well as Planet. They take out Echo. He's gone for 52 seconds.
Oh, he catches him.
And catches Planet and takes him out. 3 dead on EHOME's aggression.
I don't want to see any more Leshracs ever that don't build BKB. They're just dying through Mortimer's Kisses. Every fight.
And they're the ones who are trying to play aggressive. Like, Echo's position in that one, he's way far forward.
I mean, this defense is near impossible. Let's see what they can mount. But they're not even here just yet.
They're not coming back, are they? They're going to let this set go.
Oh, wow. They added a recent talent to Snapfire. Actually, the +2 Shredder attack. So now it's 8. Yeah, that egg is never going off. No way. And it's so good against towers too? This is melting.
From 7k to 13k, Zeal goes in, Balance Strike hits onto Shiro, not the intended target, but they'll take it.
Yeah. They're playing it slow on Xtreme though, they know they don't have to rush anything. Their late game is still far superior.
Yeah, they can wait 30 seconds to have Mortimer's Kisses back up, and they'll still have another minute and 15 left on that Aegis. And EHOME feeling the pressure once again, and they're forced to 5-man smoke, trying to catch maybe somebody on the leave, but They're already gone.
And as you can see, Visage now also rocking the BKB. That's triple BKB and another Desperation Smoke. This is probably the last one we see in this game.
Rolling Thunder. Not exactly immediate, and that allows Paparazzi to just get the BKB off. They're not actually going to pop this egg or scramble it. Old Eleven's the one who ends up getting caught at the end of the day, but they've got Lu going in with the Wukong's command. He's on top of 3 of these heroes. The most important one is Shiro. They'll take out this Nature's Prophet. He's dead for 2 minutes. Zeal goes into the shield crash, but it's not going to matter with the blink as well as the scatter blast. PYW with the double kill, and there's the Remnant going after ZZQ. They're right on this Marcy. They've taken out 3. Lu's on the killing spree, and Echo can do nothing more than run. He's got familiars on his tail and the familiar foes of Xtreme Gaming right behind him.
They shot a dash? Oh, blinks out just in time.
Almost got a full team wipe again. This is really tough for EHOME, and that's back-to-back smokes that just get obliterated.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Pico, is it commendable or foolish to not leave the game yet?
It can be both, right? Commendable that you want to see what you can do within this scenario. Foolish that you continue to do so, though. Like, it can be both.
Because I'm always a big fan of when people, like, there's a fine line between trying to win and like, actually causing damage to the morale, mentality, right? Like games like these where you're all in aggression and you start losing the grip on the game, it's very painful, these kind of games.
Do you think that something's been said in the room while this game is happening? Like, hey, listen, we're most likely going to lose this game, but why not see what we can...
I don't know.
Like, why not see what we can do from this situation, right, guys? Like, you don't always have losses that feel like this. But if...
Yeah.
Like, this, you're never going to get scrims that give you the opportunity to practice from a situation where you're this far behind. So why not take it and say to everybody else, even if you think, you think it's out of your hands, let's try to use this. Let's try to grow from this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you can keep that mentality, I 100% agree with that. It's just...
You've got to have someone who's the loud person in the room and be like, hey, you don't let this tilt you. We know this is where it's at.
Which is super hard to do, though. Like, I've been there myself. I literally told myself, yeah, we can't really win this game anymore. I just want to get better. And then I tilted myself anyway.
Yeah, I think it's hard for a team like EHOME, who in my opinion, don't have really the veteran to give that speech.
I mean, look at that smoke out. All the lanes are pushed in. Literally, they're foregoing all the basics of Dota for one final move. Let's see if it works. There's a double damage on the monkey. And it's a walking tree also.
Smoke's broken. Side of Fist Searing Chains coming out before they can even get the Rolling Thunder off, and they're going to go after Zeal. The damage is just too quick for them. They've got the Wukong's command with the extra circle thanks to the level 25 on Lu. It's already 3 dead. They've taken out Shiro again. They'll call GG before the fight is even over. The 4 staffs are used. They want to get another kill on a planet before the base explodes, and they'll find it. Echo the one to tell the tale as Xtreme Gaming take game number 1.
That definitely turned to a little bit of a shellacking at the end there.
Yeah.
Yep, bit of a beat down here in game number 1 as EHOME unfortunately do crumble under the pressure of Xtreme Gaming. And honestly, like, these fights just never really looked remotely convincing past like the kind of 20-minute mark, once they got those BKBs online, once they got a bit of farm up on the Ember Spirit and the Monkey King, there wasn't really much to be done on the side of EHOME. Their draft just didn't really allow them many ways back into the game. It felt like a draft which was very punishing to play from EHOME, honestly. Once they fell behind, it's super difficult to get that Leshrac into a position where you can just run at a bunch of heroes and have a convincing fight, and unfortunately that's kind of what caught them out. The BKB situation. I mean, you are playing into Visage, Monkey King, so you kind of feel like you want to go for the armor, but at the same time, it's a really tough situation to not buy the BKB because they can just freely use spells on him, and one of his kisses were doing a hell of a lot of work to take him out here. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him in this situation. I don't know. Do you think this Leshrac fell out of their comfort zone, Black?
It certainly looked that way later on, just because of the item build. But like actually early on, it felt like a very good Lash game. He played very well, rotated very well, took over the enemy jungle. Everything looked really good. It's just, again, this all-in aggression draft. I don't know, was it you that I covered the last series against RNG? Like EHOME against RNG? Were you
EHOME
there?
RNG? I was there. I can't remember.
Yeah. When they went for this all-in draft again in Game 3 with a Lycan mid and offlane Brewmaster, you're forcing yourself to play a style you are not strong in. I really have to say that. I don't think Shiro is a player that excels at this kind of thing. Like, he likes to really go late game, he likes to get his items, and he likes to win the game in the mid-late game. Like, I don't know why they're forcing this style suddenly that never happened in the past.
Yeah. It's feels like an attempt at readjustment, but then again, like we said before, this is a team which needs to readjust. They need to start finding new ways to play. Shiro needs to start finding new ways to play, because that hard carry classic doesn't really work out anymore. It's very pixelated. Goodness, it's this. You can barely see me.
Are you alive?
One pixelated blob.
Yeah. It's I'm getting lost in the internet. Too many pixels.
I knew it, guys. Stranger Things is real.
That must be it. Yeah, I'm traveling to the upside down. See you later, everyone. Bcop, what did you like that Xtreme did well this game? Because they had a lot of great moments. PYW, I think, probably the MVP for this one.
I think they rebounded really well. I think EHOME, to give them something before I start about Xtreme, I think they played the early parts of these lanes the way they needed to. I thought that EHOME put themselves in a position to win the game. They just needed to keep their foot on the gas, and it was not only the fact that EHOME didn't do that, but also the fact that Xtreme played around the aggression of EHOME well enough to give Lou an opportunity to get to the Battle Fury to, we lost Old 11 3 times. That's fine. We're going to find the farm. We're going to find our opportunities to fight, and we're going to find our way back in. And it starts with that fight up towards top where they blow up Shiro on the Aegis. Like, this is the fight that brings them back to the game. And the reason they have the opportunity for this is the way they played after the lanes kind of folded. And I thought Xtreme did a really good job rebounding on this. And this was very important to them coming back. And after this fight, I thought it was theirs. Like, I never looked back. Like, it just it felt like EHOME had completely missed their timings. Their item build was a little bit off. I agree with the BKB build sentiment that is there for the Leshrac. But Xtreme, I mean, that's what they saw, and they took advantage really well on what EHOME was doing wrong.
Yeah, and I also want to mention as well, I really didn't like this Nature's Prophet build this game. I feel like this is the standard we're seeing on Prophet at the moment, the Mjolnir, the Witchblade, but when you have a Leshrac on your team, you're already doing so much magic damage, and then you build two items which amplify your damage with magic damage. And yes, the stats are good as well, but at the same time, a large component of Maelstrom is those magic procs, and the Witchblade obviously is a lot of the item is that magical burn as well. So you're just making the BKB timings of Xtreme gaming like twice as strong as they would be normally, because you're also mitigating a lot of the Nature's Prophet damage. And that's why we saw, like, they could just run into the team fights with Lu once he had the BKB, drop down the Wukong's command and just fight into anyone. Like, even here, look at this. Like, he's inside the Roche, but just fighting against the world right now. And no one's going to kill him off because he's got himself a BKB, and all of that damage is completely mitigated. To me, that felt like a huge problem. Like, I would have really, really liked to see them change up the Nature Prof goal, because I don't think you have to go this build every single game. Yes, it's very good, but at the same time, if you've already got a Leshrac or like someone along those lines who's going to do just a ton of magic damage, don't give the enemy the opportunity to just have the strongest BKB timings imaginable. When they pick up this item on two of their heroes, then they are just going to be stronger than your team no matter how far ahead you are. Because I think that was the case this game. It happened to be around the second Roche when they finished their BKBs as well, which was really nicely timed from Xtreme, and that just made it impossible for EHOME to fight into them. And I think a large part of that was Shiro's build. So next time, I would love to see maybe even go for the Wraith Pact and the Desolator build we've seen before on Nature's Prophets. Like, yes, it's not as hard carry style, but I think it would have worked for them really well this game. But, there's plenty of options, and I don't think you need to be stuck in the same avenue every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but also, like, Shiro had no protection. Shiro, like, he has to stand there and trade and stand there and bang, being a right-clicker. Like, against this lineup, I don't think you're ever going to get away with that, no matter what you build. Like, I just don't think Nature's Prophet, without protection, without, especially with the way he was positioning himself, I don't think he ever finds himself a way to survive in these fights. He was putting himself right there, and he was getting the right there Fred right on back. Like, they were just right-clicking him down and killing him so quickly. Like, there was just so much to throw at Shiro to make sure that he never was able to really right-click in these fights, and you saw in one of those Roche fights that he was as pixelated as we are running away. Like, there's just like,
oh no, you're
way
joining
for him.
me. I'm spreading across.
It's infecting us. And my Black's here in pure fucking 1080p, looking real fresh.
He's stealing our bitrate, dude. Black, what the hell, man?
Sorry.
Come on.
He's beating up us. Oh no, he's going into 4K. Someone stop him.
Oh no. No, but like what you two are saying is very, very spot on. It's just in a game like this, right? What you're saying with the beacon is completely spot on, but you're playing against a Treant Protector as well. So generally, the other item build carry profits do is Assault Cuirass and Desolator, just pure physical damage. He's still playing with his Treant, and he's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm still giving my team plus 12 armor. What do you want? You know? And it's not, that's why I think Treant is so broken. It makes your BKB timings nearly just impossible to deal with. You give that guy Treant armor with BKB, I'm unkillable. What do you want to do? Oh, yeah, physical damage? I don't care. Magic? Oh, doesn't affect me.
So basically, no damage is going to work. Just, I don't know. What is the answer then, Black?
I really think Treant Protector right now in its current iteration is just absolutely bonkers. It's like, you can give 2 heroes plus 12 armor because the duration is 30 seconds and the cooldown is 15. I think this hero is really first pick material. It counters BKBs, it helps with your own timings, it defends towers, it drags out games, which for teams like Xtreme, they love running this late game stuff. Like, Treant is a must have for them. Like, if they can, I would love a Treant, maybe 2.
Yeah, it almost feels like it would suit EHOME well as well. You know, just pick one of their hard carries, go back to it, grab the Treant Protector, and you know you're going to get there. So it does seem like the logical course of play. So Treant banned out. Native Prophet, it still can be picked, I think, as long as you get that tree banned out. But I think there's a lot of adjustments to be made in the EHOME draft this time around. I don't think I want to see the Lashrak again, that's for sure. Did look a little bit uncomfortable for them, I won't lie. So hopefully we'll see them shake things up as we get into the draft for game number 2 of Xtreme Gaming versus EHOME. Can EHOME pull it back from the brink here, or is it going to be a clean 2-0 from Xtreme Gaming? Let's find out. What I'm surprised about here, actually, is that they have first pick on EHOME and they ban out the Visage, meaning that they don't value it as much as I was expecting them to.
Yeah, very interesting. Because Zeal loves that hero, from what I know, and they've been doing really well with it.
Yeah. And they've played it on Shiro as well, and he had an amazing game against LGD.
Yeah. Maybe they just want to pick another hero first and don't want to give away the Visage after that. Maybe. But then again, like, Visage is so strong. Do you really have to do that? Just pick it. Like, that's what I mean. I feel EHOME is, whenever something works for them, they get beaten one game with it, and suddenly they're like, nah, it's not that good anymore. And then they get into their own head, and then, yeah, it just feels like they're lacking a lot of confidence in their draft and in their playstyle.
Yeah, meanwhile, Xtreme are just exuding confidence. This guy's wearing a goddamn Godzilla t-shirt.
Wait, it's Blink, right?
Yeah, that's the old... what team was he on? That's that team Wings. Everyone loves. Wings, that's it.
Yeah.
The old Wings player.
Dawnbreaker first pick. Okay.
Wow!
It's a very early Dawnbreaker. I mean, I love the hero, don't get me wrong, but...
Here you go, have a Treant Monkey King opening. Let's see. Oh, there's a Monkey King, and...
Pangolier.
Pangolier. Okay. So now EHOME take the Treant, right?
I would not mind that, yeah.
It's the answer to... It's very good answer to Pangolier. Hasn't lost against Pangolier yet across 8 games.
Have fun playing into a Dawnbreaker Treant lane too. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, delicious. Where do you like the Dawnbreaker most at the moment? Where do you like the Dawnbreaker at the moment the most?
Oh, off lane for sure. With a very aggressive 4, I feel almost no carry can farm there.
Yeah. I don't know, we've seen the Monkey Kings do okay against it, and actually in the interview yesterday, who was it? Flyfly said that the matchup of the Monkey King versus Dawnbreaker was one they liked a lot. So,
interesting.
Yeah.
I do think if it's just like a pure 1v1, Monkey actually beats Dawnbreaker. But depending on the 4, it can get really rough. Like if it's a Treant Dawnbreaker, for example, Monkey King will never ever fight that. Like you get beaten up by 2 heroes that hit you for 80 damage each. You're like, okay, maybe I'll take a step back. But yeah, Dawnbreaker 5 also, right? You have like a strong carry. Dawnbreaker's there, amplifies the carry even more. It's just such a versatile, strong all-around hero. I love Dawnbreaker. I hate Dawnbreaker, but I love it.
That's it, isn't it? That's it. Every time it's like, man, I love Dawnbreaker, but I also hate Dawnbreaker because when you play against it, it's just misery time.
I don't know if I told you the story. Wait, B-Cup, you were here. You watched the stream, right? When I had Dawnbreaker Patch against the Night Stalker?
B-Cup is it's easy. He's having a little toilet break.
I
didn't want to out. I didn't want to out him like that. But
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to.
It's good. It's good.
He messaged me.
But I'll tell you then. I played against a Night Stalker with Dawnbreaker, and I was Patch. My 5 was Dawnbreaker, and we killed him 4 times in 5 minutes, and he was done. Destroyed his items, gave me all their wards and stuff. It's glorious. But I can't even blame him because that lane is it's so strong.
Yeah, you don't want to play anymore. And also, the annoying thing about it as well is that she slaps you down, right? She beats you with those big, beautiful fires. And then you're like, later on in the game, you're like, I finally found a support I can kill. Let me just bring him down real quick. And then all of a sudden, the ground starts glowing, and then you look to the skies, and she's just flying down. You're just like, oh, God's sakes, can I not have any peace?
Dude, that sound legit gives me anxiety. You're like, oh no, the team fight is lost.
She's coming.
Run! I like this opening. Very aggressive. Void Spirit Dawnbreaker. Pretty versatile too.
Yeah.
Good. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the game where EHOME just outdrafts like a maniac again, like a masterpiece draft,
Yeah, they pull out the trap card, very possibly. Yeah, Void Spirit is a very, very popular second phase ban, that's for sure.
We've seen Dawnbreaker a handful of times, though, be like, you use that Solar Guardian, but then you end up being that +1. It's like, I tried to save him.
We have definitely seen that where they're just overzealous, right? Oh my god, I gotta help him. I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm the +1. Like their allies already dead, and now they also have to like land and then try to get out.
Okay, guys.
Also, I'm sorry, B-Cup. You couldn't get away with it. Black asked you a question whilst you were away. I had to reveal to everybody.
A very great question about that patch Dawnbreaker game against Night Stalker. So, sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
We all know what you were doing.
Okay, guys. Real talk, though. Let's ascend, okay? So, you were here when I spoke about Pagna coming to the meta. You spoke when I was here about Patch being really good, Now, the next hero on the horizon, okay? Hear me out. POS 4 or 5 Sven. Super OP.
I've heard of rumblings of this. I've certainly heard rumblings of Sven if you can find the right spot on it to go in with his shard, right?
Shard?
Yeah.
Okay, just to put things in perspective, I just played a support Sven myself. I got Boots of Bearing and the shard. My entire team runs in at 550 movement speed because your entire team gets plus 40% undispellable movement speed. And
they get like massive armor?
Yeah, and they get like 22 armor on top of that.
Dude, PA
jumped my CM. Dude, PA jumped my CM. She couldn't kill her. There were 3 crits in there. She didn't care.
So, position 4 Sven?
Yeah, or 5.
All right. So here's the plan. I play position 4. I'm going to stream playing Sven in the 4 position, getting just toxic hate my way. But I'm going to do it for the greater good of Dota. People are going to see how strong it is at a really low bracket and be like, this is what we need in the Immortal rankings.
Yeah, let's go.
That doesn't sound like a good plan.
Yeah, and then it gets to pro games, and then it gets to popular streamers, and then everybody plays it, and then it gets nerfed because I hate it.
Wait, whoa. What
I played it.
Gets to popular streamers. Like, what?
I played it post 3 2 weeks ago.
I'm just saying, when Thompson streams, he literally has like 15k viewers. It's pretty hard to compete with that.
I mean, I enjoy my 13.
It's not bad.
Viewers. There's no K coming after that.
True. if you have like more than 10 viewers, you're already like top 10% or something.
Oh, nice.
That doesn't surprise me.
Because like there's so many people out there streaming nowadays, right?
So more people stream, so I can get higher in the rankings.
Exactly.
All right. Crystal Maiden Lion support duo for the side of EHOME. What do we think about it? It's a lot of stun, a lot of lockdown, decent amount of damage as well.
Mana.
Is it
a lot of squish though?
Yeah. Is it cooking your crumpet, Black?
I mean, CM was a direct answer to Enchantress, so I get that part, but do you need CM and Lion? Like, you got a Dawnbreaker to frontline, sure, but to begin with, she doesn't really want to because she wants to fly into the fight. So now you're going to pick a carry that can frontline, as well as deal building damage, as well as carry late game. Like, you're putting an immense burden on that last pick for Shiro.
Can he step up to the mark? That is the question.
It's tough.
Is Enchantress going to be DY's hero?
I believe so, yeah. Would make the most sense. But there's also the question, do you put the Lion in the safe lane and the CM against the Eng? Because that's your answer to the Eng, right?
I wonder if Xtreme like kind of just throw a complete change in this and like go Monkey King 4, Eng 5, Pango 3. Kind of completely switch it up. Coddle mid.
Ooh.
Or, well, it could be Coddle 4.
Could be Coddle 4. Pango Coddle very strong.
I haven't exactly been enjoying the Coddle mid.
You mean when you played it or when you watched it?
When I watch it.
Yeah, it got nerfed like in a really annoying way, where your blast just barely doesn't kill the range creep and just barely doesn't kill the small camp anymore. It's like super annoying. They survive like 5 health.
I just feel like it's so easy to get jumped, especially by Void Spirit. Like, it's so susceptible in this lineup.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. It's pretty rough to
say
play
put it
into Void
4.
Spirit. I mean, especially with the Dawnbreaker too. Void Spirit, Dawnbreaker, they jump on you, you're dead.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And that's another reason why Dawnbreaker and Void Spirit work together so well, is because the Void Spirit just goes in. And that's what you really like with Dawnbreaker. You know, someone with some really hard initiation who's not just going to run into a fight of 4 heroes and immediately die, but instead run into 4 heroes and allow you to get off that ultimate, throw out a bit of lockdown as well with a Remnant. It's very, very strong. So I like it a lot. Just a little follow-up as well. You guys were talking about draft positions and Shiro being last pick and everything. EHOME are probably one of the more balanced team when it comes to when they pick things. They're more based around the hero picks than they are about the position picks. There is a little bit of weighting there. Like, Echo usually has last pick, but still, I mean, it's less than like... It's not common at all. Like, he's out of the last games, he's been picked last hero 3 times. And everyone else has had the hero pick last 4 times. So,
which can be an amazing sign or a very bad sign, right? Because you're jumbling everything up all the time. Because I remember EHOME was very successful when they just first faced the Dusa, for example. They won like almost every game with it, and then they suddenly just go away for no reason and start last picking his hero, you know. And then like they're never sticking to what I feel like works for them, which is very strange to me. They're like, we beat you with this. Can we beat you with this too, though?
Let's find out. Meanwhile, on the side of Xtreme Gaming, they're a bit more set. Like, they really like to pick up PYW and Odd 11's hero in the first phase. They'll do that like 80% of games. Every now and again, they'll mix it up. Like this one, they've probably mixed it up due to the way the draft is going. But it's usually the offlane duo they pick up first of all. Then they move into their safe lane, and they'll usually pick up the last hero. And that's a bit of that's a much more variable last pick, whatever they feel like they need.
Okay. So with the TA last pick, I would like things to shift a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You go into a hero that counters the TA, you put the Pango mid. This is good. This is good stuff right there.
Yeah.
And then they put Kano on PYW. I like this way more. I was just about to say I really like EHOME's draft too. I thought it was a lot more rounded to like have Lion, who's got the hex and the stun and everything. You've got the heal and Dawnbreaker when he gets their hags. Like, that's going to be a really good timing for EHOME. But then I don't know. This Underlord comes out, and I'm kind of like scared for EHOME now. So Underlord feels like it could be strong.
This feels really good. Like this feels really good, this Underlord pick. Obviously good in lane against TA. You can melt through her refraction charges really easily. You've got that route to get on top of her as well. Great against a Dawnbreaker as well. Like you throw down that route before she jumps in. Like, yeah, when she gets a shard, she can just ignore it. But previously to that, it's going to be really annoying for her and actually getting her spells off in the fight. The Firestorm is a great tool at dealing with Dawnbreaker. Any strength hero which wants to be in the middle of a fight, that is going to counter out pretty nicely. And I really like the ultimate as an answer to the Dawnbreaker as well, because if she's going to be jumping around all over the map, you want someone who can answer that tempo with their own, and Underlord can do exactly that. So yeah, very much liking this pick from Xtreme. This feels like a real gotcha pick as their final hero.
Yep. It's like, oh, you've Solar Guardian on top of us. All right, portal over here.
Peace.
See you later. Bye. Like, we're out. May I just add really quickly, not about the draft or anything. We are all in 1080p right now, looking pretty cool. I'm glad we're not pixelated. We got saved from Pegasus's universe of throwing us into the Shadow Realm, and now I feel like a lot of confidence has come out from us. We're really confident in talking about these drafts. We're killing it. Just I had to say it.
Told you it wasn't our camera, guys, honestly. We could shake our heads all really quickly to mess up the bitrate again, but let's not do that. Let's instead... No, B-Cup, stop! Oh, you're ruining... Right. What are your predictions going into this game number 2, if I even need to ask?
I think it's going to be close. I still really do like EHOME's draft. I think it's as more well-rounded than the last one.
Yeah, and it's very EHOME as well.
Yeah, but I feel like Xtreme kind of squeak it out. I'm going to only say about 55-45. I think it's going to be a close game in favor of Xtreme.
Okay,
but
I like that.
You know, don't come at me in chat if all of a sudden EHOME win game 2 and it's
bias caster. Yeah, Black. Talking about bias casters. Over to you.
I think I'm going to go a little bit more into the favor of Xtreme. So like 60, 40, 65, 35, maybe even. I think they gave Monkey King another pretty free game once more. Like once he has BKB, TA can't really ever fight into him.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard carry matchup for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting because it was a first pick carry monkey.
It was indeed. All right. I'm going to go Xtreme Gaming for this game number 2, despite, I've been my trust in EHOME has been broken, but I do like this draft from them. Let's jump into the game with B-Cop and Black, and I'll be offering a side dish of stats every.
Thank you for joining the dark side, finally.
Welcome to the dark side.
Do it.
Or you could be Dark Side from the DC comics.
Instead just gets done.
Blue. Oh. I was gonna say if he survives by just throwing a 5-man balance, that would have been hype. But very dead on the screen.
I also just want to ask: is it necessary to really stick around? You broke the smoke. You see everything. They dewarded your ward. Why do you need to do this?
Send a message.
That's literally when my coach and VG would just stand behind me, he stare into my soul, and just like shake his head, like a dad in disappointment.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, Daddy. I'll do it better next time.
You better. Sorry.
That reminds me of Kratos, man. Don't be sorry. Be better. Okay. Sorry, bro. That's a great line, though.
Who was your coach at that time? QQQ?
QQQ, yep. He's such a nice guy, but when he's a coach, he can actually be tough on you.
It's gotta be tough love.
Yeah, I like it though. I like it. He shaped me into something much better.
So, taking a look around, I'm trying to think what's the real standout lane here.
Well, I'm gonna say not matching the CM with the Eng is super weird, because you literally pick the CM as an answer to the Eng. So I don't know why they don't match up the heroes. Lion hates playing against Enchantress.
Yeah, not going all that fun for Planet, and it's not going to be fun once DY hits level 2 and level 3, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a Wild King already. We already know the new Wild King with like the weird 4-staff thing, like a Tusk Axe, I guess we would even call it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It just feel like a lot of these like Eng players or anybody who knows how to use these Wild Wings can use it to just position themselves so well and move around and cliff themselves, and It's really interesting, the movement.
Yeah, those wild wings are wild.
You can use the Hurricane to push people out of Black Hole and Chrono.
Yeah, it's kind of like Marcy's post, where the force step it doesn't work.
It's
very
crazy.
weird. Very inconsistent, as Dota oftentimes is. Oh, Paparazzi missed the last hit, so he's lagging, obviously.
I will say, just to steal a line, I think it was Tsunami said it. He's like, the reason that like Hurricane works on like something like Chrono, where it feels like it shouldn't, is because it was added way later, and everything seems to be coded to Chrono prior to like Hurricane and like all the movement spells.
Yeah.
And now things like Dispose and that Hurricane are newer, and they're not, compatible, I guess would be the word.
I mean, I get that, but at the same time, when there's so much at the line, you probably want to make it compatible.
Boundless Strike.
Just so you guys know, we were talking about that Monkey King and Dawnbreaker matchup earlier on in the draft, and I wanted to double check. And it does indeed. Monkey King has a good win rate versus Dawnbreaker across the DPC. Out of 15 games, he is 12-3.
That's massive, actually.
That's really, really big. Yeah, 73%.
Yeah, 100%.
Earth Spike, Celestial Hammer, Lu taking a lot of damage, but he's got the heal from DY.
He also has his own healing style. Of course, you should never be skimping out in your own region anymore, Mr. Carries. Or Mrs. Carries.
Yeah, carries in general. Stop yelling at me.
Yeah. Stop yelling at your support. Unless they start with boots first, then you can.
I have done that on some heroes.
Yeah, I know.
Are you watching my games?
Maybe. I am everywhere, B-Cup. I am light and darkness.
Oh no. I do it with I think Lion was the one I was doing it with.
Okay, that is illegal. That is illegal right there. I have to stop you, sir.
No.
Take him away.
If you
took him away, toys.
If you just didn't tell me the hero, it's the root range, dude.
Yeah, that is real far. But he still survives.
Oh, he went into the 1-1-1. If he went 1-2-0, unlucky. Did you know that CM Aura gives you and your allies mana around you now every time you cast? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they added that like at some point. I don't remember when.
Doesn't look like big numbers though.
Ooh, there's a lot of damage on the Lord. More like Dead Lord.
Surviving again in the trees. Oh.
One more. Overstepping your boundaries a little bit, sir. TA said, get away. You did not respect her wishes. She slaps you down.
So just the.
You know what I also just thought about?
Yeah.
So we talk a lot about rings, right? Like ring abilities. So if there's a Wukong out and Dawnbreaker ults in, that sounds really bad. That's probably another big reason why Monkey's win rate is so good against Dawnbreaker.
It's the circle within the circle, but whoever has the bigger radius or diameter, x squared something, or r squared, I don't know, man. Whatever it used to be. Zeal top.
There's still a Hex. Well, you're dead, Lou.
Yeah, he might be. Had a little bit of heal from DY, but there's the Aether Remnant.
Yeah. He actually beat top without many resources. Still nets him a kill, though. CM, careful. You don't want to be... Yeah.
This is something that we talk about EHOME's inconsistencies. I will say they have consistently done well in the early parts of games. In the laning stage, they have they've looked pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The early game improved immensely, which is very good.
Talk about,
but it's scary though, because that means their mid game decision making has kind of fallen off.
I I think it's something we talk about with Div 2 teams, right? Like their early games are normally pretty solid.
Yeah. Even some of the Div 1 games, to be honest, they could learn a lot from EHOME's early movements. I like how active they are all around the map. It's very, very nice to see. Old 11 has to be careful. He's all by himself, and he's probably just dead.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be dead here. Shiro now on a killing spree.
So close to his Vanguard, too. They're they're leading 4-0, but they're behind the net worth, huh? Okay. Interesting. Not something you see all day.
I guess it's the supports though, right? Like Coddle's there getting Illuminate support money.
Yeah.
And Enchantress actually has a lot of gold. I'm shocked at how much gold DY has. What's he gonna build on DY? We saw that last game. He like didn't get aggressive until like level 9.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Didn't get hit by the Aether Remnant, but they have a lot of lockdown. They need to be careful. Shield Crash comes in. There's the Rolling Thunder. They have themselves the Sword Guardian in as well. Celestial Hammer thrown on top of Old 11 to get the kill. They need to get something on this from Xtreme, and they will in Shiro. That's a big kill in itself, but will they get anything more? ZZQ just trying to keep him away from Echo. ZZQ gets illuminated, blasted down, and well, Lu wants more. Craving some blood, craving the crust of a planet, and Swashbuckle from Paparazzi misses on Echo. Yeah, I don't think they mind the aggression all too much. That being said, ZZQ gets the kill onto DY.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. I'm being told, Black, you should refresh your VMix. Ooh, Echo. Another kill there on a PYW. So the aggression's working out at the moment, but Paparazzi with the Rolling Thunder just absolutely stun-locking ZZQ, but they do land the Earth Spike, and it looks like it's going to net them a +1 with the kill on the DY.
Yeah.
Good recovery job so far.
Yeah, they're doing very well. The only criticism I have with their early and mid game is they let the foot off the gas too quickly. Like they always do really well, and then they just let the enemy recover. You know, like you really gotta keep pressuring them. Like take over the triangle, take over the areas. Don't just let them get back into the game for free because you worked so hard to get an advantage to begin with.
Yeah, and you need to kind of keep it, right? Like, especially with a team like Xtreme Gaming that's going to roll it back, both metaphorically and I guess literally in this sense when they've got Paparazzi on the Pangolier. With this Diffusal too, I want to say, like, we've seen Diffusal Pango be very destructive. I'm a little worried that EHOME, with their heroes being so squishy, may not be able to run so well from this.
Yeah, it's also the supports, right? Like, they're very squishy together, which is generally why you don't see that. Exactly. Lion, CM together. It's a very risky lineup to draft into. They're looking at 11 again.
Aether Remnant and the Starbreaker, but with the ZZQ ult, I mean, more than enough damage as they have used that freezing field. Again, though, this
feeding
is
both games, but the team, you know, there's so much space.
Yeah, he's been playing very sacrificial. You see, but at the same time, like, he's been feeding as ZZQ dies there. There's the Solar Guardian. Paparazzi taking a lot of damage, and wow, Echo gets the kill. DY looking like he's next. Starbreaker, and now the TP. Nothing to stop that. I was going to say, even though that Old 11's been, quote, feeding, his net worth is the same as the Dawnbreakers, who hasn't died once.
Yep, it is. And that's also why they're leading, right? Despite them giving up kills, like they're still being very efficient. That kill on Paparazzi was very important, slowing down his defusal timing by quite a bit. You know, Echo is really rich.
Yeah. About 900 gold ahead of Paparazzi.
Yeah, I really hope he can make his impact felt this game. He went for a Witchblade, which is very aggressive early on. That means he wants to cut the back line.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Is there a timing you're looking at specifically for Xtreme at the moment? Is it just this Diffusal Blade?
Yeah, I think the first step is the Diffusal, and then second after that, probably the Atos on the Underlord. Because yeah, the Monkey King just really wants to farm. Going for the Battle Fury again. It's this game is not going to be as lopsided as the last one though, because they're not so helpless against BKBs this time around.
What's the biggest differences you see from this EHOME lineup that you
it's
saw
really
from
the
game
TA.
1, game 2?
Like TA and Dawnbreaker can still melt heroes through BKB. They don't have the best BKB answers in terms of stunts or lockdown, but they can't just like freely run at them and be like, yeah, I'm immortal. So Lu will need like an item or two on top of that.
It's going to be Battle Fury coming out, Diffusal not just purchased yet. He's a little bit short the gold. They go to the freezing field. DY trying to survive, has the heal to survive it all. And ZZQ goes down. Now they're going to try and catch Echo. Owing Thunder bounces one more time. Here's the Solar Guardian. And let's see, can they go for it? Can they get the kill on the Echo? It is. PYW gets credit for the kill.
That
Even the Solar Guardian, I don't have to save him.
You know, B-Cup, this is another one of those very big sins of Dota. If you hard commit for... Exactly. If you hard commit for an Ench, you gotta burst her.
And that's with the finger. That's the first kill with that stack, right? Or no, second kill.
Second already, yeah. Oh, ZZQ going very aggro.
And they're trying to go again for Old 11, who is not that tanky yet. As you can see, they can handle him pretty simply with just what they've got.
Yeah, overstepping again a little bit. Like, Pangolier didn't have roll, which is really their team fightability right now. Once that's on cooldown, you really gotta respect the fightability of EHOME. Like, that's the entire strength of the supports, right? They got low cooldown, disables, and slows.
Up in the jungle. DY again. Just got bursted down. Trying to heal through it all and is doing a good job of it and takes out ZZQ.
Yeah.
They're going to try and come up onto the high
DY
ground. They
again?
really want to go for this. They
really don't like him.
It really is a lot for DY, in my opinion. They're trying to just continue to shut down this Enchantress, and Echo's in a bad spot. Here comes the Boundless Strike as well as the Wukongs. Not really sure the Wukongs was necessary, but you're getting another kill there onto the Void Spirit, and kind of want to make him feel uncomfortable in this game. They're doing a good job of making that so.
Yeah, especially after the start we just said he had, right? He was like 1,000 ahead of the Pango. Now, Pango's ahead of him.
Trap's getting blown up, slowing these heroes down. Paparazzi does have a double damage, but no Rolling Thunder.
Yes. A little void for the Void Spirit. Usually with this early Witchblade, you're really looking to snowball and thus far, it has been anything but that. Roche, though, they know this is happening. There's no way they're giving that away for free.
Right.
The circles are coming. And CZQ's dead.
From the circles. Ooh, the Illuminate doesn't land.
The vessel is ticking. No.
It's close.
Planet is walking uphill. Wow,
yeah, that is very dangerous. They're going to go with the Solar Guardian to try and get the kill to Paparazzi. That's a good trade to make. No Pango means no Rolling Thunder, but Pango buys back into the fight while they get the kill on the ZZQ. You do have Lou just getting chased here by Shiro. The Melt Strike is chasing him all the way down. It never got away from him. And now Zeal is finished off by DY. It's so far so good if they can kill off Shiro and make sure that they get themselves this Aegis. And Shiro looking like he's going to drop. Goes down to old 11. That means the Void Spirit needs to jump away, and into the Roche Pit are Xtreme.
And it should be a pretty easy one with the Panagoli as well. Well, I say that Dawnbreaker is back. There are 4 heroes alive.
No Solar Guardian, but does have a tier 1 to GP2 over top or mid and choose to go top.
You have no hammer in. Oh my god.
That's dangerous! Aegis is going to be picked up here by Paparazzi, which is very
Zeal
necessary for them. And Echo's dead, Zeal's gone, Freezing Field doesn't get it done, but eventually they will finish off old 11. But well, that's ZZQ dying, and this is similar to what we saw in the first game, where Xtreme take a really good Roche fight and blow EHOME out of the water.
Yeah. In fact, didn't literally the same scenario occur in the last game around the Roche Pit? Also with buybacks? Also favoring XG?
Yes.
Well, did Shiro buy back? Well, at least Shiro didn't buy back, so he's still sitting pretty at the top. But yeah, as I said earlier, this Monkey King matchup is not easy at all. Pretty high armor hero. Once he has his BKB, you have no answers. Oh, under the portal.
Yeah.
Hi!
It's like the first
he
time
actually
they've
pops out
used
of the
that.
left. Dude, Echo thought he's popping out of the right. Look at the random position.
They want to go for Echo. Oh, Echo!
One more step, one more step.
Yeah, but he went out to the left.
They're going for Monkey King, see him for him.
Oh, well,
He's just
they're
fighting
gonna
back,
try. Yeah, Wukong's fighting back. Celestial Hammer. He's burning a little bit, but the balance strike. ZZQ goes down. Do you want to fight this? The Jingo's going to go off. Zeal, what are you doing?
No, don't get baited,
right into Shiro, Lou. Oh, the Celestial Hammer burns out the tree.
He got so greedy there.
If he had just Primal Springed on the Zeal, he would have gotten the kill, but then he was still dead. Unfortunately, he doesn't get either. Or fortunate for EHOME.
Don't we love some dirty Dota? Some clumsy Dota. Oh yeah.
Now Blink Dagger for Paparazzi, and that's almost, in my eyes, going to make sure that someone like Echo doesn't get away.
He's higher level than Echo on DY, dude.
Wow,
so
Echo's game is just... And he's got a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, that spell damage coming out from the heroes is going to be nullified. Atos? Or nice pit.
Yeah, great pit. Radabatos to follow it up. Firestorm and the damage from QIW with the help of DUI.
Paparazzi
gets to roll off his impact, and yeah, there's the Rolling Thunder to get away. But I say away, and he kind of makes the turn, thinking about going in on Zeal there.
You know, there's so many criminal things happening in this game again. Like, they're just showing on like 3 lanes Xtreme Gaming is, so they're getting away with everything.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Really don't think Xtreme get away with this against other teams, losing the lanes the way they have.
Potentially not, but that has been one of my criticisms of EHOME. Like, they just seem kind of lost lately in the mid game, ever since they like changed their stuff. Look at Device positioning, man. He's just bullying everyone.
Oh,
Behind
ZZQ.
Tower.
Oh, man. PYW also dominating now. He's 5-1-9 on this Coddle.
Lion is being top.
And old 11 going bottom to clear up the wave to save that tier 1. First spike coming through. There's the finger. They get the kill to Paparazzi. They'll take out DY.
Now this time they finally punish him. Like they teleport bottom to farm with the gate while hitting the top tower. Like, stop being so cocky. That's ridiculous.
They lost like 2,000 on their net worth lead on that.
Yeah, those 2 kills were pretty big. Like, Ench is not poor at all. And I hope this wakes up Xtreme Gaming a little bit, because they've been playing so arrogantly this entire game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, you've got Lu still farming away, trying to go into the Manta.
Manta, huh? Very interesting.
Might die. Blink, Hex, Solar Guardian. Aether Remnant doesn't land, but it's not going to matter. Zeal crashes down with that Solar Guardian, and they'll get that kill.
2 consecutive deaths for him.
If Dawnbreaker were to get the Ags?
I would like that against Monkey King.
The evasion is 60%. Like, that feels really good.
But at the same time, the BKB on Dawnbreaker is just such a necessity, and the shard is absolutely bonkers. The Blink Dagger, maybe you don't need
on that too.
But yeah, exactly. Like, that shard is redonkulous.
Especially later on in the game, if hypothetically they do get to level 25 on Zeal, that's 2 Starbreaker charges that give you both the magic immunity and the BKB.
Yeah. Wailing away at the mid. Shiro's BKB, of course, completed as well. Monkey King respawn.
Keeping Zeal there, forcing the BKB.
Yeah. I really kind of feel that they're both kind of just like disrespecting each other. He's literally just standing in front of the Underlords like, yeah, what are you gonna do? And now his BKB is on cooldown for 90 seconds. And this is straight smoke up. They know Zeal is weak.
Certainly a fight that, if they win, could put them in a very favorable position to win this game. Because I still think EHOME are right there in it.
Radiant are scanning.
They have a lot of damage up over the tier for now. Like, if they botch the Monkey King ult somehow, this tier is pretty free in those fights.
What's TA have right now? Deso, Blink, BKB at 9 seconds. Dragonlance going Shard. Okay. Because I'm realizing you're about 2,500 ahead of Monkey King. Lu not exactly farming nearly as quickly.
Yeah, those 2 consecutive deaths were very, very painful.
Yeah, 3-5-1 this game.
I don't know if I like this Manta style too much. Not entirely sure what it's for. To get rid of the frostbite, I guess? Is that it? That can't be it. It's like so not worth, right?
I guess. Doesn't really feel entirely worth it.
Maybe to get rid of the reflection shard is faster, but you got your ult for that, and you got other sources to do that for you. I don't know. We'll see if it potentially backfires.
Void Spirit, by the way, picking up that Ag, so Echo kind of finding another item here finally.
Yeah, it's an important one. There's no Dispel yet on Pangolier. So if he gets caught by him, that's free food.
Who's DY guy after that Mage Slayer? Just a little bit of armor with that plate mail. He's very tanky. They're going to come in with that ult from the Underlord. Zeal looking like he's just going to drop even with this PKB. It's 2, now 3 kills for them. And Xtreme Gaming, they've done this a couple times throughout the series where they just take some clean fights.
But did you see like a pattern when those clean fights happen? It's always when they go all in on the Eng and it can't kill him. I feel like EHOME is just baiting themselves all the time.
At this point in the game, I don't think it's worth starting with an Eng kill. Because it's not starting with an Eng kill, it's starting with an Eng bait. He's got a plate mail, he's got 20 armor, and he is got that level 1 in the untouchable, like, and the level 4 heal.
He is level 15, almost 16. He's insanely high level.
So much farm on these supports.
Compared to the CM, they're level 10. DY's game is magnificent. Got a gem now picked up as well. Coddle gave me mana. Okay, no problem. Coddle has a Wraith Pact already done. Wow.
And a spare vessel. Blink, Hexer, Spike coming through on the Underlord. They'll use the finger, but the Rolling Thunder! It is rolling and it is thunderous. They get the kill on a planet and they are going to force Shiro to pop that BKB. He is now on the run with him and the rest of his band. The Rolling Thunder, it didn't cause them to get more kills, but it did save Old 11 and potentially a fight that was going to go well for EHOME there.
He's so tanky, Old 11, 3,000 health.
They used finger too. They really were just trying to burst and go.
Yeah, that was never gonna happen. It's getting scary. Like, now you can't initiate on the Underlord or the Enchantress. Like, you gotta find the Pangolier somehow. Or the Coddle. They're causing too many problems.
No Rolling Thunder for 2 more seconds. Not really that much time. Popping the heal, Celestial Hammer, that's burning Roche a little bit. They'll throw another trap in there, but they do have the gem to clear that up, so the vision is gone. Aether Remnant thrown out again, and not going to matter as it hits Roche. Trying to make a play, trying to look for their opening to get into Roche. This is a very important one. Giving an Aegis over to Xtreme Gaming at this point in time is going to feel really bad for them. The Swashbuckle comes in, ZZQ all the way out of position, and PYW is on a mega kill streak with this Coddle. 6-1 and 13. I mean, the man has done it all. They're going to the Wukongs. They're going to try and protect them from getting, anything in from EHOME. Rolling Thunder comes out. There's the blink. Looking over at Echo. Going to cause him to assimilate. They'll go. And Shiro snatching the Aegis out of the hands of Xtreme. But he's already lost that first life. They're going to buy back here on Planet, who's dead once. ZZQ comes in. There's the Astro Step coming through from Echo. Now the Sword Guardian dropping down from Zeo with the Starbreaker right on top of Lou, but Lou doing too much damage with the Balance Strike. They get the gun to Shio. They'll look over at Zeo. Now we'll go with Echo. They'll take them all out. 1, 2, 3. Knock them down. Set them up. Wow.
Yeah.
Xtreme, even after the Aegis was snatched there by Shiro, they've just done a great job of shutting it all out from EHOME. And that might be all they've written here for the story of EHOME in this series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Both games had a pretty decent early game, but they can't really, or haven't managed to at least, translate it into a strong mid game. And again, the late game wall of XG proving to be insurmountable for them.
The Underlord and maybe PYW joining in over bottom to push out this bot lane. They take a mid-set of racks, and the rest of the team comes through as well. So just using that portal to go from one lane to the next and take 2 sets of racks here.
There's a buyback on TA, but it's not really going to change a whole lot. Wukong is already back off cooldown.
Astral Step, they've got the silence.
Yes,
Hammer, Finger, Aeon Disc, not going to matter. And now they're going to go in and take them out. Xtreme Gaming, once again, they do find themselves Echo, Paparazzi just rolling here. What you going to do now on the side of EHOME? Not really much you can do. They'll just call GG. So Xtreme Gaming took the series 2-0 over EHOME. A very big win here.
Way too easy. They made it look way too easy. Like, it didn't really feel like Xtreme was being tested at all. It's like more like a playground buddy, you know?
Yes, indeed, it is Xtreme Gaming that come away with the clean 2-0 over poor old EHOME. They get absolutely demolished in this 2-game series. It didn't look close at all. Contrasting to what we were expecting from this series, I thought it was going to be a close one. I was actually giving EHOME the edge, but pardon me, Xtreme Gaming came out fighting and didn't stop fighting. We're able to drop them like a sack of rocks. That was a brutal game number 2, actually. Shiro, so close to coming online at a few points in that game, so close to really finding the farm and the movements he needed, but in the end, it kind of just felt like he didn't have a team behind him. Would you like? I thought overall it was a pretty good performance from Shiro, but unfortunately, no one in his team really had the same amount of farm as him to keep up and help him out in the fights. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, gotta agree. I mean, Echo got shut out of that game really fast. All of a sudden, he had a couple of deaths back to back to back, and well, then it took a long time to get the Ags. It felt like he wasn't really contributing to these fights. I want to say his Aether Remnants were kind of off the mark on a lot of these fights, and he wasn't really getting the control necessary for Shiro to kind of go off. It felt like Shiro had to do it all himself, and even Zeal with the Dawnbreaker just didn't really do that much. It's like, oh, cool, Solar Guardian. I'll throw in a Celestial Hammer here or there, but, well, I'm dead. So, cool. Deal with that, guys.
Yeah, by the end of the game, everybody on the side of Xtreme had more gold than Echo did, and everybody except PYW had more gold than Zeal did by the end of the game. So, it is what it is when you're that far ahead and you're kind of, forcing EHOME out of into their base and not able to really play the game. It's, of course, going to happen, and when your supports are an Enchantress and a Keeper of the Light, these guys, they are going to utilize the full length of the map and farm up very quickly, so that's not really too much of a surprise. But Byte, do you think that they need to come up with better ideas? Are you worried that this Monkey King looks so good 2 games in a row?
Yeah, certainly didn't get addressed nearly as much as I hoped it would be. But that's mostly okay. When are versatile heroes really strong, or rather, when do they look OP? It's when your own lineup has a lot of gaps that can be exploited, right? That's how a first pick hero can look really strong. And overall, the draft of EHOME didn't look terrible, but they were sorely missing a guy that actually goes in first. Like, Dawnbreaker never wants to go in first. They have Echo to do that, but
that's
why a hero that can't get out, right? You're in, you can't get out.
Yeah, and that's why we saw Planet, in 2 fights. He just ends up, first he walks up the high ground, gets instantly killed. He blinks in later on and dies as well. There's a reason he's doing that, and that's because they need someone to go in and try and get a 2-man stun. And that's without vision, even with vision, jumping up on a high ground and getting a 2-man stun on a Lion it's bloody difficult.
Yeah,
exactly.
To be fair to Planet, he was involved in 14 of the 20 kills that they did get. He was the guy starting everything for them. It felt like he was just doing it all. Here, especially in this highlight, he gets that 2-man stun there with the Earth Spike, and that maybe felt like a comeback avenue for EHOME, but they just never got it done. Because look at this, they're going after DY. DY so tanky.
Many times.
How many times are you going to go after the Enchantress and just not learn your lesson?
Yeah, 3 or 4 times I think it happened, right? In the river 3 times. Sure, they kill him once or twice, but it's a +5 Eng. Every time any fight turns into the favor of Xtreme because the Eng is baiting, they'll be happy with that. They don't care how often the Eng dies.
And as Kaka said as well, Lion is a good hero if you play it in the right circumstances. This was not the right circumstances, right? You need to be able to free up his game. You need to allow him to get farm. He needs to be ahead. He feels really, really good if he's got a little bit of money. He can get a good time on that blink dagger. That didn't happen this game. So listen to Kaka. He's the only one who's making Lion work at the moment. And that needs to be addressed because this was not the pick for them. Imagine if they had an Earth Spirit. Or imagine if they had a Spirit Breaker. Just something, I don't care, anything on the POS 4 which can just go in and make things happen for their team. I feel like their draft would just look so complete and it would have looked so good. And they were just missing this one major factor. And unfortunately, they didn't have it, so they end up looking a little bit caught out in this game number 2.
I mean, I don't know if it's all on the line like that. I don't know. I'm a Lion defender, big Lion player over here. I just think when he's going in or throwing a stun, he kind of also expects Echo to jump forward and help him out, and Echo just wasn't there to really do anything with that. It was oh, cool, blink, Earth Spike, Hex. I've got all this control, guys. Where are you? What happened? What's going on?
You may be a Lion defender, but he's been picked 7 times and only won 1 game, and that was when Kaka played it. So
he's a god, so
yeah, exactly. I mean, the hero is obviously not in a great place right now. He's only been contested in 2% of the drafts as well, so kind of just ignored. He's never been banned. No one's cared enough to ban Lion. I feel that's worse than not getting picked. Actually, it's never getting banned.
Yeah, it does also. They kind of picked 2 position 5s in this game. I mean, obviously, Kaka plays Lion as a 4, but Lion and CM as your support duo is kind of not going to do it there. It's very miss or miss. It's not even hit or miss. It's just miss or miss. It did not feel like that duo did anything. It was real rough.
Totally agree. But you know, it is what it is, and I'm sure EHOME will improve as they always do and come back strong. But that's the thing. Like, I feel like China's always improving, and I was really impressed by Xtreme Gaming today. Actually, I didn't expect them to play at this level. What do you think are the main things they've improved on since their last series back?
It's really hard to say whether they improved on it or not, because I feel like EHOME made it pretty easy for them in terms of drafting. Like, their drafts were spot on in both games. They were perfect in the circumstances that EHOME presented them with. You know, like, they built this super solid wall, and they have late game. EHOME has to run at them all the time under a lot of pressure. You make 1-2 mistakes, you lose the game. That is, their draft was just absolutely perfect, and they played like that in both games as well. And I think that is really the strength of that team. As I said in the game, I think they are a team that is really like an iron wall. They like to go late game. They like to defend the triangle. They like to defend their farm. If you give them these kind of lineups, like, they will destroy you, and they have showcased that here.
Yeah, absolutely. As any good team in this region should as well. You know, that's kind of the benchmark for a lot of these games. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough from EHOME to put out here to kind of raise a question for them. But yeah, I did absolutely love this Underlord pick. I mean, it didn't have like some crazy KDA by the end of the game or anything like that, but do you feel like that was kind of the key to unlocking this draft and unleashing Xtreme's potential in this game still, even though it didn't like have that crazy stats?
I didn't have crazy stats, but it did feel fun to watch that portal to get in and out. It felt like, you know, if it did feel like Old 11 was Miss Frizzle and was just like, we're going on a field trip on the Magic School Bus. Here we go. Boop, boop.
In you go, kids.
Like, that last move when they went from like mid to bottom, I'm just like, oh, classic. Here you go. Like, just throw it down and like, we're out. We're in.
Yeah, it feels such a luxury to play with it, and feels like a luxury to play in Xtreme Gaming, and especially with PYW, who in fact we have on the line. We get to have a little chat with Mr. PYW from Xtreme Gaming right now. So let's jump into the interview and find out what he has to say. Firstly, I want to know, we really liked your drafts in both games here. Did you feel really confident coming into both of these matches that you had an advantage from the drafts?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，我们都很喜欢你们这个系列赛的班选。你们自己在打的时候，有觉得两场比赛都是带着这个 BP 的优势去打的吗？
这两局就是我们提前做好了准备吧，就是因为上周的比赛失利嘛，对我们其实挺有影响的吧，对我们。然后我们自己就尽全力，然后调整好了状态去打这场比赛。
We did a lot of preparation before the series, and I think the loss last week have had a huge impact on us, and we try our best to make the adjustment.
So has it been, you know, one of the hardest weeks you've worked so far in this season, this week?
所以这个礼拜应该说是开赛以来就是最用功的一个礼拜，对吧？
也不是吧，就平常都挺用心的，只是上赛季就是上周我感觉 BP 没做好嘛，然后这周就着重加强了这方面，都会好的。
I think we work hard all the time. It's just like we mess up the draft last week, and we focus on drafting better this week.
So who are the main people when it comes down to drafting? Is it all 6 of you getting involved, or is there certain people who take charge of the drafting?
队里的话，谁会负责 BP 这方面更多一点呢？还是说6个人都有一定的话语权？
就我们计划 BP 嘛，然后大家觉得好的时候就会一起来说话，选择自己的英雄的时候也会提对啊，出点建议什么的，就是这样。
Our coach Blink Blink is in charge of the draft, but we will give him suggestions when it comes to the hero the player gonna play. Like the player gonna give our coach a little bit of suggestion.
All right, thank you very much. It's a bit noisy on the line, but B-Cop or Black, you guys got any questions for Mr. PYW?
I've got one. You and DY have played together a lot. It feels like you guys are almost one unit together. I would say similar to a fusion in Dragon Ball Z. Does it feel that way, that you guys are always just on one wavelength playing together with all this time together?
你跟 DY 打一起也很久了嘛，就感觉有点像那个龙珠里面的合体了，就要两个人波长在一致的情况下才能合体成功。你们自己打的时候是这种感觉吗？
就是在一起久了嘛，打的比较久了，熟悉度会高一点嘛，就是这个感觉吧，其他的也没什么感觉。
We've been playing for a long time, and I'm very. I think we know each other really well. That's how I feel.
Okay. Would you guys say you're more equivalent to Gotenks or Gogeta in terms of a fusion here, if you guys had to pick one?
你觉得你们两个在一起的话，合体之后更像乌田克斯还是乌吉他？
我没有看过耶，我也不太知道，随便说个吧，乌天克斯吧。
I have no read Dragon Ball, but I have to guess to pick. I will pick Gotenks.
Perfect choice.
my guy, fellow non-Dragon Ball enjoyer. Black, what about you?
Yeah, just one quick question about Sven. Okay, so I've been trying to make pots for Sven work, and a lot of people say it's quite strong now. How would you make that hero work, and what are your thoughts on it?
最近一直有人说4号位的那个斯问非常厉害，然后我自己就是天梯也在打，然后但是还没有领悟过来。然后你的话有没有这方面的建议？你对这个4号位斯问打路人很强这个传言有没有就是亲身经历过？
这个英雄在就是国服基本上没什么人用他来打酱油吧，倒是3号斯问我倒见过，4号斯问我个人感觉应该不是太行，不太厉害。感觉3号时候可能会更靠谱一点。
I haven't really seen any people playing position 4-7 on China server. I think he has potential on position 3. That's how I feel. I don't think he can play position 4.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, he's going to take that one and work with it, I think. You've inspired Black's Pub now. Finally, I'd like to ask, what is your ambitions for this season? Are you looking to get top 4 or are you looking for that top spot?
这赛季，他这的目标是什么？是想要打前4，还是说想要把名次定得更高，想要去争一下赛季第1？
我们目标定的就是先至前4吧，然后能争取拿更好的成绩。现在机会也不够嘛，想拿更好的成绩，打麦就吧。
Our first goal is to secure top 4 for sure, and if we can get a better place, it's even better. And we are aiming to play in the major and get some good result.
All right, the Arlington Major is the goal then. Okay, final question. What are your thoughts on America? Do you want to visit if you can, and wear a cowboy hat and eat a burger?
然后 Major 的话是在德州吗？你对那边的风土人情有没有一些了解？有没有想去看看观光啊，或者戴个牛仔帽之类的？
我对那边没有什么了解，不过前2年好像去过拉斯维加斯打过比赛，可能对那边各位更熟悉一点吧。
I have no idea what it's gonna be like, but I've been to Las Vegas to play a competitive match before, so I imagine it's gonna be very similar.
Alrighty then, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, PYW. Appreciate it a lot, and best of luck on the rest of your DPC journey. And we do hope to see you at the Arlington Major.
祝你好运，也祝你能够成功出现到 Major。
谢谢
，Thank you。
谢谢。
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 Humble as ever. I did not like that Sven answer though.
It's not what you were looking for.
It's not what I was looking for.
Not what you wanted. You were hoping position 4, it's going to be great. You should play it. You should still do it. Go for it.
I will. And he'll be like, wow, I remember Black told me back then it was really good. And then he's going to message me, what do you think is really good next patch? I'll be like, let me check. Oh yeah. Then they win TI, and in the after roll credits, special thanks to Black.
But no money. Here's
no money.
Well,
no.
that's what it is.
Exposure.
No.
Exposure.
Yeah, it's good pay. I like
classic.
that. Yeah, it is the classic. Or you guys are going to go back to Vegas, as PYW said he was in Vegas for, I believe it was WSOE when they were playing as Team Serenity.
Serenity, yeah.
And, it would be fun. You get a little craps going on, shoot some dice. Put all the TI winnings on red.
Eat Gordon Ramsay burger.
Yeah, I've been there. It's okay.
Hey, Gordon Ramsay is overrated. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Let's
Burger's
see
fine.
how the standings look after today's results as Xtreme take the 2-0 victory over EHOME. And now things are looking a little bit like this. That's right. We're all split up now. We got ourselves a top 4 and we got ourselves a bottom 4. And it is really, really surprising, honestly. LGD being in the bottom 4. What a twist.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a twist. Everybody's getting there.
Wait, B-Cup, you're the copium guy. What's happening?
Yeah, you're the LGD fanboy. Let's go.
Yeah, well,
all according to
I wasn't
plan, right?
Of course.
No, they have everything under control. They just want to be 4-3, be in a contention for the match.
No, when that happens,
Exactly
you're
what
gonna be
they
like,
want.
"Wow,
I don't know what you're
B-Cop,
talking
you're a genius."
When I heard that, I was like, "Yeah, it's not so bad. 4-3, they lost to EM, but it doesn't matter."
They're still on target for what they want.
Do you really? And not what they want, but honestly, it's what you have 4 slots to a major. You can't do this in NA. You can't play so casually in NA. If you want to go to the major, you have 2 slots to get there. But here you have 4 slots. You can play more casually. It's not copium. I think it's
delicious.
I mean, if I was saying this about any other team, would it be copium or would it be the same thing?
I feel like against any other team, it would definitely be copium. You have credibility because it's LGD, and we know how they can switch it on when it comes down to it. Yeah. They are sometimes slow starters, especially in group stage of events. But when it comes to the playoffs, when it comes down to it, they will make a performance.
Don't EG them. They're slow starters in the group stage. Stop that. They usually go undefeated.
We're just pulling your nose, B-Cup. Don't be mad at us. Boop, boop, boop.
Right, guys,
don't worry. LGD have a chance to prove
going
themselves
on right now.
On June 24th, when they play their series against Aster Aries. Should be a clean win for them against Aster Aries, you would expect. And then on June 26th, we've got Vici Gaming versus RNG, and then EHOME versus Aster. So make sure you guys join us for those matches. Any way that Aster Aries takes that series back?
Yeah, I mean, what, really? Dude, they destroyed Xtreme. But no, LGD will win.
No.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. All right, that's that was just like, oh, okay, all right.
Well, what? Aries is so good.
Guess he's done talking now.
Aster Aries, I never said they were so good. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Okay.
They're pretty decent, but they're not so good. They're okay. Good. They're good.
Yeah.
However,
I like Yi. He's great.
I just want to have some closing thoughts on the series from my side, okay? I want EHOME to stop experimenting in the middle of a season. What are you doing? Why are you changing your entire drafting style and play style? Stop it. It's not working out for you. Go back to what works. Get to top 4. Get to the major. Then you have I don't know how much time to practice. Then you switch your style. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Or scrim more if possible. I don't think it's possible for these teams to scrim more, but these ideas definitely feel like, it's just the small things. Like we literally heard someone say yesterday that the Monkey King is a good hero against Dawnbreaker. The stats back that up as well. And then they do it twice today. I'm just surprised, to be honest with you. But nevertheless, we will move on, and hopefully EHOME will be able to recover. B-Cup, any closing thoughts from you before we wrap up today's action?
I think everything's kind of in there. Let me, my copium inhaler is in the kitchen right now. I don't have the ability to, get the daily dose in, but what? You think LGD aren't in an okay spot? It looks worse because they're on the bottom of the round robin, obviously.
Yeah,
but
realistically, It's one series.
Like, it's one series. Like, guys, come on, please. Stop hurting my feelings.
We're sorry, BQ. We pulled your pickle a little too hard today, but nevertheless, I'm sure.
Touch my pickle.
I've heard that before. We're sure they will be absolutely fine in their series against Aster Aries. Join us for that one and probably more China Dota action coming your way. Follow the account, stay up to date. Join us next time. But from today, we are saying goodbye. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。